carnage through the first couple of corners.
He needs to do something unconventional.
4 hours of racing comes down to this. Porsche versus Mercedes-Benz. Can you get the traction out the corner? And makes the overtake happen with a lap to go. What a bit of racing that was.
Good evening and welcome back to the European SportsCar Championship. We are back for the 2026 season. It is the 4 hours of Barcelona. I'm Matthew Duffin, joining the commentary box tonight, and for the season is Lorenzo joining me live to bring you all the action of the European SportsCar Championship. Lorenzo, the off-season has been done, the winter break is over, and it's now time for the teams and drivers to get serious.
Yeah, I think we had enough time to get a cup of coffee, Matthew, and something like it, isn't it? And now we're back to real action. We had the prologue last week. We got an idea of the teams, the preparation, how's it going. And now we're back to Barcelona with this very interesting lineup, which I'm looking forward to. Pretty much a repeat of the many of the rounds we saw last season with the addition of Zandvoort, which I will get into later because I think, this is the one round where it's going to be open for everybody.
Yeah, it is going to be open for everybody. And if you look at that fantastic calendar there, you can see some beautiful, iconic circuits. Barcelona for this month. We then head in a month's time to Zandvoort for our first outing there in that one. That should be fantastic and epic as well. We've then got the Imola trip in July. Bit of a break between May and July between rounds 2 and 3. Another break of a month between Imola and Spa, and then it's back to back of Spa, Silverstone, and ending it, as Lorenzo told me correctly last season, Portimão for the finale of the championship. Yeah, I've been practicing over the off season. I've not been slacking.
Fine.
The calendar though looks fantastic. It looks beautiful. Like you say, the addition to Zandvoort this year is going to be a great addition to have on this epic calendar that we've got this season.
Yeah, I think Zandvoort might be, like I was saying, I think this is going to be the open one. I saw conversations of Paul Ricard because now Paul Ricard is on iRacing Arcade, but we're not going to get into that. And there were topics of bringing from iRacing itself of bringing in Paul Ricard into the Sims, so we don't know when that's going to happen. But that's why I think Zandvoort it's open for everyone because we don't know, especially for the LMP2 class. I was just checking like 20 minutes ago before the broadcast started. There is no setups from Setup Shop, so it's like you're gonna have to craft your own. You're gonna have to grab a setup out of nowhere, like Randy Orton putting an RKO into someone and trying to make magic. And for the LMP3s, I think GT3s might be a different case because you might have something already set in stone, but we don't know how long back. Zandvoort might be a little bit more open, so it's going to be interesting because it's a track that I would say mimics Imola a lot. It's very hard for overtaking and also very hard for overlapping cars. Traffic, I think, is going to be more deadly to talk about and to deal with than Imola and Barcelona over here as well.
We've got 13 turns here at Barcelona, 4.72 kilometres in length around this stunning circuit, and it is now what is the MotoGP and the Formula 1 layouts. There's not that little chicane in the last sector.
Thank God.
Sweeps round. Yeah, tell me about it. Also, that hairpin being a little bit different as well, not the tight hairpin, more sweeping through the left-hand bend of turn number 10, sort of merging then into 11. A track, though, Barcelona, of 3 different sectors. Sector 1 a bit more flowing, a bit more, easier to sort of get a rhythm through the corners. Sector 2 a bit more technical. You've got to be on it a little bit more, coming through the likes of 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. And then kind of back to Sector 3 where it really tightens up and you feel that you've got to use 10, 11, 12 and 13 to get that good momentum out of that last sector down the start straight to make some overtakes today.
Yeah, because it's a track that is very hard for you to go into this race without proper preparation. We're seeing some of the highlights with the NOP coming back with the back-to-back titles. The Kitsune goes into LMGT3, and we're very good into prologue and also into free practices. Vortex goes from Audi to Aston Martin, which I think is going to be an interesting topic. The Aston Martin, a really interesting car to deal with. NOP, very strong also in the prologue. Free practices, I think, led one of the free practices, if I remember correctly. So they're looking really good into this championship. But coming back to Barcelona, I think the most interesting topic for us is going to be tire strategy. And this is it. This is the main thing to talk about. High temperatures. I'll get into this because I can get into more in depth because I was one of the reserve drivers for my team. It wasn't as high as 40 degrees. If it was 40 degrees, nearly scorching the temperatures, then we could be thinking, okay, start thinking about saving tires. So, but nevertheless, 30 to 40, still have to think about higher tire degradation. This is the problem that is similar to F1. Between turns 3 to 12 and 13, you can have a lot of high-speed action and maybe some confusion between the cars and how they play out. And like I said, how the LMP2s will go around this race because they have one set less compared to last year. Only 3 sets for you to allocate during the race. So there might be some teams that might go less time on their field strategy to compensate for the weight and the weight induced in the car, which is another topic we're going to talk about, Matthew. And that will maybe make the strategies like to go 30 minutes per stint so you can save more tires and then push the car a little bit more than you normally probably wouldn't have to do it under a full set of fuel.
Yeah, and these are the things that we've really got to keep our eyes on as this season progresses. We go to so many different circuits and we go to so many different venues where each track is going to play its own different outcome, right? And this is where the drivers and the teams, the team managers, the team strategists have all got to make sure they bring their A game every week because all these little fine attention to details, such as the fuel and the tyres, is really going to come into play to whether you win a championship or whether you lose a championship by the end of the season.
I agree 100%. I was talking to my team, for example, we were having lots of difficulties. I'll give you an example. You know how bad was the left-sided tire on the left front tire on the end of a 42-minute stint, which is basically the full field stint in an LMP2 car?
Yep.
I can give you the answer. 37%.
Yeah.
There's no, you cannot save, and I was trying to save the car the best way I could. So it's very complicated. Like I said before, because we have 20 kilos more in the car and 10% more power to try to get closer to what the real life, and now you can see on screen, we got like 600 horsepower and 930 kilos in the main class, which is the LMP2s, and minimal of 1 silver driver in the LMP2 class. Go ahead.
With the LMP2, there's an interesting thing for this season is that it's had a bit of a power increase and 20 kilograms of weight reduction. So a big change for the LMP2 field this season. Yeah.
Basically, that 10% adds up, I would say, nearly about 50 horsepower or something like that. I could be going crazy, but then again, my mathematics, don't trust the commentator's math. Which adds a lot of power into the car, makes it much faster on the straights. You can hit about 285 on the straights, on the main straight, going to turn number 1. But the car over the run, it makes it more unpredictable. The rear is going to step out a little bit more. So you can see over here on the LMP2 Pro-Ams, I think this is going to be an interesting one because the bronze drivers are going to have a lot of work.
Yes.
What does that mean? It means they're going to have to deal with a car that is completely different from the officials. It's, like I said, it's more unpredictable. The gear wants to step out even more because you have more torque, you have more power on the back end, and also all that weight that is basically, we would say, okay, ballast is thrown to the back of the car. So there's nothing you can do about it. So you have to be mindful of the things you have to go into this car. So it's going to be interesting over these 4 hours how they negotiate with their pro drivers whenever they take over.
And the LMP3 category, this is one of the categories I'm really looking forward to this season. On our notes we've got in front of us here, most new teams to the European SportsCar Championship this season. So this grid is unpredictable because we don't know what these teams are going to do. We don't know what these teams are going to provide. These teams are brand new, a lot of them, for this season. So everybody out there is going to be keeping one eye on that LMP3 category and seeing in that virtual grandstand the audience, me, you, Samuli, throughout the commentary box of the season. We're all going to be keeping an eye on who is the outstanding teams in this LMP3 category this year.
Yeah, I agree 100%. The only team I think I was taking a look over here on our entry list. The only one I can probably make out is from previous years, might be Tri-State Racing. But everyone else is kind of like new. Pole Body Motorsport, I know they have a partnership with Drive Lounge. Zach Sweeney, which is the pole position. He drove in the pole car in the LMP3. We're going to go into the grid later. Is the team that has some experience in the cars, has some good tech communications with other teams as well. So it's a team to look out for. So we still have a lot of unknowns in this championship, so I'm looking forward to this car. And I think they had also, I'm just trying to take a look, I think they had, in the beginning, they had more weight, but it was taken back, so it's basically the car that you see is the car that is basically driven on the officials.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. And then the LMGT3, you've got the Acura, the Aston Martin, Audi, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, Ford, Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes, and Porsche. Again, a minimum of one bronze driver in here. And we have got, in this category, a good, different variety of talent in this GT3 grid. Not just talent, but car manufacturer. I'm seeing Porsches, I'm seeing Mercedes, BMWs, Corvettes, McLarens. There's a Lamborghini, an Acura, an Aston Martin. No Audis, sadly. No Ferraris as well. But a good mixture of what GT3 cars are on this grid. And that could provide us with just a little bit now of an insight into the different tracks and the way that these GT3 cars handle these different tracks and different climates, different weather conditions, because as we know, something like that Mercedes-Benz, that Ford Mustang, very big, powerful car in a straight line. We know something like the Porsche, great in the traction zones, it's great at getting out of them corners. So the GT3 field, good mixture of cars. There's not one dominant car, I'd say, on that field in terms of looking at what teams have picked what car. So it's going to be interesting. And this is another fact, the tyre changes for this year. A full pit stop costs you 50 seconds. The tyre changes is 3 tyre changes for LMP2, 3 tyre changes for LMP2 Pro-Am. You're allowed 4 tyre changes in LMP3, so they've got to at least double stint a set of tyres. And in LMGT3, you are unlimited.
Yeah, because basically they go over the hour, so it would be 3 tire changes pretty much, as they change at the same time as you do your pit stops, Matthew. But then again, the LMP2s basically have a tire less. It's going to be more how the strategies will pan out. LMP3s still have a little bit of a talking topic. They were a little bit undecided how they're going to negotiate that tire, as we see in OP. Once more, like I said before, a team to look for once more this year. They were pole. They're basically with the back-to-back titles. I figured they would probably do pole in this first race. They were looking very strong in the prologue, sorry, not in the not just the prologue, but also in free practices. So looking forward to that. And like I said before, looking forward to see LMP2s, because I wouldn't be surprised, first, we get some punctures, and secondly, maybe we see 30-minute stints, teams taking less fuel to try to minimize the loss of the tire degradation you would have in the front.
Yep, so just a new one for this season. It will be 2.5 laps for the formation lap, because it puts them on the back straight. So 2.5 laps on the formation lap, which gives us plenty of time to go over the grid order for each category today. The 4 fields of LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP3 and LMGT3, in which looks a stunning stacked lineup. Your grids look like this. It's Marcus Beidfeld in the NOP car running on pole, from Ryan McIntosh in second place. It will then be Damien Veery for Delta V in P3 from Jan Forstman in the Alpine by XRL car. Elias Loppanen is in P5, alongside that of Eric Tadu in P6. P7 for Peter Hermich. P7 for Gabriel Peckley alongside Peter Hermich in P8. P9 is that of Remy Lewis alongside that of Nathan Walter. And then it's João Madeira in P11, as we have 2 cars in the LMP2 category haven't taken to the grid at the moment. That is Mark Shelton and Marco Pereira. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it is Henry Mantle on the pole position for that one alongside Josh Gowen. Luis Vazquez is P3 alongside Paolo Vinicius in the third place position. Sorry, I've got them two mixed up. I'm looking at the timing tower because I can't quite read it on my screen. P5 then is the American of Matthew Baldwin alongside P6 Augusto Floriano, the Brazilian driver, looking to have a good start here for Rosso Esports. And then it's Gianluca Pocaroba in the DSP Esports, with Garrett Spence for Tri-State not taking the start here. In the LMP3 field, like we said, a lot of new teams on the grid for this one this season. It is Zachary Sweeney, though, for PBM on that pole position, alongside that of Tarek Muich in the French driver for SRT. P3 is the Canadian of Cale Davidson for Ball State. Zachary Leibold for CCR is P4. Jiao Tome will be P5, alongside that of Christopher Starsmore, sorry, apologies, name's not fully appearing on my screen here. There we go. Then it is P7 of that of Alistair Hamilton. Smail Labe is in P8, alongside that of Vic Declot, I believe that is. Is that Declot? We'll go with that one. Apologies if we do mispronounce any drivers' names throughout this season. Drop me a message on the Discord and I will try and get your names right for the future races. Nico Stoppel, though, rounds out P10 in LMP3, and then it's the Ayrton Lammers car who hasn't taken to the field at the moment. And in LMGT3, stacked grid at the moment. We've got 13 drivers out there. 10 will take the start of this race, and it is Ronnie Richer for Rising Panda, who came on strong at the end of last season, so they're going to be interesting to see what they can do now in their Aston Martin at the start of this one. He'll be alongside the Delta racing car of João Fonseca in P2. Luke Langer for the XRL Esports in the Acura lines up on the second row of GT3, alongside that then of Enrique Gomez for Bravo Snow. Then it'll be P5 for Gustavo Diniz for Impact, the Impact team in the Ford Mustang this year. So interested to see what they can do in that Ford Mustang. Kitsune have a Lamborghini of Mattia Crescenzo in that one. For P number 7, it is Aaron Beaver for the Fisher car. Porsche once again for them. It'd be interesting to see what they can do, as P8 is then that of Gabriel in the ATR McLaren, the only McLaren on the field this week. Ivan Chambers is P9, alongside that then of Bryce Tyrrell in the Simatec car. P11 for Tom Bryant in the NOP LMGT3, so running the GT3 this year, NOPR, so that's great to see. Jesse Molina by Delta Racing by Tri-State will be P12, and then the Project 91 Porsche of Franek Sikorsky not starting at the moment, so they will be starting, I presume, in the pit lane. But again, apologies if we have mispronounced any names there. Do drop me a message in the Discord and we'll try and get them right and correct as the season goes on. But an interesting start to the season. NOP, Lorenzo, carrying on from where they left off last year.
Yeah, like I said before, I'm not 100% surprised that Beifeld and Valen would carry over the performance they had last season and basically lead the field into the start of this race. And looking forward to see also turn one with a very good performance in the start, as we're gonna get the green flag anytime soon, as Benny's about to approach the entry of the pit lane. So I'll hand it over to you, and we got this race sorted.
Indeed they do. So it's NOP on pole, trying to go back to back to back. They're looking for the three-peat this season here at ESCC. It is round 1 of the 4 hours of Barcelona. Who will be taking the glory this season? Well, it's about to get underway. 4 categories, plenty of drivers and a lot of action as we go green here at Barcelona for the start of the European SportsCar Championship 2026. And it is a pretty even start from the NOP and Turn 1 teams as they head down into the first corner. All filtering through nice and easy through Turn 1.
Oy.
Bit of chaos in the background though coming through Turn 2. That's 2 of the LMP cars off into the gravel on the outside of 2. That is the Bravo Snow car in the blue LMP2 Pro category. They also have the meatball flag to their name, so some damage already for them.
Yeah, and then Vri into the Delta V team also having issues as well. I saw them going 3 wide into turn number 1. And whenever you go 3 wide and into a nearly 90-degree corner in Barcelona, we know that is nearly as short as, multiple chaos.
Days. That is 4 cars off there. Couple of LMP2s, rear spoiler falling off of one of them. One of the Pro-Am drivers there, that is Luis Vazquez in the Revolution car, who is off the circuit. Pack Simsport of Matthew Baldwin is the driver who has lost the rear wing on that car. So already we're going to be seeing some some pit stops on the opening lap with a few meatball flags flying for the drivers. As now a few GT3s having a couple of excursions off the circuit. That's the Fisher car of Aaron Beaver going off the track as they come uphill towards the back straight. But plenty of action and drama already happening here in this opening start of the race. It's been a crazy opening couple of corners.
Watch out.
A bit of side-to-side contact there, door-to-door banging just in the background. The gold car very loose on the curb, manages to keep it all together. But one thing we know, NOP lead the way over the line after the first lap. 4 hours of racing, we've only done 2 minutes, and there's been plenty of chaos already, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they actually put up the full course yellow, because look at the chaos turning.
There is the full course yellow, and just as drivers start to slow down in response to that, they go 4 abreast and all check each other up. Somebody may have a bit of damage somewhere. There was a slight bit of contact between a couple of cars. Alistair Hamilton there in the blue and white with a bit of purple that we can see on his livery. He was one of the drivers that got checked up a little bit in LMP3. And this is a look at what happens. So this is Alistair Hamilton on board here. So there's a car already gone slow out the final corner. They're at full racing speed. Look at that car on the right-hand side, checking up. And it's Hamilton who brakes really late, gets a tap, yes, on the rear of the car. Could be damage to the rear of that LMP3 car with Alistair Hamilton driving it.
I really want to look at the front of that Ligier P320. Doesn't look like there's a lot of damage in Hamilton's car, but that's a real problem when you get the full course yellow, and you do get a count, right, to get it to full course yellow, and you have to press the button for you to sort out the pit limiter. But some teams like to leave it very late, and that's the problem. You can get into these kind of situations that not a lot of people want. I think we're going to get a few minutes for us to sort out what's going to happen. Maybe give some safety room until for those teams that got affected to get into the pit lane. Then we're going to resume racing. I don't know if we're going to get. Maybe we're going to get safety car, because usually we get that 2 laps of full course yellow. Then we normally get a safety car, but. I think for this one, it's just...
That's VSC, isn't it? The safety car comes out after VSC. Not full course yellow, I believe. Full course yellow, we just go back to green flag racing, if I'm correct.
We can take a look at that real quick. But if I remember correctly, it can be either that, or it's going to be just a cautionary until everybody gets it safely into the pit lane, and then we're going to resume racing. I think we just got the call. Maybe that we're going to resume racing in a little bit, so we got to get prepped.
So on the full course yellow, the race director may declare a full course yellow period if they decide that this is necessary due to an obstruction, as we get back to racing now. So yeah, we are straight from full course yellow to green flag. The one thing that's interesting though, then the difference between a full course yellow and a VSC, under full course yellow, pit lane entry will be closed, but the exit will remain open. So that's interesting. Driver teams cannot pit under a full course yellow in this season. Obviously, virtual safety car, I believe they can pit, but under that full course yellow, they cannot. As here is Alistair Hamilton as we go back to green flag racing. 5 minutes on the clock nearly in this first race of the season. And here we go as the Rising Panda team are looking down towards turn number 1. Sorry, the SRT racing. Sorry, I was reading the timing towers, not the car at the bottom of the screen. The leader of LMP3, SRT, coming through turn number 4 now, and on the back of that LMP2 car, which will just slowly start to pull away. And The LMP3 is obviously the middle car in terms of pace in this category, quicker than the GT3s, a bit slower than the LMP2s if you're wondering the difference in categories, if you're new to multi-class racing. And Zachary Leibold here for CCR is about to try and set up a move, you feel, because he's within that slipstream window, and if he can get a good run here through 5, 6 and 7, through 6, 7 and 8, he might just put himself in within that slipstream of coming down towards the hairpin on the car ahead, which is the number 92 machine. And Zachary might be just thinking of making an overtake as they come through the hairpin corner, but doesn't look close enough at the moment.
No, I don't think he's going to be able to do something. I think for now, the game is going to be tire management for everybody. I don't think we're going to see a lot of people pushing into this race unless you do something different, as we're looking into Delta Racing, try to get in front of the Rising Panda. As Ball State and one of the LMP2s, I think, is fighting which LMP2 seems to be that. Is that the World of Sim Racing LMP2? Yeah, that's Marco Pereira, which is one of our admins trying to race the team of World of Sim Racing, and I think they started in the back or something like that, so I think that's why they're just trying to recover a little bit of time and going through the GT3 traffic, as it's about to go into the first place car, which is the Rising Panda, and then going to get away at the start finish line. Meanwhile, I think Bravo's just came back to pit lane. They are pitting, so it's all safe for now. And look at the gaps that already kind of like open between the LMP2s, isn't it? So it's already a big nearly 3 second gap between, for example, Gowan and Impact, and then 3 more seconds to the W2E Pro GP team. But the same team kind of like happens in the LMP2s. It is shortened between the top 3, but then it stretches out into 1 second, 1 second and a half. Or something like that in between some of the teams outside of the top 5. So it's like just trying to find your strides and everything to drive properly into the season.
Yeah. Well, it's been a chaotic start already in the first 7 minutes of this 4-hour race, as this is back down with Marcus Byfeld in that NOP car, defending champions back-to-back here at the ESCC Championship, and already a decent start out front, just under a second ahead of the Turn 1 team behind them, car number 11. But like you said, it's about looking after them tyres now, about getting that strategy bang on and making them tyres go the distance that they need to go, because these LMP2 cars have got to double stint a tyre or 2 here, so they've really got to make sure they look after the tyres that's on this car at the moment. But if you're NOP, you're kind of sat in the best seat, aren't you? You're out front, not really under any pressure, and you could just manage your pace, manage your tyres. Yeah.
I can tell you straight away. I can give you the information. I can give you the good bits of the LMP2. You have to double stint. There is no way you can escape the double stint. The question is how many double stints you're going to get. And I think most importantly in this race is, I think, the one tire cushion, because we knew from our season or our previous seasons, we've seen teams trying to leave maybe that additional set of tires, maybe for a splash and dash or a surprise pit stop, where some teams would try to maybe save tires already on their final tire stint, and they've got to try to manage it, and some people were leaving that. So I think they're trying to risk it. You could risk it a little bit more with the tire strategy. Over here, no. I think over here this time you have to play it safe, find ways to make this LMP2 more movable on the rear, try to waste more the rear tires and decrease the load on the fronts. Like I said before, on the front left, it takes a beating during a 40-minute stint. So I think this is going to be interesting. And look at the times. For example, we're seeing 34s already happening, maybe some 35s around the racetrack. It doesn't surprise me one bit, this pace from everybody. It's just seeing people driving as safely as they can to try to get to the end, and more importantly, we might see teams not taking maybe the normal line, which would be this wide line, break it on the close to the curbing, or not even using the curbing for the corner entry, because that rumbling might actually offset the car a little bit, and because of it, you do waste more rubber than usual.
Yeah, and this is going to be the interesting thing with Barcelona, isn't it? We know how much of a high tyre degradation circuit Barcelona can be. It's not cold neither. It's 28 degrees track temperature out there, 20 degrees ambient at the moment. That's in Celsius, by the way. So really warm day, and it could only get hotter as this day progresses. At the moment, they've really got to make sure in these early stints they look after them tyres and make sure that there is absolutely no chance of struggling on them tyres towards the end of this session, because as this session goes on, you've got to make sure you know what tyres are the best sets to reuse and re-put back on, or double stint them now. But that means you've got to look after them at this stage of the race. And this is why these early stages, Lorenzo, you might not see a lot happening. Bar that bonkers opening lap or two, you may not see a lot happening. You may just see a few of the cars playing a bit of follow the leader, but that is all strategic, not to try and make the race disinteresting, but to just try and set up that race for when it ends, because this is 4 hours long. It's not about what you do in that first 1, 2, 3 hours. Nope. It's about how you end an endurance race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be that topic, as it's going to be a high. This is more like of a high-speed chess match than anything else in this championship, because you don't know what's going to be your tire degradation. You only know your real tire degradation when you come to the pit lane to do your pit stop. There is no, you don't get like you probably would have in other sims where you get your indication of how much tire degradation or the tire wear is left in your car. In here, you only get that when you come to the pit lane, and then you look, oh, I only have now 20% left for me to use on that tire. I might have to switch it. So it's going to be interesting. And I think more importantly, we're going to look maybe some of these drivers, especially in the LMP2 Pro Am, being very conservative into traffic whenever they hit traffic, to aid in the tire management.
And the one set of cars that don't have to worry about any sets of tyres because they've got unlimited and can change at every stop is the GT3s. So we could see the best 4 hours of racing from the GT3 cars because they've not got to worry about their tyres. They can just go to the end of their stints and then try and pit and change the tyres if necessary. But again, I say we could see some of the best racing. Strategy could also play into a factor where if they could double stint a set of tyres, would that benefit them by not having as long a pit stop in this race, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I think because they are restricted, maybe in the, let's just say we got a late safety car, right? A virtual safety car or a safety car procedure. Then they are allowed to change, and they are able to do things that normally the GT3s wouldn't be able to do that. Sorry, the LMP3s and the LMP2s wouldn't be able to do that because they are tire restricted, as we're seeing H.N. Lamers in the TSR team trying to recover
as well.
Yeah, got some penalties. I think the other I know there was another car that had a penalty in the LMP2 Pro Am that had to serve. And this could be slowdowns. This could be slowdown related because there's a lot of places, especially in this race, where some penalties applied in the beginning of this race, where you know, this could not matter. That's pretty much it.
We've got Team WOSR with a penalty. Project 91 have just done a drive-through penalty as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what penalties get picked up. That could be because that full course yellow. We saw a couple of cars still at top speed while that full course yellow came out. So it could be interesting to see if that's due to the penalties from that, or if it's just track limits from what they've picked up through the off-tracks on the game. As here is Marco Pereira for that Team WOSR car, the number 51, who have that drive-through penalty black flag to serve, and I'm sure they're going to try and serve it on this lap at the moment. What are we at?
No, it's I figured that could be it. It's because some of these teams, I think they actually jump-started in the race. That's why they got some penalties. I saw someone in the LMP2s doing that in the LMP2 Pro-Ams. I didn't notice that in the LMP2s. Pretty much maybe at the back I noticed some teams trying to jump and got a little bit jumpy out of the start. So I think that's why maybe we're seeing some of these teams come down into pit lane.
So this is why some teams are coming through the pits then to serve their drive-through penalty. And that is the Marco Pereira number 51 car who comes out on the field into the mix of a few LMP3s there as well. That is the Simcast car in P7, the number 8, with Christopher Strasmore on board there. like we say, it's just, if you are just tuning in, don't worry, you've not missed much. It was a crazy opening lap to the race, but when isn't it a crazy opening lap to the race in a multi-car event? Just like the European Le Mans Series in the real world 2 weeks ago, that started out just as crazy as the European SportsCar Championship has today. And this is going to be the interesting thing now, I think, is this is the strategy that's going to take part. So for those who are tuning in, it is a very warm day here at Catalonia. The tyres are going to take an absolute hammering. And remember, LMP2s only have 3 sets of tyres. LMP3 have 4 tyre changes, and GT3s are unlimited. So the GT3s can push hell for leather to try and get to the end of their stints and to the end of this race. This is Ronnie Richer in that Rising Panda Aston Martin. The Rising Panda team, Lorenzo, come on really strong as the season went on last season in the McLaren. Aston Martin, pole position, race 1, that is the way they would have wanted to kick-start this championship this year.
Yeah, and like we said before, they moved from the Audi into a new car, looking really good, but that Delta Racing by Tri-State Racing looking very strong as well. So they are bringing some good people into that team. I think that's Hickey Gomes that is staying right behind that BMW M4 GT3 Evo. So looking forward to see what the Brazilian is going to do in that car. Actually, correction, that is the João Fonseca that is driving that car. So this is the Portuguese, not the Brazilian, driving that car. So it's because Hickey's on the other Delta Racing GT3 car. So I get confused. So it's going to be a good topic because not only that we didn't have any BOPs or set up BOPs for this race, because now BOP is done by iRacing. iRacing is actually handling the BOPs I think in the latest updates and everything. So, and I like to see that, see what they're doing, as we're seeing Impact, and I think one more team going side by side in turn 1.
Yeah, good bit of racing there. Just had a little wiggle through the corner as the Rising Panda's also going to LMP2 as well, but still side by side through turn 3. Remy in the Rising Panda number 46 car, the white and blue on that inside line as they head in towards turn number 4 now. And a good bit of racing here from the two of them. Great side by side action for a couple of corners, and Rising Panda come out on top here. Now this circuit as well, we haven't spoke about traffic at all in this race yet. We know the LMP2s, quickest cars on the grid, they'll be able to clear that traffic a lot easier than the LMP3s. It really does go narrow in some places, so you've got to bide your time and make sure you pick the right moments to put a lap on that LMP3 or LMGT3 car. Yeah,
especially I think the only place the LMP2s and LMP3s are going to find an easier time is going to be in these straights. For example, going from turn 9 into turn number 10, which is La Caixa, so they're going to have an easier time overlapping the GT3s and LMP3s because they have the better power. They have 10% more power into those Dallara P217s. And then to make sure everything else, you just kind of have to negotiate. You might have a little bit of a time loss, but the only place you really don't want to be catching up cars, as Laponen actually got held up by one of the Corvettes in the final corner, is going to be somewhere in the complex of TV3, which is turn 7 all the way up into turn 9, where you, depending on circumstances of how far you might be, you can lose up to a full second. So you just have to take deep cautions. And like I said before, another thing is how you gonna be overtaking these cars. Are you gonna go into deep brake and committing into that thing? Maybe wear some rubber out in the car. What do you do instead to get closer? And another thing, I think the LMP3 field, the top 3 gap already shortened to about 2 seconds between the top 3.
It is indeed in the Pro-Am category, especially here. This is Elias Loppanen in the Impact car, P7 overall at the moment. You see the track map, the purple dots being the LMP3, green for LMGT3, the light blue for LMP2 Pro-Am, and the dark blue for LMP2. And what has been a crazy but amazing start. The Rising Panda car still going side by side here and really trying to defend hard from Impact. And this will just start to hurt their tyres. Sorry, apologies, that was putting a lap on one of the LMP3 cars. But while they have been defending from the Impact car over this last lap or two, that's going to really start to take that little bit more out of the tyres, lap by lap. So just the Rising Pandas just starting to feel possibly the effects of maybe not having to defend so hard from the car behind. It's still early doors. We're only 20 minutes into a 4-hour race. You've got to think of them tyres.
Yeah, always got to be thinking about them tires. You got to be safe about how you approach them. As you can see, also a lot of sand turning to the racetrack. This is going to be another thing. Barcelona, because it has a lot of sand on its runoffs, it can easily be thrown, especially at the exit of turn before TV3, which would be turn number 5. You go downhill, and depending on how much sand you come back, you throw that into the racetrack. The exit of turn number 8, turn number 9, actually, you can have a lot of sand into that, and that might cause some grip loss, or maybe the car a little bit more snappy on its rear, as we're seeing now the Impact car joining the fight against the Delta Racing. But that traffic gives sometimes it takes, and in that sense, it's going to take away a lot of time from the Brazilian driver.
It is indeed, and now the Impact LMP2 driver is going to lose out as they come behind the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW to put a lap on it, so it just loses a bit of time over the Rising Panda LMP2, as well as they now get past the leader of the Rising Panda, Aston Martin, in the LMGT3 class. And what was a three-way fight at the beginning of LMGT3 sort of spreads out a little bit more now, as that's the way the endurance multi-class racing goes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the Delta Racing by Tri-State car is now back on the rear of that Rising Panda, Aston Martin. And going to be an interesting run to see what happens. And just seeing one of the LMP2s there put a lap on the Aston Martin ahead, who is a lap down, that green Aston Martin just up the road there from this leader of Ronnie Richer in the Rising Panda car. And just trying to get up that inside, that penultimate corner. It's not an easy corner to put a lap on another car. You've got to have a lot of faith in both drivers to make sure you can get that lap, put that lap move on cleanly and safely. And this is where we could start to see some incidents throughout this race. Just LMP drivers maybe starting to just overdrive, not wanting to lose touch with the car they're fighting in front. Therefore, possibly having a bit of contact with an LMGT3 or an LMP3, because the difference in closing speed and cornering speed is monumental.
Yeah, and I did try to have a little bit of a moment, try to overtake cars between the second to last corner and the final corner. Whenever you go down their up car in the final corner of New Holland, it's hard, especially going to the final corner. If you're going to do that, you have to commit, and there's a good chance because your car checks out a little bit to the outside. You have to prepare yourself to go into the rumble strips. You can get into some contacts, and sometimes because it is a mid to high speed corner, you might get some understeer coming into the corner itself, because the tires might be a little bit hotter than usual. You might find yourself into situations where the contact is going to be inevitable and might cause a virtual safety car or something even worse. So you just have to be careful every time you approach. This entire third sector, in my point of view, is the most dangerous in the racetrack, because there's a lot of places where you can misjudge an entry and lose a lot of time in the process. And I think I just saw Impact take the lead about a lap or so ago, and Gowan is having now issues against the W2 Pro GP as they are now battling for P2 in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, they are indeed. So Impact now lead in Pro-Am. NOP have a 3-second lead out front in this race, and in LMP2 overall. Look at the two prototypes going wheel to wheel into turn 1 in the background. That's with the Rising Panda leader here. Oh, sorry, that's the Vortex car who's in the lead of LMGT3. So I believe we have just had a timing tower issue, which is now being corrected. So Vortex are your leaders in LMGT3, and that is Vic in the number 2 Aston Martin. Lovely livery on that Aston Martin. It's nice and green, copying almost like the Formula 1 Aston Martin livery colours there. And just seen some of the prototypes. Look at the battle in the background, though. That's for P2 in this, between Impact, Rising Panda and the Delta Racing cars. There's the 3 of them. The Ford Mustang of Impact have moved up into that 3rd place at the moment. And a great little fight between these 3 just starting to happen now. The traffic has cleared them. A little bit more on the way, but they've now all come back together, and this is what endurance racing's about. What you will lose when the prototype cars are putting the lap on you, it will all come back together eventually, and it has done here. And Impact have gained a spot. They've now got to keep their eyes on Delta Racing behind, though, in the BMW as they look for a move on that outside line at the hairpin. Prototype just leaning on that rising Panda Aston Martin a little bit. This gives the Ford Mustang the run through turn 10 as they come to the outside now of turn 11. The Ford Mustang of Impact having a look the long way round. Keep your eyes on the BMW, though, who slots back in behind, and a flash of the lights for good measure as well. But that nearly got messy there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that could have been a little bit problematic. I think that was the DSP eSport car that funneled into La Caixa and thrown the Rising Panda car to the outside, opened up a little bit of the door for the Impact car of Gustavo Diniz to come in, and Diniz, I think, made the overtake right after turn number 5. Because, between Repsol and turn number 5, because the Delta, João Fonseca, tried to have a little bit of a look on the Rising Panda car, just couldn't get around turn number 4. I think just had a little bit of, not going to say off track, but skid moment, and allowed the Brazilian to go in and nab P3 out of the other team, Brazilian team from Delta Racing, as we are seeing now full course yellow speed violation for the car number 35 in the field. Just gonna grab which car that is going to be, but I think that is one in the LMP specifically. I'll tell you in a little bit which team that is.
Yep, so the 35 there with the speeding violation, and we saw a few of the cars at the back there just then struggle to get it slowed down in time under that full course yellow. I believe it said 35, if I'm correct. I can't see a 35. It may have been 39. It may have been this McLaren that we're seeing, but I'm pretty sure that did say 35. But it could be this McLaren that our producer has changed over to. So Gabriel there.
It is 39.
It is 39. There we go. So we've just read it wrong. Gabriel there, then the man who was under a speeding violation under that full course yellow. That means he's not got the limiter. Either he's not had the limiter on in time, or has gone too fast in a certain section under full course yellow, as he's being sandwiched here by a few prototypes coming onto the back straight. Couple of LMP3s looking to have a bit of a rumble with each other, and managed to split the McLaren, who now changes his line on the straight. There are prototype cars absolutely everywhere on this field at the moment. You've got the LMP2 blue car in there putting a lap on the LMP3s. This is Zachary Sweeney in the PBM orange and blue LMP3 car, the number 62 out there on the outside line now. Into the penultimate corner he goes, and it looks like he's got that one done. The car behind just got a little loose on the curb there, and now they're gaining on some more LMGT3 traffic, and that could have got really messy in the middle sector.
Yeah, but Zach actually trying to, gain some time back into the pole position. But the guys right behind looking very racy, looking to the outside, looking inside. And I think that's Alistair Hamilton in the Blue by Pole Body Motorsport, who's going to be trying to do this overtake now on Zachary Leaboat, and probably going to be able to make it. But right behind, I think there's also, is that the Ball State team that is?
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, trying to have a little bit of a move. I think that's Cale Davidson. And if I remember, Cale, I think, might be the only driver in the LMP3s, which is actually a gold slated driver, as now we're seeing more incidents for the car number. I was just going to confirm, but that's the number 6, who just also got a incident responsibility penalty in the field. The number 6 being more specifically the Impact Film Sport.
Yeah, Elias Loppinen here just coming out of the pit lane. So serving that penalty and dropping down the order. 28 minutes in, nearly 29 minutes on the clock here in this race. So we start to see some pit stops maybe around in that next 10 or 15 minutes. As we're nearly 4 wide into the hairpin. I believe that's the Project 91 Porsche. And this is for the podium in LMP3 at the moment. As off the track goes Zachary Leibold. Just outbraked himself, went straight on and dropping down to P5. There is the Project 91 Porsche, and Ball State of Cale Davidson moves up into P3 at the moment as a drive-through penalty for, I believe, car 88 as well.
Yeah, as that was the W2 already. You have pit stop the W2 team already in the pit lane, so I think Paulo is coming in for the double stint of his car. I'm not going to talk about strategies because I know my team's strategy, but I really don't want to give that away. But Like I said before, I kind of predicted the pit stop window to come around 30 minutes. I think some people, some teams will try to have a little bit something different and try to minimize maybe the tire loss and something like that, and maybe count with a little bit of luck in case we get some yellow flags in the middle of this race. So looking for to see what some of these teams have in store to try to make it to the end with proper tires in those cars.
Yeah, we'll see what happens at the end of this one. This is Jan Forstmann in the Alpine by XRL car, who put on a good performance last season, did the Alpine team in the LMP2 Pro Am category. They've made that jump up now into the Pro field for this season, so just trying to take on that Pro battle a little bit more. And so far it's going all right. Sat in P3, looking quite nice at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And saving some tire, trying to save some tires, but you can see there is the Murmica, the ME90, ME70 Murmica car right behind, and also Delta Racing trying to follow suit in the Eric Tadeu. So it's a good three-way battle, but it's nothing I think is going to all happen over too much, as Peter Hermok is trying to follow closely to the French team and try to get close, as Alpine was actually one of the interesting teams last season, right? So
yeah,
if we're grabbing the standings, had some really good races in the second half of the championship, won in the LMP2 Pro. That's why they are in there as well. So and also basically won because they had a battle with Delta V. Delta V kind of had an issue at the late portion of the race that allowed the Alpine car to come in and actually win in the LMP2 Pro Am. So. But don't take it away. Also, Delta V is also in this LMP2 field now, so it's both cars pretty much getting the rite of passage into that field itself. But we saw that Delta V had an issue at the start, pretty much caught a meatball and had to bring it back to the pit lane and basically reset their whole race.
And it's great to see these teams coming up from that Pro-Am category into the Pro category, just trying to take that step onto that higher program, if you will, of racing, going from the Pro-Ams to the full-time Pro drivers on this grid is fantastic to see. As here is Damien, who looked like to make a move in turn one, and that is Alistair Hamilton, who has taken the alternative route on the back straight. Must have made a mistake somewhere. We caught the end of that one. He was already off when we went on to him. So hopefully our producer can try and grab a replay of what just happened there to Alistair Hamilton. But yeah, what a shame for him, because he was running pretty good in that fight for that podium spot, if I remember. He's now down in P5 and a couple of seconds off of his rivals, who are just fighting there, just in front.
Yeah, and there's about a 2-second gap on the CCR team, which I think is a great name, Coupe Camelama Racing. So, and I was just looking to the car. There's actually on the side part of the car, there's actually a picture of a camel mixed up with the llama. So some of the best animals you can see around, have a little bit of fun in terms of the drawing stuff. So looking forward to see more of these teams. But yeah, looking forward to see what Hamilton has in terms of resetting into his race. And Ball State for now has the best time in the LMP3 standings as they close down the gap into Paul Bovadim Racing and Zach Sweeney in P2.
Yep, so let's see what these drivers can do as we are 33 minutes into this race. Zachary Sweeney, here he is then in the LMP3 category, the number 62 car for Paul Botting Motorsport. And is he going to be able to try and hold on over the Ballstaff car just behind him? They're way off the leader at the moment. The leader in LMP3, some 13 seconds up the road at this moment in time, as that's a problem for Gabriel in the number 39 car in the LMGT3. What has happened then? Coming down towards turn number 5. Is he going to have received a little welcome present from the car behind? Yes, he is. And that's the problem with the difference in speed in the corners that we were saying earlier. It's so monumental that you can be caught out easily. And the prototype there, just a day late, $1 short, and straight into the back of the McLaren. Yeah,
that was the P1 Racing prototype that basically plowed the Aztec Racing of Gabriel Papaconstantinou into the rear of turn number 5 in Repsol. So there you can see some damage already in the back of that McLaren 720S. But I don't think it's going to be something that they're going to be overly concerned about. And I think we're going to get into some of those talking topics as now we're getting another warning. It's not going to be a penalty, but a warning for the car. I think 67 for basically improper full course yellow drive.
And the 67 being
I think it is one of the, I was going to say one of the GT3s. That's the JAS competition.
Yeah. Well, here's Peter Hermich in the Myrmica LMP2 Pro car, looking to just put a lap on the car in front, really trying to get clear of this LMP3 in front of him, as he's got that of the Delta Racing car right under the rear wing behind, and they're trying to hunt down after the Alpine by XRL car in front. So a good little fight here for this P3 podium at the moment, as we're 35 minutes into this race, and there is the Delta Racing car sat currently in P5 in LMP2 category overall. So let's see what will happen as this race progresses, but we're expecting pit stops within that 10 to 15 minute window now, around that 45 minute mark, 40 to 45 minute mark, so maybe even 5 to 10 minutes we'll start to see some pit stops happening for the LMP2s, as that is the number 97 of Labe there in the Sahara GT car around with a penalty. So that may be for off tracks that he's picked up a drive-through penalty for. And not sure what happened to him there, but he's lost the rear coming through turn 11. This is exactly what has happened there then. So nobody behind him. And is he just going to have dropped the rear momentarily? Yeah, just too much on the curb, clipped the grass going into turn 11, and the rear went round.
Yeah, a textbook error in that car as he comes into the pit lane. Just a quick correction that the warning was for the car number 62, not the number 67, as I thought it was a JAS competition. I just had to take a quick look. That is the Home Body Motorsport driving. Zach, I'm going to pick up on Zach later, because I promised I would be nice to him, but in case he did something, I wouldn't promise anything. So I'm not going to pick on Zach, because I know how confusing that was at the start of the full course yellow.
Well, there we go. We've got a great little fight here for this P3 battle in LMP2. This is on board with Eric in the Delta Racing LMP2 car, the number 31 machine. There is the gaps in on the circuit at the moment. You can see the 3 dark blue numbers on that side, meaning that they are the 3 LMP2 cars in that pro field that are trying to find their way through, very close to the back of the Myrmica car there as they come through turn 10 into 11. Now you can see the Alpine car just a little further forward, a bit wide for the Delta Racing car, and that's why you can just see a car on his inside there as they head down to the penultimate corner, straight over the apex. Alpine going to try and put a lap on a Mercedes-Benz through the final corner, as Myrmica and Impact both getting on the start straight and on the corner exit. And what a launch for the Delta Racing car in the slipstream now of Myrmica. After 37 minutes, the racing starts to heat up here at Barcelona. I don't think the Delta Racing car has that straight line speed with the slipstream to get ahead of Myrmica, and they stay single file into turn 1 once again.
Yeah, because I think the Myrmica MA70 car had the slipstream of the Alpine car, so this is why the Brazilian team just couldn't do the overtaking right there in turn number 1. But also it's another thing that I was wondering about. I know Barcelona is a high downforce track. You can pretty much open up the downforce a little bit, I'm not going to say take some of the dive planes out of the back of the car. The dive planes are pretty much those winglets you see in the rear of the car. But it's like you just have to basically caution yourself on how much wing you can take off so you can have performance in the straights, because that is going to make the car more loose as the wear of the car basically starts to go on the rear end. So I think they are trying to play conservative over here, because also at the same time they are slowly approaching their pit stop, soon approaching their pit stop procedures. Of course, we saw the W2 team go first. In turn 1 has a yellow flag. They have an issue. What has happened to that? They have an off track, and basically Ryan McIntosh has to basically reset himself all over again.
Yeah, he does indeed. So I wonder where he's at the off track. Then he's been coming through some lap traffic here, so he's been trying to carve his way through. I wonder if he's had a little excursion as he's put the lap on the cars around him then here in LMP2. So yeah, for Ryan McIntosh, he's got to reset, re-go again. as he's almost 10 seconds off the back of the NOP race leaders, who are absolutely, I tell you what, they've came to play here today. They've turned up and are continuing from where they left off last season. Marcus Byfeld just pumping in lap time after lap time at the moment, and really setting the pace alight in this first race of the season. But we're only 40 minutes into this one. Still another 3 hours and 20 minutes left to go on the clock here at Barcelona for the start of the 2026 ESCC Championship, with many more races to come. We head to Zandvoort next month. New to the calendar this season is here goes Augusto in the Rosso Esports car. Can't make the move there into turn 1 for the LMP2 Pro-Am driver. Car number 20 at the moment, just sat behind excuse me, that of the DSP Esports car of Gianluca Pocaboa, the number 63 car for that podium spot. Just starting to look a bit racy now, a few of these LMP2 cars, Lorenzo, as they're just coming to the end of their first pit window. They're just starting to look like they want to maybe get a place or two before the pit stops.
Yeah, those who trying to go a little bit longer, we're going to start to see whose team setups actually are more able to go into the rear, as we're going to see the Alpine team coming into the pit lane. And like I said before, 40 minutes would be somewhere where the true window, in my point of view, would start for these LMP2s, because I don't think a lot of teams are going to go half an hour, 30 minutes in the tank. But then again, we had about, 5-6 minutes, as Forceman has an issue going to the pit lane, and Impact probably going into the pit lane after the penalty. So I think this is where we're going to be start seeing truly some of these strategies go out in the racetrack, as now João Madeira in the ADC by Pulsar as well taking their pit stop. And I think one of the LMP3s is coming out of the pit lane as well. I think that's Caleb Aguilar, who I think just came out of the pit lane in the number 97 car. I'm just going to confirm.
Oh, NOP there, just nearly tapping the W2E Pro GP car there. I'm sure you'd have had a few things to say about that one, Lorenzo, because if I remember right, that's your car, isn't it? The number 21. Yeah, there we go. It's on the screen now. Lorenzo's team running out there, currently P6. On the back, though, of...
Oh, Paulo. No
hopefully.
way.
Oh, there we go. They're back. They're back. They're back. It was just a little netcode spike. Don't worry there. They're back on the grid. But NOP nearly running into them as the LMP3 leaders then set their fastest lap of the LMP3 race here. So 42 minutes in, still a bit of life in their tyres, it seems, because they've just gone purple last time around.
Yeah, I think it is because he's trying to go for the... All right, I can 100% say I think Paulo is double staining that car. He's trying to do his best. And I think it's compensating. Looking forward to see, because they were the first team overall in the LMP2 to go into the pit lane, as Impact is now in the pit lane. I think Gowan might come into the pit lane as well, and everybody else is going to come in too. So I'm wondering where Paulo is going to come out in front of these guys, if he's going to be able to win some time, if the guys in front of him in Revolution and else are making him lose a little bit of time. So looking forward to see that, and Paul is doing very good. He basically was running the same lap as I was, even though I was a tad bit faster with the very broken G29 pedal.
G29, seriously, still the G29, that's incredible.
Yeah, mate,
to see that.
We got a lot of additions into this championship. The only addition I couldn't do is upgrade my wheel, is because I got an upgrade in life, and I got a baby in the way, so it's like I cannot afford to have a wheel right now.
Well, congratulations on the baby. I know what that's like, because mine's now just turned a year old as Luis Vasquez into the pits for his stop. So we're watching now Paulo once again, who moves up into P number 3 for the W2E Pro GP team out there on the grid due to pit stops for DSP Esports and Revolution as well. And there is the Impact car, who comes out now P3 in this race. And the leaders in the category so far, apart from Vortex in LMGT3, who's got Rising Panda and Impact on the rear of them, the leaders have all got a pretty comfortable gap in this race at the moment. They look pretty comfortable, as there is a car backwards. Delta Racing, Eric in that number 31 car backwards at turn number 5. I wonder if anything has happened there. He's about to be lapped as well by our race leader, Marcus Byfeld. We'll try and get a replay of what has happened to Eric there. Here we go then. So fighting with the LMP2 car just ahead Different lines coming out of turn 4. Well, rear just went round mid-corner.
I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to find over here if he actually just came out of the pit lane. No, pit lap. No. Pit laps is 26, so I think he's due to come into the pit lane because that corner, the turn 5 Repsol, is especially for lighter cars and a car that has already a very hot rear. You can lose the rear pretty quickly, as I think we're going to see that's the NOP, I think, car coming into the pit lane. That's the leader.
Yeah, I believe it is as well. It was called
tires.
Tyres. We are being told by our producer Samuli in the commentary box. So it was cold tyres for Eric. Came out on that lap that he had the spin. So it was cold tyres that has caused Eric to lose the car. And there's no tyre blankets, I do believe, on these LMP2. So they've really got to make sure they're cautious on that first lap out the pits to get their tyres up to a good window whilst not overdoing it.
Yeah, because I take it as I'm not gonna say it's a word of caution, but it's like a grip practice. Is maybe try to have a little bit of the car towards the front a little bit more, throw the brake bias a little bit more to the front, so the car can brake a little bit more, make it a more understeery than usual. So this is what maybe some teams might be doing, and then just throw the car to the back and then basically resume to normal. As now Vic Declut is going to have a battle with Rising Panda looking on the inside, but the problem is there is an LMP2 car right behind, which already split the field between the Rising Panda and Impact one more time. And I think he's going to do the same between Vortex and Rising Panda, even though those two Aston Martins are looking very racy at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, they look really strong at the moment, don't they? They seem pretty comfortable at the minute. The Ford Mustang of Impact also has impressed me so far. It looks a good car at the moment. We know how powerful it can be in a straight line, that big front-engine machine of the Ford Mustang. As here comes Gustavo in the Impact LMGT3 car, sorry. P3 at the moment, that big Ford Mustang, as we're saying. Watching them two Aston Martins that may just corner a little better than the Ford Mustang. Yes, both front-engine cars, but that Aston Martin a little smaller, a little more nimble than the Ford Mustang, just able to get it chucked around the corners a little bit more. So for the Aston Martin drivers, maybe a little bit better in that middle sector of the lap. As you can see, they've already gapped that Ford Mustang a little bit. Traffic has helped its part as well. And now Vortex just holding off that inside line of the LMP3 car. I do believe that's just about to put a lap on it. So yeah, this is the tricky section of the circuit as well, where lap traffic have really got to wait and be patient because it's difficult to get through. The track narrows in this last part of the lap.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of rooms for you to make that overtake and get away with a lot of torque. So you kind of have to rely on corner exit in the straight. So this is why LMP3s and GT3s kind of like going into the same speed at the exit of the corner, but the LMP3, because it is a lighter car and usually can carry more speed, have a little bit of performance. And Rising Panda goes on the inside, nearly goes into the back end of the Declut's Vortex car, but that opens the door for the Brazilian and the Mustang to go around on the outside, but it's not going to be able to go fully around the outside because that kind of tracks off and you kind of have to be cautious how you approach it.
Well, he's got a nose just on that outside line as they approach into turn number 4. The Impact car, number 16 of the Ford Mustang, looking to try and make the move down into turn 5. You'll have the inside line. What a bit of racing. This is from Gustavo up the inside of the Rising Panda, gets it stopped, and number 16 up to P2 and on the back of Vortex now in the LMGT3 class. What a move from Gustavo Diniz. That was absolutely textbook. He put the car exactly where he needed to be. Was that a mistake there from Vortex? Just looked a little strange.
Nope.
From 6 and 7.
Maybe because depending on the car, it is a little bit of an elevation change. It is a bump that you go from 6 to 7. And I think when you go into reacceleration, the car can step out on the rear a little bit, and you might get, I'm not going to say an off-track moment, but a skidding moment in the car. And I think this is why Declut might have a little bit of an off moment, but didn't lose any time in the process.
And if you look at this as well, this has brought in the XRL Esports car, the Corvette the Acura in the background. So Luke Langer here has got himself onto the front three, and with the LMGT3s can go around the hour mark, I do believe, in terms of strategy. The Rising Panda coming back on impact then, down that inside line. The Aston Martin with a great run out the final corner. Look like they just touched a little bit as they go side by side. Vortex trying to shut the door on Rising Panda. Does the Panda have enough to get up the inside of both of them? It doesn't. It might not even get up the inside of one of them. Round the outside of turn 2. Great bit of racing from both cars there. And now we've got Delta Racing on the back of this train. It is 5 cars for the LMGT3 lead here, 50 minutes into this race.
And Denise trying to look around the outside while the LMP2, I think that's, I was going to say that might be the leader, which is splitting that field right now. So it's making the life a little bit more complicated out of everybody. So that's Ryan McIntosh and the NOP car right behind. So that's also a battle for the lead we're getting in our hands. Battle for the lead in LMP GT3 and also battle for the lead in LMP2 Pro.
Indeed, it is. So turn 1. Did turn 1 make their pit stops? If so, they've jumped.
Did it?
Yeah, it's jumped NOP in the pit stops then. So all good from them there. What a pit stop for them. But Ryan McIntosh has got a lot of work to do to stay ahead of. Did NOP change drivers? They did. It is now Oliver Wallin in the NOP car. So we'll see what Oliver can do as they just get through all that LMGT3 traffic. But look at that, 5 for the lead. Tyres coming to the end of their first stint life, and everybody here is looking good. Vortex, obviously the champions last year, I do believe, in the Audi, if I remember correct. We're looking to go back to back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good racing between them. I wonder if also Valen, I didn't see their pit stop in full, so I don't know if they've taken tires, but I do believe they have taken tires. As now Rising Panda is going to look on the inside. He has no bamboos, and I think that is going to be a very furious Panda trying to rise up and grab the position out of Vortex, but that Panda apparently for now has some bamboos to eat and is not going to be able to make that overtake.
Not able to make the overtake for now, so sadly he's not got the job done there. But I'm sure that Ronnie Richter is going to try and just make up a couple of positions here in this race. As he's still got some more prototype traffic coming to the back of this 5-car queue, and we roughly think just over the hour mark for the LMGT3s. That was impact, just tapping the rear of the Rising Pandas there then, and now they've dropped down to P5 in category. And their own little mistake going down in towards turn number 5.
Yeah, just a minor mistake. Whenever you touch the car, the back of the car, normally your car wants to spin out a little bit. So I think that's what happened for the Brazilian, but he held in control and more importantly, still within that train of 4 cars up ahead of him. We're going to look on the replay. The miscommunication between the knees coming into Repsol. You're going to see right here on the corner entry. The car skids. It is normal, but as soon as he skidded off the track, everybody basically was just glued to the racetrack and made the overtake on the number 16 car, and we still have a race going as now Delta Racing has a little bit of an issue as well.
Yeah, Delta Racing do look like they've got a bit of an issue. So we'll see what's happened, because they was running 3rd in this category earlier on. They've dropped back behind the Acura of the XRL eSports team, and they're coming under pressure now from the Ford Mustang. João Fanesca in the Delta Racing car on that outside line as a prototype, puts another lap on the Ford Mustang and the BMW, and Gustavo makes sure he gets back up into P4 there. So a lovely little move for Gustavo, and he moves up the order once again. But these two have got work to do to get back on them lead 3 cars. You're right, Lorenzo, that BMW just looks like it's not quite there at the moment. We can see some more traffic nearly into the rear of the Rising Panda car. And so far the Belgian Vortex driver, car number 2, Vic, he is doing a fantastic job to stay out front. The Acura, though, looks like it may have the run. Here comes Luke Langer up the inside, turn 6, comes across, does the Aston Martin, bit of contact, in the wall goes the Rising Panda. Huge damage to the rear of the car. It looked very close, it was very close, and the Panda has ended up in the wall. Disaster for the Aston Martin team there.
Yeah, that's completely disaster. Not a place where you really want to make a corner. An overtake attempt as he comes back into the racetrack in front of the Audi. I think that's going to cause a full course yellow. Just trying to bring back that car into the pit lane. as everybody already notices the damaged Panda car, and now we're gonna get a full course-allocating procedure until they get into the pit lane, and I think we're gonna get that now.
Yeah, that car is pretty broken. You can see it crabbing down the straight. Suspension's broken on that car. Maybe a bit more as we get the full course yellow now, so everybody has to drive towards a limit. Pit lane is closed. And you can just see the amount of damage. That left rear did not look pretty at all. This is what happened then with Roddy Richer. Gets the run out of turn 5, gets the nose alongside, coming into 6. The Panda cuts across, and as Richer just tries to straighten the car up for 7, they're just going to meet in the middle, and that's what has basically happened. But do you kind of put that on Ronnie Richer a little bit? Because he did shut the door while the Acura's nose was there.
No, because it's very hard. That corner, he went into the normal line. If we can look again at the replay, if Samuli can actually bring back the replay from the cockpit perspective of Lenga, we're going to see that car, the Acura, doesn't have a lot of overlap coming into the corner. We're going to look at now from Lenga's perspective. He's going to try the inside. Richter is going to dive as well. Look, he's got on the inside, but he tracks out on the exit. That's the normal line you would take in a GT3 car because you really want to avoid the sausage curb around the outside. And maybe the spotter gave the clear in iRacing, and maybe they could have a miscommunication between Richter right there and basically Lenga, but that's unfortunate to see the Rising Panda having that kind of issue, but it's just how it is like that in racing. But if I have to be a steward, I'll probably say it's a risk that Lenga wanted to take around turn 6 and 7. Is a low percentage. You have to be side-by-side, properly side-by-side for you to do that overtake, or do a very, very big lunge to try to get side-by-side into the apex, and he wasn't there, simply.
Yeah, it just simply wasn't there. So what a shame for the Rising Panda car, who now has to suffer a very long pit stop indeed. And will hopefully be able to come back out onto the circuit and try and make up a few more places. But that did give Vortex a bit of breathing space. You can see the gap there, and it's actually put Impact and Delta Racing closer to the back of the Acura than what the Acura is on the leader. But while we're under this second full course yellow, this is a chance now for drivers to just bring them tyres down a little bit in terms of their temperatures. Just get them cooled down, not too much, because you still want them at a good temperature for when the restart happens. But it also allows these GT3s just to save a bit of fuel, just to try and go that little bit longer. Yeah,
absolutely. I think some of the teams will be looking forward to this as we are approaching the first out of the race. So basically, it's insane to think about. We had this much action to start this race already. So it has been great racing between everybody, all 3 classes, well, 4 classes if you want to split the LMP2s into the LMP2s and LMP2s Pro-Ams, but it has been a great race between everybody. A lot of mental games to be played right there as we're now looking to Tariq Muhik into the SRT, and we're going to get back into racing in about a few seconds, 5 seconds away from the start of the race.
Indeed we are. So at the moment at the top of the hour nearly, turn 1 lead from the W2E Pro GP team, SRT lead in LMP3, a Vortex lead in LMGT3, as we are back to green here with the 58 minutes just on the clock. Luke Langer now coming under pressure from that Ford Mustang of the Impact car. Gustavo, number 16, pulls to the inside line, just getting green here for the third time today, and the Impact car moves into second place with a great move, and it was all about that launch from the final corner.
Yeah, but I thought the Brazilian was actually going to lose the front end of the car. He got very understeering in between 1 and 2. He didn't hit the proper apex coming into the entry of the corner. Kind of skidded out of the racetrack. That nearly made contact with the German car, with the German driver in the XRL car, and Fonseca had to, slow down the pedal a little bit to avoid a potential crash, and didn't see a door opening in between 3, 4, and 5, and just gonna have to be into the streetcar train as they are trying to follow closely the Vortex car as Fonseca is doing a really good race for Delta Racing so far, even though it is not the tennis player, and Sahara having more issues again with Caleb Aguilar now this time.
Yeah, another driver off for the Sahara GT team there, and that is Delta V. Damien in the number 25 car off. Oh, and a bit of an unsafe rejoin there, nearly getting clattered by one of the LMP3s, I believe it was, coming through the exit of turn number 3. And Delta V down to P12. They are only a lap down on the leaders after their lap 1 incident. But what a shame there. They've made another mistake, and that is P1 Racing. Tobias Heckman making a mistake through 7 and 8. So a lot of the LMP cars, and that is now Gabriel, ATR. The 39 car, P10 in LMGT3 is now had a mistake. What a crazy... Yeah, that is a piece of light blue bodywork. ATR with the meatball flag as well. We could be back to full course yellow. That front right is not moving, so damage to the front right of that car. What a crazy restart we've had. We've only been going 2 minutes, and there's been 4 or 5 cars off at the moment. But who is damaged?
There you go.
Is it the Lamborghini of Kitsune?
They don't have a light blue in the car. They have to be someone else.
Yeah.
And I think we're not gonna get a full course yellow. We might actually get a
virtual safety car. Yeah. So the virtual safety car, the pit lane will remain open. We will go to full safety car when the VSC comes to an end. While the drivers all come to lap up. Kitsune struggling to get back going here. And everybody has slowed down to normal, to a delta speed. Not sure what we are under though at the moment.
We are for now under, I think we started to go into full course yellow, but I think that might change to a virtual safety car because the Kitsune car was actually around. That's what the race control is actually calling, because Kitsune, I think they have the light blue in the bonnet.
Yeah, just on the bonnet there, yeah. So I'm wondering if it is their bonnet. So they cannot get going now. Is that them not moving because of the traffic?
No, look at the front right. Look at the front left. Look at the front left. Yeah. That is broken. You're not going to be able to...
Well, this is what has happened then. So this is the ATR car, number 39. So has the Kitsune car already been... Oh, has had a big moment on the exit of turn number 4. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
Wow.
Okay, actually, I thought the ATR was actually going to pull in front of the Kitsune car. Seen it done many a time where somebody just has a bit of an unsafe rejoin. But actually, the McLaren stayed quite stationary, a little roll forward, but then held when the traffic coming. Kitsune just couldn't make his mind up which way to go, and you can see the damage that's been done to that car.
Yeah, the car. I think right after there, I think he just waited. He's waiting for everybody else to go to try to get back into the racing. But I don't know if that front left axle looks, in my point of view, looks broken. I think in my point of view, because the ATR car has some meatball. They are managing to bring that into the pit lane. We saw Constantino having issues. That turn 4, I can tell you by experience with driving the P217, it is hell, because if you just have maybe some extra input in the car and you try to track out of the corner wide open and the rear end's already a little bit heated up, that can be a little bit problematic for you, because you are going to be in a way that you might find yourself into a bad spot and have to, you know, go for a spin right there. Control. And we're going to have a virtual safety car.
Yeah, so virtual safety car incoming then, which will mean the pit lane is open for these drivers. Now, you would imagine that the LMGT3 cars may come in for a pit stop under this virtual safety car, because they're approaching their pit window. Yes, they would have saved a little bit of fuel under the 2 full course yellows that we've had prior to this one. But you'd imagine they're all going to sort of dive into the pit lane anytime now. Under that virtual safety car. So this means as well that the full safety car will come out when the virtual safety car ends. We'll get back to a full safety car to get the field all bunched back up and ready to go racing. I'm intrigued I'm interested to know why that Kitsune car it is either broken but hasn't called for a tow yet, or it just hasn't got back going. Something is wrong with it. It just towed. They've now just towed. So now they've decided to tow. They've waited a long time for that.
Because they gotta receive permission from race control. I think as soon as the virtual safety car opened, they got permission from from race control to actually tow that car back into the pit lane safely. So I think this is interesting because every LMGT3 gets a freebie into the pit lane, but also the I think also LMP2s and LMP3s get a freebie as well. They're gonna get those who are thinking, oh, maybe all right, we are under the hour, maybe we can do something different over here. Some of those who are maybe thinking of sticking it out. I think this is where we're gonna truly see the strategies. I know, for example, the LMP2 leader is gonna come in. I can see Alistair Hamilton coming into the pit lane as well. So some teams might be taking that approach. So looking forward to see that. Yeah, even the leaders are going to come in as well for their pit stop. So that's where we're going to be seeing some very, very interesting stuff going on into this race. Look at the pit lane. It's kind of full of cars right now.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, I'm wondering, is this a case of fill the tanks up with fuel, maybe get some fresh tyres on the car if they've double stinted on these tyres, maybe get some fresh tyres on the car. While we're under virtual safety car for a couple of minutes, we'll be then under the full safety car. You're not going to burn anywhere near as much fuel. You're going to look after them tyres for a little bit longer, just going to take you that little bit deeper into the race. So this is where the strategists, team managers, teammates are all got to now really calculate and really get this spot on, because these are the kind of strategy calls that win or lose you a race.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Volin just went for fuel. I think behind them, the Turn 1 team went for a tire change and a driver swap in the car. So we're seeing Pedro Marquez coming into the Turn 1 team. Now we're seeing which car is that? Is that the pole botting car that I think just came out of the pit lane? I think it is. So Zach, I think, just managed to double stint the tires. Maybe got a freebie out of the pit lane. I just couldn't see that. But looking forward to see how the pit lane is looking for some of these guys right now in the race.
Well, the whole front end of the field of LMGT3 all come into the pits. A great chance now for the Acura of XRL Esports to repair any damage they had with that incident with the Rising Panda here. So a great chance for them. The Rising Panda team, are they still in this race? Yes, they are. But they are down in 14th place in the category. There they are on track at the moment. And so far, they are 2 laps down, I believe, on the leader, who have done 35 laps of the leader in LMGT3, and they are on their 33rd. So they've got a bit of time to gain here, but you know, this safety car, they might be able to just start to pick up a place, get onto the back of the other cars, get onto the same lap as some other drivers as well, and just look to maybe try and do something. Who would they be behind at the moment? Yeah, so they're behind Bravo, Snow and Delta Racing by Tri-State. They're on the same lap, or will be on the same lap as. So a chance there just to gain a couple more places in this race.
Yeah, and also more importantly is another thing we haven't talked all this race long, that we're going to be seeing that more into the LMP2 Pro Am. Is the drive time, right? And maybe LMP2 Pro and LMP2 are going to get that as well, because we haven't mentioned that in this race. If you are going for a 3-car lineup, your silver in the LMP2s and the bronzes on the LMP2 Pro Ams have to do at least 1 hour of racing. Depending if it is a 2-driver lineup, it's going to be a maximum. He's probably going to have to do half of the race, because golds and platinums can only do up to 2 hours. They have to do a minimum of 1, and then they have to do a maximum of 2 hours of race time. If it is a 3-driver lineup on those teams, then it's a little bit more balanced, because bronzes can only need to do 1 hour, and gold and platinum also have to do 1 hour as well. Same would be in the LMP2s, where the silver has a minimum of 1 hour, and gold and platinum has to do a max of 2 hours and minimum of 1. What about an LMP3 though? So I think LMP3 is a little bit more forgiving, because bronzes have to do a minimum of 50 minutes, and it's unrestricted. And the bronzes, if they're going with the silver, they can do they have to do a minimum of 1 hour 45, so pretty much half the race, and the silver is unrestricted. But if they go for a 3-driver lineup, the silvers are unrestricted, with the bronzes doing a minimal, basically half the race. But if they go with the gold, then it is more interesting because the bronzes are restricted to only 15 minutes minimal, but the gold is restricted to a max of 1 hour. So, for example, if we're looking for into the ball state, they're the only team to had a gold driver in the car. By now, that gold driver must not be in the car, otherwise they get it. So this is why I think it's interesting for some of these teams who are looking for those 2-3 car lineups. So as they are now soon coming into the car, I see some driver changes as well for some of the teams. I see Diego Luigi coming into for the Rosso Pro-Am, Rosso Esports LMP2 Pro-Am, Marcus Eberhard into the W2 Pro GP team. I'm just looking to see if the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, which is the number 7 car, has done anything in the car, which is the Impact Sport. In Henry Mento, I think that might have been a driver swap as well. No, Henry's still in the car, so I think Oliver Valen still stays. We saw Pedro Marquez, like I said before, for turn 1, but the majority of the drivers pretty much in the LMP2 field are still standing in that field itself for now.
Yep, indeed they are. So we are now under the full safety car after the virtual safety car has ended. So this will be a chance for the drivers to catch up to the back of the safety car and follow it around. Pit lane entry will be closed when the safety car is initially deployed. So that's a crucial thing to keep our eyes on if anybody is in that pit lane. And it will remain closed until race control announces that it is opened over the voice chat. Which is interesting to keep around. We will have as well a pass around, which is where the race director will authorise a pass around for any car that has their class leader behind them in the safety car queue. As the Sahara GT car there is off once again under safety car conditions, so maybe technical issues on their wheel at home. Let's see what's happened here. So out of turn 4, nice and easy into.
I think it is an issue because the car doesn't downshift.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's more a technical issue on the on the rig that the guys have at their homes or wherever they're racing from. Because yeah, that just didn't seem right, did it? And it's not downshifting there either. Same in third, but maybe he doesn't need to. Something just doesn't feel right about that, the way that went off. We'll keep our eyes on that either way. The pass round basically is for if the race leader of that category is behind some cars in that field, they will do a pass around, so it is a chance for drivers to potentially unlap themselves if they are ahead of the leader in the safety car queue. So that is going to be key to see what these drivers do now in this one.
Absolutely. Looking forward to see that, as I think right now we're gonna truly maybe get the first pass around of cars, and we're gonna see that sorted anytime soon. From our perspective, I'm still looking for. I think the cars are nearly just finishing lapping up themselves. I'm looking at the field right here to see if there's anything of notice. I see some cars in the racetrack who are catching up to this train. So we're soon going to have all the field lined up with everybody else.
Yep, and then it will just be the pass around to take place if it is needed. It's not always the necessary thing to do. And yeah, let's see what happens at the moment in this race when the safety car gets back in. So we've had 2 full course yellows, and the third one which brought out the virtual safety car, and now the full safety car in this race. An hour and 13 minutes through here in this 4 hours of Barcelona for the start of the 2026 ESCC season. And while we're under safety car, Lorenzo, I think now might be a great time to talk about the 24-hour race that ESCC have coming in the future. It'll be broadcast live on the ACTV channel. 24 Hours of Le Mans on the 31st of May is qualifying. The race will then take place on the next day. What an event that is going to be.
Yeah, that is awesome. I'm really looking forward to see, you know, this new phase of ESCC. Normally, we haven't seen a 24-hour race in the ESCC. We only seen that in VSCA, which is the championship they are partnering up with. Basically, for those who are kind of like not aware, there has been a lot of communication between the organization of VSCA and the ESCC in the I think I know from the past. So they know each other. They have collaborated in things before. So it's cool to see this new horizon opening up between them. And
positioning, please follow all the black box commands.
Yeah. So apparently we're seeing just something like the organization of cars into the field itself soon. But coming back, I think it's good to see some of the cars, of like VSA. We're gonna running together and basically running with us in the SEC. We're gonna be seeing more and more of these guys coming in together. We're gonna be seeing hypercars for the first time in the ESCC.
Yep.
Sorry, so we're gonna be seeing basically 4 teams per car. We're gonna be seeing the Acuras, we're gonna be seeing the Ferraris, we're gonna be seeing the BMWs, the Porsches, which one I'm forgetting? The Cadillac. I forgot the Cadillac.
Yeah. BMW.
Hopefully, throwing a sprinkle in the air. I hear sprinkles. We get another GTP, right? Because we saw there was talks of bringing the Valkyrie coming into this.
Nice.
So I want to see some V12s. I'm tired of hearing V6s and V8s. Don't get me wrong, I love V8s, but I want to hear V12s.
Yeah.
Who
doesn't?
Track. Who doesn't? If you don't like a V12, you're not a racing fan. Period. Get out of here. I'm playing heel right now. Yeah, it's just crazy to see that we're going to get hypercars, proper racing. A lot of the teams are committed to this. We're going to get some teams from LMP2 Primes maybe joining the LMP2 normals, the normal LMP2s. We're going to be seeing some from the VSCA coming into this as well. So I think in the level playing field between them, it's very similar. Oh, a little bit of a domino effect coming at the back as they line up.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be cool because I raced in VSCA. I raced in a Ferrari 499P GT hypercar in VSCA. It was great racing. Pretty much some of the teams that race in VSCA also runs in SCC, so it pretty much goes both ways. It's not that we're gonna see some new faces. Pretty much what we're seeing in here, we already seen VSA and vice versa. So the field kind of know themselves already of sorts. Of course, some of them haven't faced each other in racetracks, but nevertheless, it's still gonna provide great racing for everybody. I'm looking forward to it. Not only race, because I think I'm gonna have to race with my team this time and commentate at the same time. Bro, how am I going to do that? I don't know.
How am I? Many talents.
I wish I had a talent. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find ways how to do that, and how my wife is gonna have to say, look, I have a baby, but I understand you have a job. But then again, I'm picking on my wife. She's always been supportive, so she's gonna be okay with it.
Yeah, looking forward to getting that one underway. It should be a fantastic event. How old's the baby then, Lorenzo? How little? Is it here yet, or?
Tomorrow is going to be 13 weeks. So I kind of have an announcement of sorts. I'll know that I'm not gonna. It's an announcement of an announcement because through announcement, I'm gonna do that in the Zandvoort race, or I don't know if it's gonna be Paul Ricard. Still, I don't know. Drums in the air. If I'm gonna do the proper announcement in the Zandvoort race, because I'm gonna know tomorrow if I'm gonna have a boy or a girl.
Ah, there we go. Well, I hope all is well. I hope all goes well. What are you happy to have either or would you prefer a boy or a girl, or?
my wife hates this question. I don't mind answering. I like to have a girl. It's not rather. I think rather is too strong, man. It's crazy. I want to have a girl, but if it is a boy, I'm gonna be ecstatic. Nevertheless, it's gonna be awesome. I'm just happy to be a dad, dude. That's the first thing.
Best thing in the world.
Yeah, best thing in the world, man.
I can tell you that. Have you got kids already?
Nah, first one.
So baby number one. There we go.
Baby number one, dude. It's like first time papa.
Baby number one.
I'm taking it all in, man.
My eldest is now 11. It's been 11 years. 11 years old. My youngest is 1, turned 1 back in February. Old Ayrton. My eldest, James, he's 11 now, and it flies by so fast. What was this little sweet innocent boy is now nearly a teenager. Nice. And I don't really need to say anything else other than that. People who've got kids will understand what that means. It's a beautiful, beautiful feeling. Corbin Lenaway in the chat saying the 24 hours will be badass. And Alistair in the chat saying, hi guys, in the 92 LMP3. Love the broadcasting. Well, thank you very much for all your kind comments. Keep them coming in. We are currently still under the safety car and just awaiting. We've had the pass around, I do believe, so we're just waiting for the track, the guys to get back caught up to the queue, and then we will be underway for the remainder of this race. And we saw how chaotic the start was. We saw how chaotic the last full course yellow restart was. We could be in for something along the same lines here.
Yeah. But I think because it is a longer sieve of yellow flag than the other ones, we've seen that time before. Especially, remember the Imola race?
Yeah.
Where I think after the green flag, everything just decided to unravel. I think that's pretty much it. We saw something like that in Barcelona last year as well. One of the restarts. I can't remember if it was the first or the second restart that we had some crazy stuff happening in the racetrack, but. I think this is going to be interesting because they are not weaving the cars. They are keeping the weaving to a minimal. So I think this is the first thing that is very important between them. But more importantly, it's how they are going to negotiate the first few corners, because those tires are going to be very cold. They are going to be stone cold. No, it doesn't matter if it is going to be worn out, if it is going to be hot. It's going to be like this so far. It is what it is. There's nothing much you can do. Sit, laugh, cry, feel the emotions. That's what you got to do when you are in a race that has yellow flags, which I love, man. We need to have more of these kind of races in iRacing. It's
indeed,
yeah, man.
Well, the lights look off on the top of the safety car, so is that an indication of?
No, it's still on.
Oh, it's still on. Sorry. Couldn't tell from my side there. The track temperature, well, we're on about the tyre temperatures and how they've got to keep them warmed up and everything. Track temperature has gone up 5 degrees since the start of this race. It is now 33 degrees track temperature, is what it's saying on the timing tower, with a 21 degrees nearly ambient temperature. So really is. The track has ramped up in temperature, so it won't take long before these tyres will start to get warm and grippy and feeling nice once again. There's a bit more of a pass around for some of the other cars. Yeah. So we're still going to be under safety car for at least another lap or two.
Yeah,
before we get this lap around on.
No, I think I just saw the cool Camelama Racing getting a wave around from race control, so I think that's one of the cars that actually got a proper wave around, but that's the only one all right, now we're seeing more cars. The PAX Motorsports are going to get a wave around. Yeah. I think we're going to see more cars getting a wave around. Meanwhile, I think we might have, while we're taking this opportunity to have a yellow flag, I think we have someone in the waiting room ready.
We do indeed. It is Mikael Sundström. Mikael, welcome to the commentary box. You're live on the ESCC 4 Hours of Barcelona. How are you doing today?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great to have the season underway. Sadly, I'm not on track, but I'm watching it with glued to the screen.
Glued to the screen, indeed. It's been a long off season. Great to get back going at the moment. Obviously, the NOP team that you're a part of, I'm sure you'll be cheering them on, and they've had a pretty good start to this race at the moment.
Yeah, it's been really solid. Super quality for Marcus as always. and then GT3 has worked its way up, and I think this safety car period helped us out quite a bit strategy-wise.
Yeah, this is really going to play into the hands of the LMP drivers as well. Just able to get them fresh tyres on, maybe just keep them under control, keep the temperatures down, the tyre wear down as well. Fuel, massive thing. This is going to help you just go a little deeper into this race. This really changes the strategy a lot from what the starting game plan would have been if it was lights to flag with no yellow flags.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't plan a race like this. It's just impossible. Hour and a half in and you're going to get something. It's just how it goes.
Now,
that's what we love about it too.
Exactly, this is it. Back-to-back champions. Can you get the three-peat? Can you go back-to-back-to-back this season? The way you've started may suggest yes, but what can you do in that LMP2 category?
I mean, it's so hard. I think this season is going to be even harder than season 2. We're going to give it a go, obviously, because that's the ultimate aim for everyone. But I think it's going to be super tricky this season.
And talk to us about the GT3 entry this year. NOP bringing a GT3 car to the grid. Mercedes-Benz, the car of choice. Just talk us through that one a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. I think Bart Macha and Tom Bryant, I know, so there's been around the team. We've been raced for different teams back in ESCC. And then sort of, we want to do something together, and then ended up going with the GT3. Stepan joined us from the Discord, and then they sort of settled on the AMG as the car of choice, and kind of worried and happy that no one else picked it. I mean, it could strike either way, I suppose, but let's see. They're doing a great job so far.
Yeah, so far sat in P4. It should be a good race, should be a good end to this race. Indeed, it's been a great start to the championship. Will you be back in the car anytime this season?
I will see. It's a bit of a tricky time scheduling-wise with real life at the moment, but I hope to. Second half of the season, I'm hoping to be back. Sadly, I'm going to miss Le Mans, which I'm really bummed about, but yeah. Second half of the season, let's go. Maybe Imola, maybe Silverstone.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you today, Mikkel. We wish you the best luck for whatever you've got coming up, and hopefully we do see you in the second half of the season.
Yes, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Mikkel there joining us from the commentary box this afternoon, as we are still under the safety car procedure at the moment, and the wave around has happened, and we are just waiting for them cars to get onto the rear of the pack in this queue of cars here at Catalunya. What a race it has been so far. We had an hour of racing, slightly interrupted with 2 full course yellows early on after lap 1, and then a little bit some halfway through the race. That then led towards the 58 minutes, in which then we got our 3rd full course yellow incident of the race with the Kitsune car that you can see on your screen now, who is back out on track and fully repaired. It had to wait for the virtual safety car to be deployed before it could get the tow back to the pit lane from the message from race control. It was an incident between Kitsune and the ATR car just behind that caused the 3rd full course yellow, which brought out the virtual safety car, which of course led to the full safety car. That is why we are under this safety car procedure at the moment. Pretty much the LMP2s, LMP2 Pro and LMP3 had all done their pit stops prior to this 3rd full course yellow, and had made sure that their pit stops was done and was on their 2nd stint of this race. The minute we went to that virtual safety car, this allowed the LMGT3s at just over the hour mark to come into the pit lane, being led by this man in the Vortex Aston Martin. This now has allowed the LMGT3s to just get their pit stops done. Be able to save on fuel is the entire field, as well as anybody who is on fresh tyres. They can go a little bit deeper now into this 2nd stint, because we would be expecting that 2nd round of pit stops for the LMP2s and LMP3s to be happening within any time now and in the next 5 minutes. This has allowed them to go a lot longer into their stint. We saw a few of the prototype cars come back into the pits just to top up with fuel, maybe not necessarily take tyres, but just to top up with fuel and just get that car fully ready to go for a full stint when the safety car's lights go out and we go back racing. Obviously, it won't be quite the full stint, but they are able to just be able to get some more distance out on this second stint.
Lights are off.
Lights are off now then. So a great bit of a summary there. And Lorenzo joins us back in the commentary box as we're about to get ready to go. Racing once again here. 1.5 hours gone here at Barcelona. And we're about to get our 4th restart of the day underway. As they come towards the penultimate corner. Now, what can Oliver do in this NOP car? Lorenzo, this could be an interesting restart.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have to be careful. They can only pass after the safety line, and we have already a problem.
No! Who is that? That is the green LMP2 car. Well off. That is Louis Hesketh off the Project 91 car. We'll have to get a replay of that, but he was backwards coming through. There are cars weaving to get their tyres up to temperature as Mermica now. Second place from turn 1 into the first corner. There you go. And the restart back underway. But what happened to it there to the Project 91 LMP2 car? That was absolutely crazy as we just was about to go back to green.
Yeah, I think he just lost the rear. Cold tires and everything, but that's Louis Hesketh. Louis is on P10, P11 though, so he's one of those cars splitting the field. That's we're gonna get now Gowan and Marcus Eberhard looking for racing as Gowan's going around the outside. Can he trek out of the corner to make the overtake on the Brazilian? I think he can. He's gonna go one more spot.
He does indeed. So up to P2 goes the Gowan car. The WGE Pro GP dropped down into 3rd place. They just put another lap onto the leaders in the LMGT3 category. Now the Acura has dropped down to 5th place after the pit stops, and it's now Vortex from Delta Racing, who looked like they were struggling for pace at the end of their first stint. Here is Tobias Heckman in P1 Racing. Down the back straight they go. You can see the Mermica safety car is saying on screen. I don't think it is. No, yeah, there must have been a little mistake. Oh my God, chaos! Between the Project 91 Porsche and others, the Sahara GT's got a penalty. Kitsune have a penalty. That's the black flag. And Jesse Molina in Delta Racing by Tri-State, the black BMW, has had a big off at 7 and 8. That is the Fischer, Aaron Beaver Porsche car, who's had a moment coming through turn number 10 at 9. And hopefully we can get a replay of what happened there. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, looking forward to see what the heck happened. Right there is now how we're Hesketh is now. We're gonna get a full course yellow, so we're gonna get that really soon. Apparently, someone has damage and needs to bring it back to the pit lane. Oh, that's Gowan off.
Josh Gowan, so Gowan from P3, the Gowan team off at turn number 1, and that puts W2E Pro Group back up the grid. So what a crazy restart to this race once again. And now Gowan off, cold tyres, dirty tyres as well, full course yellow once more. For the 4th time here at Barcelona. And all of a sudden, this race has turned into absolute chaos since the top of the first hour.
Yeah, we kind of expected to see that. We're going to look what happened to Hesketh at the race start. I think as soon as the NOP went off, I think he tried to follow him suit. There was just no grip on the car, and maybe he caught a little bit of curbing. You know, when you catch that inside curbing, the car will want to spin around a little bit, and luckily for Louis, he came back off. But the next lap, as soon as the full course yellow got actually spawned, there was more incidents going on. I want to see what happened between that pile-up between Aaron Beaver, the drives Delta Racing by Tri-State, afterwards, as I think Beaver was the one who had a more...
Yes, so that's Beaver here. This was just after the incident at the little chicane of 7 and 8, just further down. So something's broken on that Porsche that's caused him to spin there, but it's what has caused that to break, because it's just before at the chicane before. So this is what has happened since Aaron Beaver here then. A couple of prototypes all around him. And, somebody actually collects the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW, spins him around, and Beaver gets hit in the rear by a prototype car as well there. So, wrong place, wrong time for the Fischer car, the 84 Porsche. And you have to say there, that's the problem with the prototypes at certain parts of this track, just a little impatient, spinning a BMW into the wall and hitting into the rear of one of the Porsches as well. And that's just what can cause a little bit of insecurity between the prototypes and the LMGT3s, and that is Hesketh going off again at the final corner on the restart. So got a little too close, tapped the rear of the car in front, and around he went at the final corner again. But that there, Lorenzo, that little bit moment coming through 7 and 8, the prototype's just been too impatient on the restart with the LMGT3s, causing an incident.
Yeah, but that's the danger when you have that kind of restart, right? And you are in the middle of this GT3 pack. You want to clear yourself as fast as possible. You got to do it in a safe fashion. That's the problem you can find yourself in.
Yeah.
And that was the case for some of these guys. What I really am looking for is that who in the LMP3 actually made the contact. I think that I really want to say could have been João Tomé who actually made the contact in the paddock GG, but I cannot say it 100%. That was that car that made the contact out of the corner of turn number 7. But he was one of the first on the scene when the issue had started, and Beaver got the contact on the rear right of the car. Yeah,
we'll keep our eyes on anything that is race control will be looking at in this one. There's crazy restarts at the moment. We had a crazy start to this race, then a crazy restart after the second virtual safety car, and now after the third we've had yet another insane restart of this race. But full course yellow once again. This is really going to put the strategy sort of going a lot deeper in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Just adding more and more, and we're going to get a green flag in about 5 seconds.
3, 2,
here we are in about 5 seconds. I'm going to go green here, and hopefully this time around this will provide us with a lot less drama than what happened before. We're back to green flag racing here at Catalunya, and this is the battle for second and third place. Gustavo still in the Impact Ford Mustang, side by side at the moment, with the prototype car just on the rear of the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW in this race at the moment, and neatly through turn number 4. A lot of congestion in the backfield, you can see there. Look at some of the GT3s going side by side with prototypes. I believe the Acura was involved. He's moved back up into P4 over the NOP AMG. There they are in that little group there with the Rising Panda as well, who's a couple of laps down, and that is NOP and XRL going side by side in LMGT3 onto the back straight. Luke Langer still in that Acura. At the moment there's an incident further forward down the straight off at the hairpin, I believe. That looks like Hesketh again who's had another moment.
It is. Ay, caramba.
There's another car off there as well at the same spot. That is Gabriel Peckley then in the Bravo Snow car, and that will be another full course yellow. And if he can't get it back, possibly another virtual safety car. So once again back to full course yellow we probably will go in this race. What a crazy set of restarts at the moment. Everybody just surely has to hear. Race control have to be looking at this and saying to everybody, just calm down on these restarts here. This is what has happened then. So Gabriel pulls out, kind of almost squeezes, and there he goes into the wall backwards and off into the gravel. And Gabriel there, really the innocent bystander in that incident. That is so unfortunate for him, and he's still not got around this final sector yet. He's struggling. Yeah, and it was a virtual safety car is pretty much going to be quite interesting how this one is going to operate. That is just how crazy this race has been. I was going to say, when it rains, it pours. And that is what it's doing at the moment with these safety cars. It's pouring safety cars and full course yellows at the moment.
Oh my lord, oh my days.
So this will take us as well to another safety car procedure. We're an hour 37 through. We're nearly at half race distance. And for the past 37 minutes, we've spent more time under yellow flag conditions than we have at green flag. And that is the beautiful thing of multi-class endurance racing.
Yeah, and who'd have thought that we would have get very, very frantic half hour of the first half hour of the race, man. I knew Barcelona would be a crazy race whenever we saw the one last tire allocations for LMP2s. A lot of the the LMP2s are gonna come in because it is an open pit lane, so they are gonna get a free pit stop to get some fuel into the car. Now I'm wondering, because we are about 1 hour and a half. Those who actually went to the double stint are saying thank you, Jesus, at this time, and I know some of the other teams are gonna stay out because there's literally no point. But that's just crazy, man.
If you think of NOP, they come in under the first virtual safety car, just topped up some fuel, went back out there because they must have changed tyres in their first stint. They had a bit of a longer pit stop than turn one. So they sort of topped up fuel to have a full tank of fuel under the first virtual safety car. So they pretty much must have a good amount of fuel left in that car, must have a good amount of fuel still left in that car to not feel the need to come into the pits and just top up now, because they've barely used anything on their tyres. They would have barely used anything on their fuel being under virtual safety car for so long in the first stint. Now we've got to wait all again for this second virtual safety car.
Yeah, and everybody basically is going to reset themselves into this race for some of these LMP2s, and I can see lots of them coming in. And I know some people are starting, and this is another thing that is going to be interesting. I know some people might get concerned with the drive time, because I know pit stops are happening. This virtual safety car and yellow flags do count into drive time. So how does this going to elaborate for the second half of the race? Well,
yeah, this is really going to. The strategy is going to have to be the key, because they may have to. Some teams here may have to splash and dash at the end just because of the way the strategies have worked out by going full tanks of fuel to try and get towards the end. They may have to just do a bit of a splash and dash on their final stint.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I'll go into my team perspective. I'm loving this.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, because I think this is falling out kind of like what the team has prevented.
has completed.
And the first lap of ESC has completed. Just remember, we do get 2 laps and we go into safety car. But I think for the strategy, some of these teams are loving this because they can extend not only their drive time but also tire time in the track, and they can save a little bit more, especially with a racetrack that is starting to get much hotter. It is 37 degrees. Now we're starting to slowly creep into those 40s, right? And like I said before, if we do truly get into those 40s, Matthew, how are your nails doing so far?
They're all right at the moment. I was saving them for the final hour, but at this rate, I think they might be all right as we go through this race, because we've spent the last 40 minutes under a yellow flag. So at the moment, they're all right. I was going to save it for the last hour, but yeah, we'll see. Like you say, track's getting warmer. It's gone up 4 more degrees since we was last under the virtual safety call. So it's gone up some nearly 10 degrees since the start of this race. It's getting hotter out there. It's really getting hotter.
Yeah, and right now tire management is going to become more key. I know some teams were able to save some tires with the traffic and everything and didn't go overly aggressive and into it. I know because now we are under safety car, pits are closed and they're going to have to follow the safety car. But this not only adds more tire wear, not more tire wear, but they're going to be saving more the tires, especially on those fronts. But we saw that on the restart, how cold those tires can be. Like some people were like going ice cold, baby. So it's like how you treat your car. Do you push? We saw with Gowan, right? Josh Gowan was pushing very hard on the restart past the W2 car. As soon as they made that overtake, they had an issue on turn 1, went way deep into turn 1. We saw some other cars having those issues as well. Hesketh, I think, was the primary individual with those issues. And now, how does that look? How does that go into the remainder of the race? Because they barely managed to get heat into those tires. Yeah. And those tires are now falling into an iceberg of sorts one more time. there will be not tire deflation. There will be because they say in the racetrack their tires are going to inflate. Believe it or not, they do increase a little bit of tire pressure, but it's not going to be over too much. So how does that progresses?
And this is going to be the problem that the drivers are going to have to figure out for themselves, isn't it? Is they've got to make sure that tyre preparation, when we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing, is bang on. They've got to get that last lap under the safety car nailed for the tyre preparation, because we saw what happened on that opening lap. And again, just with certain LMP cars around GT3s in this field, this could again just cause for a crazy start to this race.
I'll throw you a butt, okay? I'll throw you a butt.
Yep.
Did you see any of the LMP2s and LMP3s weave around to try to get tire heat in?
Not really, no.
Do you know why?
Not a clue.
They're saving
Teach
tires.
me.
They're saving tires.
Yeah.
You're avoiding. You don't want to scrub, because if you scrub, you lose a lot of percentage in your tire wear.
I mean, let's think about this now, right? So if we look at NOP, we believe they took tyres in their first stop, which was around an hour ago.
Yep.
Okay.
They didn't pick for tires in their second stop.
So
Colin
they
just did his fuel, just put fuel in.
Yeah, it was just a fuel in and out, wasn't it? So for Oliver here, he's used what was we racing about 10 or 15 minutes after NOP pitted before we got that full course yellow that led to the virtual safety car around the hour mark. So them tyres have only done really 15 minutes plus 1 or 2 laps after these 2 restarts of racing. They're not going to be that worn at the moment. They've spent more time under this virtual safety car. NOP here could really double stack these tyres, as could most of these LMP2 cars. When it comes round to getting round to that third stop for NOP, they could keep these tyres on the car because they've done 15 minutes of racing.
Yeah.
So that's the thing to look at, I think, in this race. Same for the GT3s, who didn't really fight laps on their new tyres.
Yeah.
Could you possibly win this race by stinting them tyres? Yes, the GT3s are unlimited sets, but if the GT3 cars think, we don't need to change tyres here, we've done 2 laps at racing speed, and not even full racing speed because of the traffic they've had to let through of LMP3s and LMP2s. So when you think of it like that, the LMGT3s could pull a masterclass strategy to win that category at the moment.
I think the LMP, for me, for example, LMGT3s, for the LMGT3s, it's going to be more a topic for race. If we get a late yellow flag, right? If we get a late yellow flag, who's going to risk trying to put new tires, depending on how they are on the strategy? Because fuel is pretty much irrelevant. They pit at the same time, they put fuel in tires, so it equals itself out. It's just who's going to take that risk.
Yeah.
For the LMP2s, I think I'm starting to, become more interested, because at this point, if I'm counting, if I'm doing my counting right, and by the way, we're going to go green flag at the end of this lap. I think the majority of the teams just use 1 tire.
In GT3?
Yeah, no, in LMP2s.
Ah.
I think the LMP2s just use 1 tire, and that's pretty much it. So how that's going to progress moving forward into this race, okay? So that's the interesting topic for me.
We'll keep our eyes on it. Safety car should be in at the end of this lap, and a lot of interesting different scenarios can play out here in this race, and this is going to be the interesting factor of what will happen here at Barcelona. We're nearly halfway through this race, only 12.5 minutes till the halfway stage of this race. In what has been an absolutely chaotic last hour, let's be honest. The track is now nearly at 39 degrees track temp, so while they're just trundling around, the track is getting warmer as we get later into the day. It's now midday, look, 12:30 track time at the moment, so really starting to get warmer is this track, and that track temp of 33.5 degrees, it's saying on the timing screen I have in front of me, is really going to play effect on these tyres. It should hopefully allow these tyres to warm up pretty quickly though, Lorenzo, and that's the one thing they've got to keep their eyes on in this race, and we'll see whether or not the drivers can do it. So the safety car lights are off, they're about to pull away now. Sorry, they're about to back each other up. They get ready to pull away as they come through the final corner. One
Remember
more
now
time.
overtaking before the finish
What
line.
will happen here in this one as Delta Race turn NOP lead in LMP2, Impact lead in LMP2 Pro Am, SRT in LMP, and Vortex in LMGT3, and we are going back to green. NOP have dropped the hammer and away we go. It looks like the front runners have got through the final corner okay on the cold tyres. We are back to green flag racing with 2 hours and 12 minutes left to go, and they head down to turn 1. Mermika already giving it a flash of the lights. Zankel there trying to put the lap on the LMP2 Pro-Am car of the leader of Impact, who is up the order
That's for
at
position
the
as
moment.
well.
It was for overall position, yeah. Impact's doing really well in that LMP2 Pro-Am category, and Mermika running 3rd place on the road, and it looks a much cleaner start, but this opening sector is a lot wider than what the middle and final sector is, and that's where all the dramas started last time around.
Yeah, and another drama I think for the LMP2s is the fact the LMP3s might be a little bit faster in terms of mechanical grip. As we're looking on the inside, Impact trying to dive down on the inside of Martinez in the Kukamalama Racing, as he's going to be able to make it clear. But look at the gap opened up between these LMP2s and GT3s and LMP3s, man. This is where the confusion can start a little bit, because we're not involved in almost everything, and that's Alpine in the wall.
Yeah, Alpine in the wall there, and Stavros, who was the Alpine car, was having a good showing. It was running P3 in the LMP2 category, now off in the wall at the chicane. So was that their own doing, with the tyres still coming up to full temperature? You just start to see some of them now weaving down this back straight. As yeah, it is Hesketh. He's got to be careful. He's had a few dramas on the last restart and looks pretty safe now as he makes a move up the inside on the exit of the hairpin. But Stavros there, his own little drama. That has dropped him down the order a little bit. NOP have moved up into P4. Now back down to P5 in LMGT3. So they're having a great battle with the Acura. Here they are then, side by side once more. NOP on that inside line in the Mercedes-Benz. XRL on that outside in the Acura then. So far so good for NOP. Should have that inside line here. We'll have the inside line at the final corner. But the Acura really fighting this one hard round the outside, trying to stick to the outside of them. And this has got the McLaren, I think, just in behind them, gaining on them as well a little bit. Is it the McLaren? I can't quite see.
It's a Corvette.
No, it's the Porsche, sorry. Corvette, yeah, who's trying to gain on them as well.
No, it is a McLaren. It is a Corvette. It looks like a McLaren, but is it a Corvette?
Yeah.
Good overtake by Connor Swain.
For some reason, the screen I'm looking at is really zoomed in on everything at the moment. I can't quite
near contact?
know why, but yeah, nearly contact there. Everything is so big on my screen at the moment, and I'm not sure why. Ah, there we go, I've changed it. I figured out that there's a zoom in button. Must have caught something there on my keyboard. It's all okay now. Yeah, but the Corvette then that's just unlapped it. No, it's got that for position, hasn't it? Yeah, Connor Swain there in the Blue by VR car as it moved up into P4, and yeah, got ahead of both NOP and the Acura.
Yeah, and you can see that's Revolution Racing going by. I think there's Ball State right behind trying to move through as they manage, I think, to go through. And I think there's a little bit of a blinking of the headlights just to try to warn drivers to watch out, and maybe Langa try to blink of the headlights to Swain, and then we have more
carnage.
issues.
Carnage, Sahara GT again involved in another incident. They have been in the wars today, and that is the Simitok car with Guillaume Petten in the Porsche down in P number 9, and a drama through turn number 9, and hopefully we get to see what happened there. But Sahara have had their fair share of incidents today. Let's take a look. So Porsche on that inside line. Did the Porsche start to understeer into the side of the Sahara GT car there?
It did. That's pretty much textbook coming out of the corner and a little bit understeery portion of the car right there. Nothing much that the Sahara and LMP3 could do in this particular instance.
Yeah, but yeah, sadly for them, they have just had another moment after the Porsche understeers into the sideline. This is your race leader in LMGT3, but the Ford Mustang of the Impact car is right there in P2, a little wider to allow the LMP3 to come through and put another lap on it. And then goes onto the grass to try and get past the LMGT3 leader, and he's, oh my days, did Impact there nearly make contact with the race leader. That is Rising Panda trying to unlap itself in this race to get back onto the lead lap of the leaders in LMGT3, sticking one up the inside of the Impact Ford Mustang. Came very close to making contact with the leader there.
Yeah, that got very scary for a moment with Gustavo Diniz up in the exit of Repsol right there. Nearly could have spun around the Mustang. Just played with a little bit of danger right there. Nearly opened the door for Marcos Adami over here, which is one of the pro drivers of Delta Racing, to go through and make the overtake on his fellow Brazilian. As now we still have this battle, and they're both trying to follow Victor Clut, which is doing a fantastic drive so far. And I think NOP had an off track while we're still having this battle for top 5 positions.
So a great little battle here in the LMGT3 category at the moment. NOP nearly 2 seconds clear of turn 1. Rosso Esports are nearly 4 seconds clear of the W2E Pro Group. Great race for your team out there today. Currently running P2 and LMP2 Pro.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not going to jinx it, just saying good run so far. SRT leading by just under a second in LMP3. Vortex has that 1.5 second lead, but here comes Luke Langer, who was looking on the back of the Delta Racing. He's just ahead, of the Corvette. So he's got back ahead of the Corvette on the timing tower. And here is SRT car number 50. Lovely looking purple, white and black livery on that LMP3 car. Leading just ahead of the number 62 behind him. So a good little fight for the lead of this race here for SRT. And really, you have to say that LMP3s, with these new teams, it's going to be hard to see who can do what at the moment in this race. We've really got to keep our eyes on who is the front runners and who is the leaders going through these different races. And by the way, let's not forget, Zandvoort's the next race next month. If Catalonia has been this much chaos, what will Zandvoort be like? Even tighter and twistier around there.
The second coming of the Hunger Games.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the only way I can describe it, because I never seen in my whole life, as I think we have a battle between LMP2s, just watch out for the Kitsune cart that coming out around the outside. I think that's Impact and Alpine fighting for position, as Pierre Sunderup is trying to move one spot with that damage to LMP2 from Alpine. As Alpine have a little bit of an issue on turn 3, that puts the Impact car on the inside, and I think they're going to be able to make that overtake. But coming back, it's that thing, man.
Yeah.
It is. I was trying to remember what was I talking about.
It was on about Zandvoort.
Oh yeah, Zandvoort. I never seen a race in NIMSA officials. Believe it or not, it never happened.
Alpine coming back here. At the Impact car, getting up the inside. Got to be careful. Who's that as well? Is that the that's
Sunderup on Delta V.
Who's the red and black one just in the background? That's one of the Pro-Am cars, isn't it, in the background?
It is. I think that on the background might be Gowan Racing.
So, yeah, Gowan there just trying to maybe get on the back. It's just Gowan. No, the car in front. I can't quite see the number.
That's the Delta V.
The Delta V car. There we go. So Delta V also trying to get ahead in this fight with Impact. But Delta V look like they're a lap down in this race at the moment. Yeah, they're down in 12th place. So they're trying to get onto the lead lap ahead of these two. But that Alpine definitely had a moment earlier on. XRL Esports, the Acura, black flag to its name there. So has that been too many off tracks? Has there been a penalty that we'll see on screen in a moment? And there we go. I can't quite read what that says. It's a little blurry.
Instant responsibility.
There we go, instant responsibility. So is that for the incident on the Rising Panda that brought out the... sorry, no, that didn't bring out the VSC, but that was caused earlier on, that brought out the full course yellow?
That was on the number 38 car that got reported them. And the number 38, I think, is one of... I'm just confirming if it is one of the LMP2s. It is the Bravo's No Shot in LMP that
yes.
reported them. So something might have happened, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
So
is that incident that caused us? Yeah, it is the incident that caused the safety car.
So there we go. There into the pits. Simitok have just been given a drive-through penalty as well for a full course yellow virtual safety car speed violation. So Guillaume there, who's just had a moment with the prototype car, has now got a drive-through penalty to his name as he comes past the pit lane. And he'll have to take that drive-through penalty in a few moments' time. But yeah, some GT3s then just falling foul here of some of the rules. And at the moment, they're going to have to try and go longer into this race. That's going to hurt the Acura team there, because they had some pace today. They was running really well. They're now down in P8. They're only 22 seconds off the lead, but yeah, this is going to be interesting. Drive through for car 97 as well. Incident responsibility. So the 97 of the Sahara GT car, who's had its fair share of moments today and dramas, they've got to drive through as well. Yeah,
I'm quickly looking over here through the penalty points between everybody in this field, and if I'm some of the team drivers, we know that we have a penalty points limit, and if you reach that limit, you're basically excluded. You're suspended from the championship. So you really don't want to be accruing that much on round one. Yeah. When the limit, I think, is 10 points that drivers have to respect.
So there we go. They've not got many points to play with, and already certain drivers just pushing that boundary of a few limits in this race at the moment. So it'll be interesting to keep our eyes on what drivers will do what in this race. But yeah, we're watching Revolution at the moment. Drive through as well for car 50. Incident responsibility as well. And the 50 car is second place in LMP3, I do believe. So, or was it 52? I'm not too sure. The 52's not got a penalty next to his name. There is the 92 P5 in LMP3. So he's trying to stay out the way of the two LMP2s in front. Little slide there from the black and white car. And there's the LMP3 of paddock.gg of Zhao. Coming under pressure now from the car behind as they come through turn number 9. We've had a good bit of green flag racing now as we approach the half race distance here at Catalunya for race number 1 of the European SportsCar Championship 2026 season. And so far it's been a mixed bag of racing at the minute. We had some great racing in the first hour, followed by a second hour of virtual safety car and full-blown safety car moments. We have though had a good about a good 15-20 minutes of racing here to end that second hour. And we start the final half of this race now, where the strategists, team managers, the drivers that's not currently in the car have really got to work out what strategies are going to be best for these cars to get to the end.
Yeah, because right now I think we're at the point, like I said before, I think so many LMP2s maybe, and I'm thinking is a big fat maybe that there's a good potential of depending on where they came in and did their pit stop. If you start this race and you do 42 minutes, you can basically do 3 stints, and that would be around 120 minutes. That would be 2 hours.
Yeah.
The remaining 2 hours, you could use the other 3 tire locations that you still, 2 other tire locations that you still have available. You might have to double stint one of them, but I like I said before, this still becomes a tire management race no matter the cost. I think still the teams have to at least save twice their tires and to have a safe strategy for the final pit stops.
Well, let's see what's happening for these drivers in this race today then, because at the moment the strategies are a little up in the air as to what they will need to do. This is the battle of NOP on the back of the Corvette just ahead of them there, the white and purple car that looks beautiful, I must say. Nice looking livery on that Corvette. Pulls to the outside line, do NOP in towards turn number 5. Tries to look for maybe the up and under, doesn't get the exit the Corvette does. And this is now allowing that Corvette to just pull away a little bit in towards 7 and 8. Nice quiet start. Now that the lap traffic has got ahead of these GT3s, it all just feels like it's calmed down, as if this is what should have happened on the first safety car restart. But we've got it on the second safety car restart, thankfully, and that is just allowing the NOP car now to have a look to the outside line as they come down towards the longer hairpin here at Catalunya, trying to swoop around the outside. Not going to be able to carry that momentum, though. And for Stephen Vesely here, he has to just sit and wait behind that Corvette a little longer. Got an opportunity now through these final 2 corners, Renzo, to set him up down into turn 1.
Yeah, and it's all about setting up properly the final corner. If you are able to hit your strides, I think from what it looks like, the blue by VR car driven by Connor Swain, I think managed to get the exit a little bit more proper than the Mercedes did. But the Mercedes has so much grunt in the front end. It is just a car that sucks a lot of air, and it's a very good performance into the corner. He looks on the inside of Connor Swain, just cannot go through. I think that's I really want to say that's the Project 91 car that comes out of the pit lane, and it's very slow. And the car, the
Whoa!
Irish
Contact between NOP and the number 29, and around they go at turn number 3. Oh, and a big incident there. Connor Swain losing the rear spoiler and ripping off the bumper as he goes along. And are we going to see yet another yellow flag and maybe a full course yellow in this race?
It is, because there's a lot of traffic right behind, so that might get called in as soon as possible. Oh, just unfortunate, man.
And that's put XRL Esports, by the way, back up into P6. So they've gained a couple of places there. And so unfortunate, NOP just a little too close going into turn 3, just tapping the rear and spinning that Corvette around. Let's just take a look at what happened then. Just coming through turn 2, the Mercedes just gets such a better run. Little bit of contact. I don't really know where the Mercedes was trying to go there. There was never a gap opening.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the fault on the Mercedes. I think that's just, I really want to maybe believe that that Connor maybe got spooked by the outgoing LMP2, and I think that was the Project 91 that came out, and he just saw the speed difference and maybe just slowed down a little bit more than he wanted to.
Yeah, potentially so. It'll be hard to see, but we'll see if that goes to the steward's room. And we do indeed go to full course yellow once again here at Catalonia. 2 hours, 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and we are back once again under a full course yellow. Let's summarise that first half of the race. What can we take away? Well, we can take away this. A lot of tyre saving going on in that first stint. A few little battles happening in LMGT3, or 5 cars for the lead at one stage, followed then by an hour's worth nearly of safety cars.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You're bang on. And I think there's another interesting topic right here. I really want to bring it up. I'm trying to look over the regulations of the full course yellow.
Yeah.
But if I remember correctly, there isn't a proper regulation to try to stay on the racetrack, right? But you just kind of have to go into the pit speed limiter and basically remain safe in the car. As soon as you hit that, they must remain at pits. They must remain in single file. They cannot overtake and overlap.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, they are not obligated to stay in the right side of the racetrack or the inside line. But the reason they are doing that is just to save tires and fuel, because you're doing the least amount of running into the racetrack. Green flag in 5 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Green flag in 5 seconds then, and we are back now to green flag racing here at Barcelona. And looking a little dark. No, it's just the mountains in the background there. I thought it was looking a little dark overhead for a moment there, but no, it's just the hills in the background as NOP have a 4-second lead. Rosso Esports over just under a 12-second lead in this one. And there is Tobias Heckman in the P1 racing car in LMP2. Trying to get closer to the back of the Rising Panda team that is just a little bit further forward. Here is Pedro Marquez going wheel to wheel with going. Just a little wiggle there from going mid-corner. Maybe just applied the throttle a little bit too early there, because it just looked like the rear wanted to step out ever so slightly. And that
Zach
is a moment for the leader in LMP3. Zachary Sweeney there has had a drama through 7 and 8 and has lost the lead in the LMP3 battle.
Oy, oy, oy. What happened to you, Zach? We're going to look on the replay. Did he mismanage an overtake with the LMP3? Oh, Zach. Oh, but that's the... Oh, that's right. Actually not the blame on Zach. The Porsche right there just side swiped.
He's gone to avoid that sausage curb, hasn't he? That we know is a little dodgy here at Barcelona. It can unsettle the cars massively. Zachary Sweeney coming into the pit, so he must have damage on that car though.
He does. Or either that, or he's coming in because of his dry time as well.
Oh. He's just had a moment movement in the pits there, or if he was just doing some weaving. But yeah, either way, he's coming in for his stop, and this will possibly be a driver swap as well, it looks like, for them. Yep, Connor Botting now into the car. But yeah, that Porsche's gone to avoid the sausage curve there, and there's just sideswiped, like you say, the leader of the LMP3 category. Well, there is Guillaume, who was the Porsche in question. And he's down in P8 at the moment. He's some 23 seconds, I think, off the back of Impact further forward. What has happened to the Impact car? Because they was running second just behind Vortex. And then now all of a sudden 39 seconds off of that race lead. So what has happened to Liam Kilton here in the Impact car? Looks like a bit of damage on that front right, does it to me? So have they made contact somewhere with someone or something? Because they was right behind the Vortex car, nearly into the back of them at one stage, and now they're down in P7, running 39 seconds off the lead of the LMGT3 leader.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what happened. If I'm gonna try to get any information to see if there was a driver swap, because Denise just pitted, so that's Kilton is taking over the car. That's his second lap.
So they're pitted. So they're trying to stay on course, aren't they, with their pit stops here in this race? They're trying to stay on the strategy of what the LMGT3 should do. But it definitely looks like he's got a bit of damage. So maybe that's whether it's not been repaired, I wonder. There he is in the pits. The damage is already there, so he's had a bit of damage before that. So that is him in the pit lane. So, yeah, good call there on that one, Lorenzo. So the pit stop made for the Impact car, but 39 seconds off that lead, and with the others still pitting, they're trying to stick to that 1 hour strategy of pitting now after the first hour, after the second hour, after the third hour to get them to the end of the race, whereas the others are going to have to make 2 more stops somewhere in this race as they go along.
Yeah, and meanwhile we just saw a battle for position as Diego Luigi managed to overtake Radovan Zenko, I think, at the entry of La Cacha. So the LMP2 Pro leaders, man, they're flying. But then again, it was something that me and Big Boss Chris Cadiz we were talking about, and we know that Diego and Daniel Molina, which is their third driver, they're very fast. They do a lot of training, so they get up to speed pretty much quickly. It was due. Unsurprisingly, they would be very fast, maybe just as fast as some of these pro guys. So wondering if they are going to keep that up for the remaining of the race, because unlike some of the other teams, they did not have a max drive time. They just have to drive 1 hour each. So I think Molina, whenever he takes over the car, he's going to be the one to finish. It's not going to be their bronze driver, which I'm just grabbing the name. I think is going to be Augusto Foriano. He doesn't need to finish the car.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens later in this race for the Rosso Esports team. But like you say, looking very quick at the moment. They've got a good lead in that LMP2 Pro-Am category. As there is the Rising Panda GT3 and an LMP3 on the left-hand side of your screen just being lapped. As here is Pedro Marquez defending from that of Luigi there. And not really sure why he was defending. The points are scored per category, not overall. So Zankel there in the Myrmica car managed to get ahead of Luigi and almost put a move on the Turn 1 machine. And I wonder if Turn 1 thought that Luigi was the Myrmica car for a second there.
No, I think they know it is Luigi. But imagine, it's your debut in the championship. I know Rosso is... In Brazil, they're one of the primary injuries teams that we have in Brazil going on nowadays. Is a team that is having a lot of additions in terms of lineup. They have a very strong GTP lineup, so it's a team that we should be looking for in the 24 hours of Le Mans. So this is why it's not surprising for them to have a good performance so far into this race. But if you're gonna start this championship, start it out with a banger, put it out at stables. That's what they're trying to do. Meanwhile, in the inside, there's a dive from Myrmica on the Turn 1 car, and Zanko goes up one spot, but there's a fight back from Turn 1, and Turn 1's trying to go on the inside of Repsol. Zanko just drives out on the outside, and he goes back into his previous spot. Is the Turn 1 car. Good battle for the LMP2 standings as they're fighting hard, tooth and nail, as the Portuguese manages to retain the position for a tad bit in this moment, and the Brazilian team just trying to go behind and looking what is happening ahead of them. So Zenko again on the dive on the inside of La Caixa. He's gonna track out of the car to the inside, still remain there, and the Polish driver is gonna go back one spot, but there goes the Portuguese one more time. And he's going to be side-by-side coming into Europe car. It's a corner that you really cannot stay side-by-side way too long. Someone is going to have to give in. Who's going to give in into the final corner? Neither want to give in as they are down into the final corner, still side-by-side, and they're nearly fight tooth and nails. They have a little bit of a scrap in the start-finish line for that position. And meanwhile, NOP says thank you very much as they're nearly making contact and nearly goes for a spin. That will be Zenko's car who has the advantage coming into turn number 1. He's going to give up the second half off turn number 1 to turn number 2. And the Portuguese cannot go through. He finds a little bit of more space. Just cannot go to the inside even though he has a little bit of a look. And for now, the Polish driver is going to remain into P2. So good moves from Zenko already, as the LMP2 battle is heating up, and they're still looking at NOP, who's breaking away 9 seconds from them. Meanwhile, we saw Rosso also coming in for their pit stop. So Diego Luigi is going to come in for their pit stop in this race. So for first pit stop for the Brazilian team as well, as Diego, I think, just came out of the pit box. I think just feel for the Brazilian driver as he's just out of the pit lane for the time being. And we're still going to be with this battle for turn 1, between turn 1 and the Myrmica MA78 Sports, as the turn 1 has a look on the inside, applying a little bit of pressure on Myrmica, but Zenko does not fade whatsoever, remaining stout on his defense and having a good moment of defense. The problem is going to be on the main straight. He compromises the final corner, allows the Portuguese to come in. Are they going to go side by side into turn number 1? That will be up to Marquez. There's no traffic up ahead for them to use. So Marquez is going to try to save fuel, but Zenko compromise has a little bit of an off moment into turn number 1. And with that being said, Marquez is going to have all the momentum riding into turn number 2 and 3, and then 4, as they are going to try to maybe set up and overtake a Repsol. Looking on the inside is Marquez. You can see there's also the Bravo Snow Schaden car looking right down behind, but that is not for position. That is actually for position. Correction, Eric, that was just looking what is going to happen from these two. He's just maybe going to try to steal the spoils from both of them, as these guys are fighting tooth and nail, and the gap to NOP is about 7-8 seconds. That is it between Zenko in the Czech driver to the Portuguese, and also most importantly to the Swedish driver that is leading this race in Oliver Wahlen in the NOP. And in the remaining of the race, Tri-States is going to take the lead in the LMP2 Pro-Am, as the gap they have to DSP stands about 7 seconds and a half nearly to the number 63 car, but they are due a pit stop anytime soon in the number 3 and the 63 as well. And NOP goes outside, and the leader in LMP3 has an issue. That's Vigil Bull having an issue at the instead of Repsol, maybe some contact with another car that made him go off track.
Yeah, so we are approaching that 2 hours 30 minute stage of this race, and what a race it has been so far. As we are moving forward, plenty of time now without that full course yellow, and NOP just being lapped by the leader in LMP3. Very warm day here in the UK. Just had to go and pour myself 3 glasses of water, so apologies about that one. I've moved into a new studio upstairs in the house. It's too hot in here. And it's only April, so it's only going to get worse as the year goes on. But it's been a very interesting race. It's been a race of ups and downs, I think, for certain drivers and certain teams today. And this is going to be the interesting thing going forward in this season, especially looking at Zandvoort. If they've struggled around here on this tight, twisty circuit, Zandvoort's going to be a little bit worse. And it's just going to call for that patience from these drivers. They just need to realise that that's the Alpine car around. So they've really been in the dramas of late, haven't they? They've really had a few mistakes of their own accord. And they was challenging early doors, remember, for P3. They're now down in P10, so struggling are LP.
Yeah, not having a good second half of the race is the number 36 car, which is the champion of last season in the LMP2 Pro M. So not a good debut in the pro category for them so far. And like I said before, we're still due pit stops in LMP2 Pro M from the two guys ahead, and I think both Russo and W2 have already pitted. So looking forward to see this, because they pitted right about 2 hours and 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
So if we're thinking over here, they haven't pitted for tires. They might have one set of tires about 3 hours in if they do a full pit stop. The question is how you negotiate the final pit stop or final 2 pit stops. Do you push now with 2 minutes in, 2 hours and 10 minutes in, and try to get into 50? Maybe put another do a double stint in the final tire. What do you do? So this is a still interesting topic for us to try to break down. Maybe some of the other teams are going to be looking for that, and the most they're probably going to pit about 2 hours and a half into this race, depending on how the fuel standings are for them. So great racing so far, and I'm trying to look around the racetrack if there's anything else happening. The only thing I see happening is NOP, the number 68 GT3 is in.
Yeah, and this is really now the interesting part of this race, isn't it? You know, the strategy calls that the LMPs and the LMGT3s have got to make in this one, as we see here. Bolt Esports in the Audi, going wheel to wheel with Impact in the Ford Mustang, who looked really good in the Ford Mustang. Liam Kilton obviously was in the Acura last season, and Liam Kilton going up the inside of Tobias. Kilton moving up into P4 after their earlier pit stop, and they also got past NOP there, who is in the pit lane. But Bolt haven't given up on this one. They're coming back at the inside of turn number 3, and the Ford Mustang just too strong as it powers out of the corner. Bolt Esports still just having a little look here and there on the back of the Ford Mustang. But the strategies now are going to be the interesting thing, and with the strategies kind of being thrown out of sequence a little bit here in this race due to the full course yellows and the virtual safety card, this really kind of opens the door wide open, doesn't it? And this is where the teams and drivers really earn their money and earn their why they're so good at their jobs, because this is where they're going to be, you know, possibly winning a race for their team.
Yeah, maybe so, but then again, everything has also with the count of the drive time as well. So how are they looking into this as well? So, this is another interesting topic as warning for the car. I'm just gonna confirm if it is the number 96.
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, just give me a moment. I'll confirm that. No, it is going to be a warning for maybe the 66. And then a warning for the car 48. We saw that.
Already had a drive-through penalty as the 48 car, now a warning. So, the 48 car's been in a spot of bother with race control this afternoon, and they've just got to keep themselves going and keep themselves pointing in the right direction and stay in the right side of the stewards as turn 1 are into the pits from LMP2. That promotes Mermica up into second place, with Delta V moving up into third. There is second place Project 91, who, if you remember, Project 91 had a terrible opening start to the race, and all of a sudden, due to the sequence of these pit stops, find themselves running in P2 at this moment.
What a race doesn't do to a team, doesn't it? It's just insane how the turn of events can go out for you, the strategies as well. So really good, interesting race going on, as also we have the drive-through for the car number 12. So more cars getting into trouble. The number 12 is going to be, just confirm over here, that is one of the GT3s, that's the Delta Racing by Tri-State. So I think that Jesse Molina that is getting a penalty into this race, but that is not the leading car in the LMGT3, as the leading car of the Delta Racing comes into the pit lane. That's Marcos Adami into the car.
Into the car he goes. So this could allow Project 91 to take the lead of this race. And XRL Esports, if Project 91 have to pit as well, they could now lead the race. Drive through for, I believe, the 66 out there at the moment. That is Alan Paris. in the PAX Sim Sport car. Drive through for penalty for full course yellow. Virtual safety car speed violation. Delta Racing still into the pits of the Acura, now running second place at the moment, ahead of the Project 91 Rock Marcos, the Spanish driver. That is home track this season. Well, I say his home track, the Spanish circuit for this season here at European SportsCar Championship season 2026, in what has been a great race so far. Can that Project 91 Porsche hold on in there over the Acura? It's got some traffic to just deal with now. The biggest gap for the leaders is the LMP2 Pro Am, the Tri-State car, leading over the Rosso Esports team. That's over 15 seconds, nearly at 16 seconds is that gap. That's the biggest gap for the race leader in this race so far. As we are approaching the 2.5 hour mark, so an hour and a half nearly left to go in this race, in what has been a great race so far today. But Luke Langer, he's been involved in a few dramas today. He's looking to try and fight for the lead with the Porsche just ahead of him of Project 91. In fact, looks to be trying to make a move on that Porsche. Or is he just trying to stick the nose out there, looking to dive up the inside? I think he was also just trying to let the LMP3 come right around his outside in the Acura there.
Yeah, I was looking into penalty points for Langer. He's only has that one penalty point that we saw early on in the race with the contact, right? So we thought that the warning probably would have accrued into something else. So, but you really don't want to be, like I said before, getting to a lot of penalty points, because imagine you are one of the bronze drivers in the team. So, and I say this talking from experience, it's hard to find bronze drivers nowadays. Guys who are hard depending, because you might not find under your language that you're speaking in, right? And but go ahead.
I was just going to say, for the viewers at home, just tell us what it is that a bronze driver is. So what categorises a bronze driver from a silver driver from a gold driver?
All right, so basically it's iRacing related. So a bronze driver, that means you are under the 1500 to 2249 iRating. A silver driver is someone from the 2250 to one below 3000, 2999. Gold is 3000 to 3999, and then platinum is between 4K and 6K. So that's the how you are categorized in here. Surely there are still some bronzes, which I saw at the start of the race, who are over the 2.2, 2.25 threshold, right? Who might get into the silver categorization for the Zandvoort round. So teams might have to reorganize how it's going to go depending on circumstances in the remainder of this race.
And that's obviously the thing with these drivers doing other events and other races on the iRacing platform, is their iRating can change at any given moment, can't it, with other competitions that they are participating in. So they could have registered as a bronze driver and then gone well in other different events. It's promoted them to a silver driver per this category. But this is a category that ESCC have decided that that's the way they're going to do it. LMP into the pits. That looks a bit like a drive-through, but unless their pit lane is right at the very end.
It is at the very end.
Yeah, there we go. It is at the very end. So they're in for their stop. They drop down to P4 at the moment, but a little bit out of sequence. Obviously, teams may have saved a bit more fuel than others in this pit window, in the last two virtual safety cars, as there goes one of the LMP2 cars to just put a lap on the Project 91 Porsche. And the XRL Esports Acura then, as Luke Langer going side by side through turn number 4 on the Project 91 Porsche. Has he got a in front down into turn 5? No, he hasn't. Porsche still sticking with him on that inside line. This is where Langer in the Rising Panda car had an incident earlier on at this exact moment. Is he going to try and pull the exact same move? No, must have learnt from that one as he backs out of it and tucks behind the Porsche once again. So the Acura just starting to look racy now, as he's on the back of Project 91's Porsche, trying to move forward as best he can in this race.
Yeah, I think he saw the ghost of what he shouldn't do, but here's Langer going into La Caixa once again, deep dive from the number 48, and I think he's going to make that overtake stick as the Rising Panda LMP2 car is sitting right behind him and waiting to split the field but the Project 91 also didn't want to find way too much into Lakasha, given how aggressive he was into the corner.
Yep, so that is the XRL Esports car leading the way in the LMGT3 category. So we did have another car in the pits there for LMP2
By the way,
Pro-Am. So yeah, go on.
Would you believe there's actually an LMP3 car standing in the overall top 10? Really? Yeah. Our leader in LMP3 is actually the 10th place overall car in the SRT car.
I wonder if Samuli can get us an overall leaderboard just for a brief second. I wonder if that's possible, so we can have a look at the overall leaders. But wow, that is fantastic. Well done to the number 50 car in LMP3, top 10 at the moment. Absolutely brilliant. There he is, look. And he's 33 seconds ahead of he's 33 seconds ahead of your team as well for P11. There we go. So yeah, that's who's going to try and be in the top 10 overall. But that is a great achievement from the LMP3 car. So well done to SRT there. 16-second lead as well. Like we say, the biggest lead in the categories so far. And SRT.
Yeah, that just changed.
Doing some great bits out there at the moment.
Yeah, they're still doing great. By the way, they just lost the top 10 overall to turn 1, so we just overlapped them, overtook them for position. So Ryan McIntosh now goes into P10 overall and P8 in class. So turn 1 on a different strategy than everybody else, trying to get some laps in and some spots in, as some people in front of them still have to pit. As now we're seeing Rado Van Zenkel in the Murmika MA70 Esports car finally pitting in. So the Czech driver is going to do their pit stop relatively and basically going to lose some spots in the process.
Yeah, you're going to lose themselves some spots in the process, but it's been a decent race so far. And I'm wondering where the Murmika, the P1 race and the Team WOSR car will come out onto this field, and obviously where that's going to then play.
They're in the pit lane as well.
Into them. Later on in this race, because they've made a later pit stop, so they've got an hour and a half left, so they could really at the moment just try and only have one more stop to make towards the end of this race, around that 45-minute marks each stint roughly. So they are now sat in a position where maybe they could do one more pit stop to get to the end of the race, whereas NOP pitted earlier and they have 2 more stops left to make. So very interesting to see. This is, of course, providing there is no more full course yellows, virtual safety cars and safety car incidences. So provided we're green flag to the end, Murmika may only have 1 stop to make to the end of this race.
Yeah. No. They're probably going to have one more pit stop. There's about 40. No, 2 more pit stops.
Oh, 2 more pit stops.
Yeah, they have 2 pit stops in total. Because if they do one more, there's going to be around 42 minutes. That is 3 minutes, and they're probably going to hit around 3 hours and 10. So they probably would be right at the tail end of the race. They probably would have to do a splash and dash.
Would they lift and coast, maybe try and save a bit of fuel, as we've got
it's very hard.
Battle raging on here between the 2 Brits, Christopher Strathmore in the Simcast number 8 car, and then we've got that of George Watson in the 92 livery car. This is for 3rd place in LMP3.
Good pressure.
This is Simcast car just trying to tuck underneath on the turn 3 mid-corner, and now onto the exit they go. A little bit of windscreen wiper action there for George Watson. It's not raining, don't worry, no rain forecast for today, but it has nearly touched. In fact, it has now over 40 degrees. And there is the Team WOSR car who has just come out the pits, and Alex Gonzalez has had a drama at turn 5.
Yeah, looks to have lost the rear end of the car right there, and I think he didn't lose a spot to the impact car. Actually, they did lose a position to the impact car. Now P1 Racing is around, but I think that's Code Tires related.
Yeah, possibly so. We'll hopefully see if we can get a replay of the 2 instances in just a moment. There's the Corvette coming around to unlap himself as he nearly collects the rear of the P1 Racing car of Tobias Heckman. Leader from LMP2 Pro-Am into the pits for Tri-State, so Rosso Esports lead this one. And this is what happened to Tobias Heckman. Then you can just see there, just trying to generate some heat into his tyres. This is just going to go. The rear end is on corner entry. There it goes, cold tyres, and that is what will happen if you just try and push an LMP2 car a little bit too hard on its first lap on the fresh new tyres.
Yeah, and I think Marcos just had a heart-and-mouth moment with the car spinning around in front of him, and the commentator as well, which is also a team manager as well for this. But yeah, it is that thing. I think because there's one thing with the LMP2s and LMP3s that you notice. It's not very friendly when you try to brake and you're still trying to, I would say, trail brake the car and you try to turn in the car. The rear will want to step out unless you throw it. It make the car super understeery to a point that you know it's not going to spin around. So it is going to stay glued. And some of these guys like to take some risks, and I think that was the case. I think Abad had another issue at Repsol, as I think he just went in too deep, lost the momentum, lost the position on track.
He's coming under pressure from the Alpine car now, so he's fighting with Alpine to get that top 10 spot. So see what Stavros can do in the Alpine by XRL car, as they're gaining onto the back of the Team WOSR LMP2 just a little bit further up the road. And what a day here at Barcelona for some of these drivers. NOP back in front of this race, 41 degrees track temp. And there is Project 91, who was once leading this GT3 fight, now into the gravel with Impact right on the rear of them. What happened there to the Porsche, because he was well off on the exit to turn 5.
Odd situation right there for the Project 91. Could be also tire related because we are under 41 degrees in the racetrack, and there are some winds to the northeast, and it is considerable winds. It's about 20 kilometers of winds, as we're seeing, I think, a battle between, is this for position between the Blue by Pobody Motorsport and the Pobody Motorsport LMP3s. I have to check, but it seems to be. It is.
P6 and P7. And we've also just had a change in LMGT3. The impact car of the Ford Mustang, you can see there, of Liam. He's just taken P2 from the Project 91 Porsche. It's the XRL Esports Acura and LMGT3 into the pit lane for their penultimate stop of the race, because the LMGT3s will only have one more stop to make if they pitted after the 2-hour mark.
Absolutely. And also, another thing that I was noticing, you might be seeing some of these LMP2s doing like 137s, 136s, 137s, 138s. I know there are some of them related to traffic, and I know sometimes even some of the LMP3s are being faster than them. It's because some of them are actually starting to suffer the degradation of the tires, because now it is really hot. There's a lot of wind. It is carrying over the car. You can see right there on the right side of your screen. 40 degrees on the racetrack, and that is going to be scorching hot for the tires. It's going to put a lot of load onto the front tires, and those who are with the better grip, with the better rubber, they're going to have a primary advantage over some of these guys who are double stinted the tires and try to make it to the end of their stint. So, and those who are trying to make to the end of their stint, they're going to be thinking, how can I save more with the current status that I have and the current track conditions that I have turned out right now? As I think Marcos is going to lose a position. That is João Garrido in the pool start. There's cars going around in the exit of Repsol.
Yeah, that is the Alan Paris Pax Sim Sport LMP2 Pro Am car, the 66, down at turn 5. What has happened here then? So this is he's just behind these two we're watching at the moment. Little late dive there from the Delta V car, and that just holds up the blue LMP2 Pro Am. But yeah, very lucky not to spin the other car around. And for Alan Paris there, then he's got to go once more and try and get onto the back of the other cars. NOP coming under pressure from turn 1. That gap's closed down to just about a tenth of a second here. So turn 1, they're having a look. Here is the turn 1 car, and Ryan McIntosh takes the lead of the LMP2 category.
Yeah, a good move from Ryan. I am looking forward to see, just really quickly, Ryan has a 3-lap offset on Valen, so it's like basically on track difference. Pretty much same bit strategy of sorts, despite the 3-lap offset. And that 3-lap offset doesn't make a lot of the tires, pretty much. It's just how Ryan McIntosh is pushing the car, and how Valen might be a little bit more unfortunate than usual with that with the traffic itself, because he's not double stinty. He has new rubber on the tires.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one to keep our eyes on what is happening to NOP, because they had great pace in the first stint. And if he's on fresh tyres, is Oliver is he maybe trying to negate taking tyres at his next stop to take fresh tyres for the final pit stop of this race? Because they pitted before the 2.5 hour mark, so they've definitely got 2 stops to make as Oliver here.
Wouldn't be a bad call.
There we go.
But it depends on where they pit, because like I'll say this straight away. If they pit like I said, they could pit like 3 hours and 10, something like that. They maybe could be thinking of using the final tires in there as well. So, because I think I know a lot of teams are trying to use the tires in a way that your final pit stop maybe be the new rubber, or as close as you can with a really good rubber in the race car, despite the hot weather that we're facing right now. And I think the time of day, most importantly, is very important, because we are now on sim 2:20, nearly 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon. So we get into
the warmest part, if not at the warmest part of the day. So RNOP thinking of just holding back a set of tyres, trying to look after these ones, double stint them, as that is the leader from LMP3, the Mark Innes, the 76 car, into the pits. So RNOP thinking of just trying to look after this set of tyres now, double stint them, have a fresh set of rubber for when it might just start to cool down just a little bit in that final stint, for them to have fresh rubber, full attack, fresh fuel, fresh rubber, try and get the win.
Yeah, pretty much.
And we're not just pretty faces in the commentary box, we are also master strategists. Yeah, I said that right. I do believe I said that right. No?
That's on you. I'm not a master strategist. I'm a master bottlist.
Oh, brilliant. Well, if that's what NOP do and win, we can claim it. We can take that one, and so we can say that was what we said.
Yeah, imagine me driving the 4 hours of Zandvoort if I actually have to drive that race.
Good.
Yeah. Nope.
Maybe,
no,
all right. Maybe,
not for me.
It won't be good.
Maybe
not
for you, but not for me.
Well, I'll make sure that whoever's the producer on that day, whether it's Samuli or we've got Jim Cunningham doing a few production bits this season, because I think Samuli can't make all the races this year. So whoever it is, I'll make sure we keep our eyes firmly on you if you're in the car this season. Don't you worry on that.
Oh no.
Well, how's Lorenzo progressing? Where is he? And we'll just turn over to you. Just see how you're doing. So no pressure if you do have to race this season. As we're 3 wide here with Simcast P8. Exactly, yeah. I'm sure you'll be fine, Lorenzo. I'm sure you do a great job. Great bit of racing though here through turns 1 and 2. Yeah, good job there. And that is Ball State moving up into P7 with Nick Henley.
I could out over here as Nick is trying to go in a way that his car is progressing in a team that was fighting for P3 about 1 hour and 20 minutes ago in this race. So there is still a door we can see maybe Ball State coming into this one. And for those who are aware, who like to, or ever played, as I think we see Yoda and England making the overtake on the Project 91 car. I think the Project 91 car probably have some tire issues. They are trying to save the best that they can. So, or hold up, is it? No, I'm just tripping. I thought their car had a flat tire, but I'm just tripping. It's just the Rock Marco's having maybe higher tire degradation on the Porsche. That's pretty much it.
Well, thankfully, no flat tyres for the Porsche in this one at the moment. But what we do have is we have Project 91 still sat in P3. Sorel came out P8 after their pit stops, 57 seconds off the leader of Impact. Vortex second place. And that is one of the LMP2 Pro-Ams into the pits. That is Alan Paris, who's just had the moment earlier on the Pack Sim Sport car into the pit lane. So to make his penultimate stop of this race, because he should get to the end with one more stop here, shouldn't he? 40 minutes from now, that has taken us to 3 hour 20, 3 hour 25. Yeah, easy.
Question is, does he have one more tire left? If he does, then it's some teams can get a little bit more concerned, because it's like I said, it becomes a strategy race, fuel race of sorts, as we're seeing a bot and an impact. We saw that battle before, as Sundrup is trying to move places. A bot, I think, cooked the corner a little bit. He's having problems with the rear, and I think Sundrup is going to have the inside into TV3.
Yeah, it is. So let's see what happens through 7 and 8. Just nearly coming together there for Pierce Sundrup in the impact car. Got the Vortex LMGT3 just behind this one of Gonzalez Abad and the Team WOSR. We've been racing now for quite a while. We've been green flag for a good amount of time here. Looks like the drivers have just finally started to settle into a rhythm in this race. We've been able to get some good green flag racing here at Catalunya, Barcelona today. Very loose here. There's a WOSR car on the back of the Ford Mustang. There is P1 Racing, who are P10 in this race. Tobias Heckman. What was he in terms of his lap down? No, he's on the lead lap. Sorry, he's 38 seconds off the leader. He's on the back there of the Alpine and the Team WOSR car, and almost the impact car. So nearly 4 LMP2s here having a fight. Tri-State to the pits for LMP2 Pro Am from 4th place. So they're in for their stop in this race now then. So we'll see what happens as this race goes on.
And Rosso is now leading the Pro-Am. Remember what I told you before? You were a little bit surprised with Diego and everybody else, fighting for positions. Is because you were off, Matthew.
Yeah.
Like I said before, it's one of the premier Brazilian teams nowadays in terms of endurance. And like I say, this not gonna say it like as a rival of my team, but we went into battle lots of times in the track. But it's like it's your debut in Pro-Am. You have two good drivers, really good drivers for the championship that are very fast. The car got a little bit loose in the transition from 1 and 2. I think that was just related to gearing. But if you're gonna make a statement into this race, into this championship, why not become the overall leader? And they still have Daniel Molina to take over the car. I think he's gonna take over in the next pit stop that Diego Luigi does.
Yeah, and exactly. And when you order a new team to this championship and a new driver lineup as well, statements are brilliant to make. And if he can win this race in LMP2, if he can finish up there overall, within that top 5, whatever it might be, in the overall categories, obviously depending on pit stops and things that Rosso Esports have got to make. What a statement made for the rest of the season. The other LMP2 cars and drivers on that grid and teams on that grid will be looking at Rosso Esports car and thinking, hang on a minute, these are not a team to sleep on. These are a team that mean business in this championship this year. And
I'll tell you, I haven't mentioned this, but they're 2 best drivers that still, in my opinion, are not driving in the LMP2 car.
Well, there we go. Who's that with a penalty flag next to their name? That is the NOP Mercedes-Benz drive-through penalty for incident responsibility. So the NOP Mercedes-Benz, not the race they'd have wanted on their first outing in this NOP car.
Yeah, not the best debut for them, but luckily for them, it's a drive-through. It's not a 30-second stop and go or something like that as the DSP sports cars go around them. There is a drive-through for the car number 6, which is the Impact car that, if I remember, I think that's the Impact LMP2 car that is standing in the middle of that battle that we saw. That's there right there. Sendra, he's going to get a drive-through, so he's going to come in and straight in to serve his pit lane.
Yeah,
service penalty.
And that's kind of put him on the back foot because he was starting to be drawn into this fight between Team WOSR and Alpine and then the P1 Racing team as well. So that's dropped him down the order a little bit. NOP will probably fall behind the Acura in LMGT3. So that's put them down a little bit as well. And all of a sudden, look at them gaps in LMP3. Only 6-second lead now for SRT, the number 50 car. The biggest gap is Rosso Esports, number 30, and that is a drive-through penalty for the number 16, the leader of the LMGT3 category. The Impact Ford Mustang for a full course yellow virtual safety car speed violation. And the leaders will have to serve a drive-through penalty. That is not what they would have wanted.
Yeah, that's going to allow Vortex and Project 91 to go through for sure, as Diego is going to come into his pit stop. And surely the number 20 is going to lead that car maybe to Daniel Molina, who's going to lead him out to the end of the race. Because Diego did his full hour. Augusto Foriano did his full hour. Now it's all up, nearly going to the wall. Diego actually misses out on the pit box a little bit. Yeah.
So,
is he going to lead Molina in?
Who's that off? That is Berry in the Tri-State car, down in pit.
Oh.
You got something wrong with this car.
It is. Full course yellow might be activated.
Staying on the grass, so something is not right. Possibly a puncture. I didn't see any damage.
No, if you look, might be a puncture.
Yeah, I didn't see any damage on that car. I know that's not going to help the car. I'm wondering if there's a puncture on that Tri-State LMP3. He's managed to get it back around to pit lane. Just the way it's handling through the corners doesn't feel very comfortable. NOP's had an off track as well. You can see the yellow flag next to their name. But yeah, wondering if Tri-State there. So that may have just saved it from being a full course yellow, because he got it round pretty quickly. Not as quick as you'd have liked, but he got it round pretty comfortably to the end. I wonder if they've pushed the limits and got a puncher. What is the track temperature out there now? It is. Well, it's actually come down. It's only 40 degrees, 39.5 degrees, it's saying on the time screen. So the temperature is actually coming down a little bit now. So, yeah, we'll see. There's Tom Byron, who's just had a yellow flag. So he had a bit of an off track somewhere. Looks okay now. They've served their penalty. And yeah, for Tom, he's got to keep pushing. There is Leandro Toledo in the Delta Racing car. Currently running P3 on the podium, trying to get onto the back of Impact after Impact did serve their drive-through penalty. In the middle of this fight with Project 91 is the Rising Panda car that was obviously fighting for the lead of this race early doors before that the Aston Martin and the Acura made contact with each other. And that put to bed the end of the Rising Panda's charge to the top of the LMGT3 lead. He is 11th place, a lap down on Delta Racing by Tri-State, or will be on the same lap actually when he gets to the line as Delta Racing by Tri-State, who are in the pits at the moment. So could the Rising Pandas get a top 10? Let's see what will happen in this race, as we still have an hour and 10 minutes to go. That is the Impact LMP2 Pro-Am car of Bradley Sexton off the circuit out of turn 9. Looks okay though, so maybe just had a bit of a drama on the corner exit. Yeah,
cold tires maybe for Bradley. Just too much turn in, turn out on the TV3, and then the corner right after, too much curbing on the entry. And the tires will say, ouch.
Easily done through turn number 9.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's such a common incident, especially on cold tyres. You know, you're just trying to put that accelerator down. You just put it down a little bit too early. You touch that inside curb. Ria's just going to say nope, and around it comes.
Yeah, and they lost the position to the W2 team, so that is a battle for position. So Bradley's trying to do his best to try to punch in more laps and try to punch in the performance into his car, as he's the gold-rated driver for that team. So wondering to see how that is going to go for Bradley. I'm just curious on that number 6.
The Acura, well off at the final corner. Samuli changes over to the Acura's car. We just see the grandstand.
The car is broken.
And that is, meatball flag. Will this be a full course yellow? Because he's after the pit entry. This could be a tow. Surely.
For sure.
We can't see what is fully broken on this car. We'll try and get an angle of the front. The wall's just blocking it. Got to be front right, because that front left looks pretty straight to me. There's got to be something on the front right.
Stand by for
pretty hard. Or did he hit the wall pretty hard? Was he involved in an incident with some of the LMP cars? Well, here goes the XRL Esports. Turns in.
8,
you
7,
to be a little
6,
bit more clever. It has
5,
a twitch on the grass
4,
and into the wall. I just feel the XRL Acura there could just have a little more room.
Yeah, but I think that's also on Delta. I don't know if Delta V surprised him into the entry of the corner, does cause the contact, and he lost the rear end. And
what's happened here with Delta Racing?
Heck?
Delta Racing stationary. The Rising Panda car was in front of them a little earlier on, not 5 minutes ago, when we saw them fighting the Project 91 car. And we're under virtual safety car. What has happened between Ronnie Richer and the Delta Racing team? Where are they? Oh, okay. Rising Panda's dropped it on the inside curb. Oh, no, no. Oh, the closing speed of the virtual safety car, and Delta Racing into the back of the Rising Panda machine.
So that's completely suboptimal right there, man.
Crazy scenes here already. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's insane. We're gonna see now for one more look on the replay. Bang! Nothing Toledo could have done to prevent that from happening. I think he just counted with a little bit of luck and completely rear-ended the back of Ronnie Richter's car. As soon as I wanted to pop Zach for an interview, quick interview, because I gotta let Zach go. He has a broadcast to do in a little bit.
Yeah, you bring him in, and we'll let you chat to him.
So let me bring Zach in, because I know Zach has been quite busy for the pole body motorsport. Zach, don't commit the cardinal crime. You are a commentator like me, but first and foremost, first experience in the SCC. I know you normally drive with Delta, with the Delta, drive lounge in the MS. The Motorsport UK British Racing Cup, but how is the experience going from all kinds of different cars now into an LMP3, first and foremost?
Yeah, hi guys, how's it going? Really pleased to be here. It's been an interesting learning curve, to say the least. The LMP3 is a car that up until about a month ago I hadn't driven ever before, and I got the call up from Connor. He said, "Do you want to jump in for this championship?" I used to commentate on Connor a few years ago. It's sort of the backstory. He was like, "Do you want to come race?" I was like, "Yeah, go on, why not?" Haven't done any laps until for about a month and a half, until about Thursday, where I did a bit of a crash course after my sim was built. Jumped back in, and the pace was almost immediately there. So yeah, the P3 is a big challenge, I will say. Like I say, a car that I've not really driven before. Very much a car that you have to watch out on the braking. It's one that you really have to watch out through combined G corners, especially when you're turning and braking at the same time. It's a bit of a challenge to keep straight. It hasn't got the power to sort of slide through. If you sort of get it a little bit wrong, you can't just plant the throttle and keep it sideways. It just doesn't work. It bogs down a bit too much, especially when the TC starts cutting in. So it's a challenge, absolutely, to get the braking right, and then obviously to keep it, not spinning on the exit as well is quite a challenge. But overall, I'm finding it quite well, keeping consistent, and from qualifying, the pace has been pretty decent. So happy to have that sort of pace.
Basically translating you from the quali pace where you actually took pole to the race itself. I know at the very start of the race you had some issues here and there, but pretty much you found your stride, try to get some laps in, but all the way until the end, because he had an incident at the very end with Semitalk. I mentioned to you on private that might have not have been on you, because the corner checks out a little bit. But how did you think? What was going through your mind to try to get there? Because I know it was your in lap, and you want to try to get it as fast as possible to your in lap.
Yeah, so just first on the sort of the pace coming into the race. Obviously, it's my first race in ESCC. I did listen in the driver briefing. Like I promised, race control I did. But there was a little bit of there was a little bit of confusion from me in terms of the full course yellow procedures, and I didn't want to get a penalty because I panic. So when I heard full course yellow stand by, I was like, cool, I'm ready. And then he said full course yellow, and I started braking, got clipped from behind, and it gave me about 40 seconds worth of optional repairs that I had to take at the pit stop, but they were okay. The car felt fine-ish. I think I was losing about a second a lap purely on straight line speed. It was rear left corner damage, so couldn't go as quickly as I would have wanted. But once I'd pit and we got out the safety car, I knew that the car felt really, really good, and I was flying on the green flag laps that we had. I was carving through traffic. I was making positions up in class, and once I was in my stride, I was, I think, the quickest on track. My fastest lap time has been really, really good considering the track turns that I was running on as well. It's just a shame that obviously I've had to jump out to come and do a broadcast, which starts in 13 minutes. So I've had to come out and do that. Our initial plan was to have me start and me finish the race and have Connor do the middle bit, which would have worked perfectly with the timing of some of the virtual safety cars. But basically 45 minutes of my second hour of driving was written off by the full course yellow. So what I had, green flag, I wanted to make the most of, and the incident on my in-lap, I mean, maybe by the rulebook, not on me because there was a car's width, but I do take a little bit of responsibility in the sense that it was a bit of a desperate dive, and while I did leave a car's width, I probably should have expected the car to come over a bit more and maybe have left a little bit more on the exit. And ultimately, thankfully, it was just a spin and I lost about 4 seconds. Connor's back in the car and doing really, really good at the moment. We're running, I think, P3 and P1 with our sister car as well. So the pace absolutely is there to keep going. And yeah, just a shame with sort of how the stint ended, but in terms of pace, I mean, right up there. Just frustrating that we couldn't extract more from it, because I think that would have been ideal on all fronts.
Yeah, that's good to know, and know that you know me. I am the self-proclaimed emperor of yellow flash, so you should have known better.
I know.
I know. With that being said, Zach, before I'll let you go, final question. From all the tracks of the season, pretty much we're running Portimão, we're running Silverstone, we're on Spa, Imola, and Zandvoort on this reverse order, right? Which is the track that you're looking forward the most of driving, and it is the least? And I probably I will hear the least is gonna be Zandvoort, because we know how Zandvoort is.
To be honest, I do quite like the look of Zandvoort in terms of how it is as a circuit, and sort of I'm looking forward to giving it a go and driving it. I don't own a lot of the other tracks on the calendar, including Spa, and I'm away for the weekend of Silverstone. So my favourite track on the calendar I'm not here for. I have a commentary gig that I need to do later on in the year. So yeah, probably Spa I'm looking forward to driving. Zandvoort looks quite good. Imola is an interesting challenge. Historically in sim racing, I've not got on with Portimão yet, so hoping to sort of change that narrative. But yeah, looking forward to Zandvoort and Spa, and maybe not so much Portimão, but we'll see. I have to wait and see what the pace is like. It'll probably be, I'm most looking forward to the one I'm quickest at, and least looking forward to the one that I'm not so quick at, because obviously I'm a racing driver and that's the excuse.
That's normally the way it works as well, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
The tracks you don't enjoy, you seem to go well at. The tracks you do enjoy, not so much.
Yeah, exactly.
You could have used the commentator's card if you wanted to. Like, I'm a commentator.
I am a commentator. I am a commentator. You know, yeah. I'm a washed sim racer / above average commentator. So, yeah, that's my excuse.
That's the excuse. That's the excuse. All right, Zach, I'll let you go, man. I know you have your commitments, but thanks for joining. And I hope you guys have a good result at the end of the day, whether it's going to be your car or your sister car.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate the broadcast. I'll catch up on it a bit later on. And fingers crossed, green flag to the end, because that's definitely going to happen, isn't it, lads?
Indeed it is. Enjoy your broadcast as well, but best of luck.
Thank you.
Zach there joining us for an interview.
What a lad.
Looking forward to Zandvoort. I am sorry. I thought everybody was going to turn around and say, well, Zandvoort's going to be my least favourite track this season. I'm looking forward to all the others. But Zach, there we go. Safety cars coming out of the pits.
Yeah, it just came out of the pits. But hear me out. What am I going to say is a little bit crazy. I like Zandvoort as a track.
Yes.
But I disdain Zandvoort. It's not a hate, because hate is a very strong word, and I'm going to be a father, so I cannot use this word.
It's turn one.
I disdain the track on some spots, because I used to drive F3s in iRacing back there. Yeah. I used to disdain the track because it was just horrendous. It was basically, I was either taking an off track or I was spinning around, or my race was ending, and I had decent pace. So that's how the racing goes. And then again, there's not a lot of room for overtaking. That's pretty much it.
This is my point. Is I like Zandvoort as a circuit, really good circuit. I think where it is, its location as well, weather always plays a bit of an impact at Zandvoort.
Yeah.
It's hard to overtake there in a single class series. We've got 3 classes of cars on this track, two LMP2 classes, and a class of LMP3 and an LMGT3. It is not going to be easy to lap these cars, bar the start-finish straight. So, yeah.
I still have the sparkling dream that the Paul Ricard is going to come on Season 3. We're on week 10, people. Is it week 10? Actually, I'm actually curious. Is it week 10? I'm actually opening one of the setup shops right now, and I'm actually taking a quick look, because I know we're slowly approaching the N24, right? So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to grab over here. But then again, are we... Oh, snaps. We're on week 6, so we're
still a few weeks away from 10. 4 weeks away from 10. Just seeing in the chat here saying go NOP. Multi-class traffic management will be interested at Zandvoort, and Mr. Titan saying howdy from the USA. Well, good evening to all our followers across the world. Hope you're doing well and enjoying some great racing. We are under safety car action once again. Now we get into this point of, we spoke about it around that 2 hour 20, 2 hour 30 minute mark where some of the LMP2s and LMP3s pitted. You calculated that they would have to splash and dash at the end of this race. Now then, with the virtual safety car and the regular safety car, that may be out the window as we're over 3 hours in this race, 57 minutes to go. Depending on what fuel they've saved behind this safety car now, they might have to make one pit stop to the end.
Yeah, because it is a very long safety car, so and I think we're gonna guess some of the wave rounds because we've seen some teams doing pit stops, the safety cars around here, so there might be some wave rounds on the racetrack. We'll still have to see how this one will go, and if we do, my guess we're gonna get this race going with about 3 hours and 10, maybe 15, so it'd be 45 minutes to go.
And so they'd have to finish their current stint in their role and then make their final stops. And if any team's got fresh tyres and gamble them fresh tyres, I mean, now I think about it, if you've come into the pitch as the virtual safety car come out, would you have put that, if you had a fresh set of tyres left, would you have put them on for the virtual safety car and kind of double stinted them? The stint under the safety car, pit towards the end just for fuel, so that you're not changing tyres, to then possibly, you know, have a quicker pit stop. We'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting either way.
Yeah, this final pits, it's like at this point of the race, I have no clue what's going on.
Yeah.
I think at this point, I cannot make up anything whatsoever about how this race will progress because there's a lot of things open to discussion. We're seeing, I think that's the one of the cars right there on the exit of the pit lane. That is XRL Esports and Marcus Crawford. They had to go into a little bit of a later pit. I think that's when the pit was closed, so they have to wait for everybody to go around, kind of like take an end of flying penalty of sorts. So that's what they have to do.
Yeah, and after their damage, look, 5 laps down on the leader, a lap down on ATR, P15 in class. Not what they wanted at all after that big incident at the final corner that has led to this safety car.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. It is just how racing goes. And remember these end of final hour races, right? When everything is on the line, everything goes right now. It's kind of like all the gloves are out. They're gonna go and throw their gauntlets into the arena and basically gonna do it all the way out to the end. So this could be a race of yellow breeding yellows. We've seen that on the first restart, how chaotic it was. I think it could be the same over here. It might be just a reflex of what the first restart was.
And the problem is now for these drivers is they're going to be getting ready to get towards the end of this race. So they're going to be trying to work out strategies and work out what they've got to do to win this race for their category. So we could see a lot of incidents coming up within this last hour of racing when we do go back to green flag racing, because we're in a situation now where it could just be sort of gloves off, almost a sprint race sort of mentality to try and win the opening race of the season. Zach in the chat saying, by looking forward to it, to clarify, I'm looking forward to driving it. Dealing with the traffic is a future me problem, he says in the chat. Also, shout out to Paul Botting Motorsport for having me and for the support from Drive Lounge. Super grateful to be here for the ride. Luis Vasquez, Revolution Boys, riding around with floor and side pod damage, trying to make the best of it as well. So there we go. And we have to agree with Zach there. He's looking forward to driving Zandvoort, but dealing with the traffic will be a problem that drivers are going to have to deal with, because there's so many. It's almost like a roller coaster, Zandvoort. So many ups and downs, so many blind corners. Your spotter has to bring his A game.
No weaving allowed. All cars to pace to the left.
Wave arounds. I was going to say wave arounds, no weaving whatsoever.
So there we go then. Wave arounds, no weaving whatsoever. So that'll allow the drivers who are out of position to get behind the leaders of the category. And while we wait for that to happen, we will be just preparing to get ready to go. Project 91 are out of this race in the LMP2 category. In fact, how many retirements have we had today in this one? Project 91 are out. Bravo Snow is still going. I think we're all still running. We are in LMP2 Pro-Am. They're all still running in LMP2. No, in LMP3. No, we've lost the Sahara team, I do believe, because they are not circling on the timing screen in front of me. And in LMGT3, last place, everybody's running. So we've only had the 2 retirements in this one. The Project 91 LMP2 and the Sahara X GT car in this race so far. So not bad, to be fair. 2 retirements, pretty good. Still a lot of cars scoring points in the end of this race, and that's going to be the main thing after this first race of the season in what has been a fantastic day of action here at Barcelona. The wave around still is happening, so we've still got this wave around to complete, and we're still going to get a lap or 2 for them to sort of get back onto the rear end of the train, haven't we, before we go green here at Catalonia. So this safety car, like you say, 3 hours 15 minutes before this safety car might come into the pit lane, around about that mark. So leaving, what, 45 minutes left on the clock?
Yeah, something of the sort.
Now, what do drivers do with tyres there, though, Lorenzo? Do they just take fuel?
For the final pit stop?
Yeah, do you risk that longer pit stop for tyres?
In which class?
All of them bar LMGT3, I suppose.
It depends if they have a set available. If they have a set, set available, they have to do it.
Going to be interesting. See what happens here. The 52 Revolution car, Rico Kohlmeier in that one, down in 7th place at the minute. Just trying to get onto the back of the pack. But this wave around for him is pretty much onto the lead lap. So good shot, good chance for Revolution to maybe pick up a few extra places in this race and score some more points.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm liking how this race is going on so far for the majority of the teams. You know, it's still open between everybody. This is not over between anybody.
Yeah.
So I'm liking what I'm seeing. But then again, it goes back to what I said earlier. This race now goes into a very, very, I'm not going to say gray area, but very dangerous zone in my point of view. Of now, basically, it is open season for hunting. So you know what becomes of open when you have an open season for hunting. It's going to be chaos. In chaos, everything can happen, and in that sense, we could see lots of yellow flags being thrown around and everything. So they have to be cautious how they approach their racing. How you are going to go on the restart? We know cold tires are a big effect into this race, especially on these restarts. We saw some teams being aggressive out of the gate and then paying the price later. Maybe a few corners later, maybe a lap later, on how things goes. And we know, for example, for the LMP2s and LMP3s, the car does not behave accordingly. You might have to take a different approach on how the race is going to progress. So this is now the talking topic between everyone. So once now the thing is, we're only going to go green flag once these GT3s line up to the back end of the LMP2 Pro-Am. So whenever this happens, whenever the final car, actually I think is P13 in Kitsune, when that happens, then we're going to go into green flag racing, and then we're going to know if the true chaos happens.
And they've got to catch them before a certain point on the circuit, haven't they? Because they've got to give the safety car plenty of time to come back into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So, you know, this could possibly be the final lap of the safety car. We could get one more lap, taking us really right around that 3 hours 15-minute mark, so 45 minutes left. As a message comes in from race control.
Green this lap.
Green this lap. So they have decided that they will not wait for Kitsune to get onto the back of this train.
Kitsune's going to get back to.
They will do. Yeah,
no,
they easily will. Yeah, they easily will. Sorry, apologies. They've called it before Kitsune is there. So now we're going to have an almost sprint-like moment here in this race between Turn 1 and NOP and all the other cars, because everybody's pretty much, bar maybe the LMGT3s, have got to pit one last time. So in this race right now, this could be almost a sprint race format to that pit stop, and then get out the pits and see where your strategy has taken you, because NOP, who have looked pretty much dominant up until their last pit stop, where they lost out to Turn 1, can they get this lead of this race back?
Yeah, I think this is the greatest question to be asked in this race, and I wouldn't even count out Rising Panda. Rising Panda coming out of nowhere, so Christian.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna grab by his Discord name. I know the proper name is Christian Krimpega, but I'll grab his Discord name. Baby Yoshi, can Baby Yoshi win a race?
Might turn into Mario Kart in a moment. Start seeing some cars slipping
Watch out for
sliding
turtle
all
shells.
over. Yeah, watch out for the bananas with the slippery surface of the cold tyres as the safety car pulls into the pit lane now. What is going to happen in this race? Turn 1 have decided to put the throttle down, and away they go out the final corner as we start to see the lead traffic coming through the final turn, and we are back to green flag racing. NOP tucked right underneath them at the checkered flag.
But
Sorry, at the
start
finish line.
finish.
There is a car around on the start finish. Hopefully everybody can avoid him at the moment. That is the Murmika car getting past the Rising Pandas. So Baby Yoshi drops down a place there. Murmika, I think it's only that car that still had the spin, so it looks like everybody has managed to avoid the car in the background. Here's Bradley Sexton, P2 in the Impact car in LMP2 Pro Am. And he's some 4 seconds off the lead nearly of the Roscoe Esports car. Paolo Vinicius in the W2E Pro GP car, running P3 at the moment with the Tri-State car just behind them. Mustang nearly turned in, and this is the battle for the lead. Marcus Pikefeld up the inside, but Turn 1 trying to hang it around the outside line here. Going to be pushed onto the curb, avoids the sausage curb. Still together, a great bit of racing between the two of them. NOP looking right around the outside of Turn 9 and get back in the lead of this race with 45 minutes to go.
Yeah, but again, we saw Turn 1 getting very aggressive on these overlaps and overtakes, so there's a good opening, still a good opening for Ryan McIntosh to go back at it. Right behind him, you can see Rising Panda, Murmika, Delta basically fighting against each other, so still not out of the gates between those guys in the top 5 in the LMP2s.
It's not done at all. As Alpine going side by side here, Stavros looking to try and make up another place. They're up into P9 in LMP2, looking to try and get into P8, and they do pretty comfortably there for Stavros, as that's a car just running onto the gravel. That was Gonzalez Abad in the Team WOSR car, tumbling down the standings in LMP2. And the Alpine car is a little bit further back, still defending is Stavros now. As Backcome Impact Racing trying to look around the outside, but the Alpine hold on strong as the LMP3 car kind of stopped Impact from taking that long way around Turn 1 there. And Alpine stay ahead, not for long though. Impact looking up the inside at Turn 3. Alpine a little wiggle mid-corner there for the French car, for the French manufactured car, and that is Pierre Sundrup back up into P8.
Yeah, good move from Sundrup. We know he had the drive-through. He actually got already the drive-through, but look at Alpine trying to look around the inside of Repsol. He looks, he goes.
Contact it looked like there. I wonder if Alpine just clipped the back there. You saw the Impact car at the moment under braking. On the rear end of that car, so Stavros now back up into P8. These two are really going at it, and that is the Impact car of Liam Kilton in the wall out of Turn 4, tumbling down the standings into P5 in the LMGT3 class, and these cars can get to the end of this race after that last pit stop they all made. So what a shame for Liam Kilton, who looked like he could have won this one.
Yeah, Yeah, man, it is just hard racing right now, and like I said before, it's open season on everybody, so everybody's gonna hunt, everybody's gonna try to feed, so that's the thing, that's where the danger lurks. There's nothing you can do about it. Meanwhile, I think the battle for the lead in LMP2 Pro is also engaged right now between Impact and Rosso.
Mermica into the pit lane. This will be their final stop of the race as we're watching NOP in the GT3 category of Bort trying to stay ahead of the BMW Delta racing car. This is a look back at what happened to Liam Kilton. That is the Vortex team who was second in class. Slow into turn 4 was Kilton there. What happens here then?
Lots of
Plenty of room given. Oh, he does, yeah. On the corner exit and into the wall hard. So Vortex put the pressure on and Liam Kilton buckled under that pressure.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate. Usually who gets that inside portion of the racetrack has a better tendency or a bigger tendency for the car to step out on its rear. Meanwhile, battle for the lead in LMP3s as the blue by Pole Body Motorsport actually went to the pit lane a few laps ago, and that opened up the door for SRT and the other Pole Body car that it was driven by Zach Sweeney. Battle for the lead, and right behind them, Rosso Esports and Impact are battling for the lead of LMP2 Pro Am.
Indeed they are. This is coming through onto the back straight now, so we'll see what will happen here in the lead of this battle for LMP2 Pro Am, as we've got a battle in LMP3 at the moment, and this is Tariq looking up looking to stay around the outside of the 62 car, who's hogging that inside line of turn 10. Connor Botting at the moment. Now to that outside line, you've got some of the LMP2 Pro Am cars. Oh, just disappearing there momentarily was the leader in LMP3. That'll make anybody nervous when you've got traffic around you, as Connor Botting now has to yield to that traffic. And this is just going to put him on the back foot, especially seeing as the leader will probably get lapped on the start-finish straight, so won't lose as much time there.
Yeah, and with that being said, he's going to lose some time, and also more importantly, Rosso is going to break away, and now W2 is right behind Impact for the P2 in LMP2 Pro Am battle.
Yeah, and there's the W2E Pro GP car of Paolo Vinicius. Just try and stick onto the back of the Impact car a little bit, and he's got Tri-State not far behind him at the moment. There is Bradley Sexton, who's also not far off the back of Rosso Esports. There is the red LMP2 Pro Am car who leads this category away. So they've almost got 4 for the lead here. Oh, that's a slide. Oh, there's an LMP3 off as well.
Gowan.
Well, that is Gowan who's gone off, and it is, yeah, it's the Paddock GG LMP3 car who has gone off at turn 4. I wonder what happened there. They've got a penalty as well, so that must be for off tracks.
Yeah, potentially. That's a little bit unfortunate, but we're going to see probably. I want to see the replay of what was the communication between Paddock and Gowan, as now we're going to look. It looks on the inside 4 wide into turn number 4. That's never going to work.
It was the Gowan car that actually didn't hit him. Gowan was the one who was on the outside. I'm not sure who was the car who made contact there, as that is Bravo Snow. And Tiago Mello has tumbled down the order a little bit as well. 3 wide with the Audi and the Lamborghini of Kitsune. A drive-through penalty for the number 33 car as well. And Kitsune gained 2 places there. What a move from them.
A crazy reaction going on right now. Meanwhile, the number 4 Delta Racing car is going to get a drive-through penalty. I think we saw that incident that between them and the Rising Panda. So it was due, as Sima talks, now on the inside of the McLaren right there, fighting around Lakasha, and everything just clicking off already in the mid-pack of the LMGT3s.
It is still 39 minutes to go in this race. Delta Racing do have that drive-through penalty as well in P4 in this category. Bravo Snow drive-through penalty as well as Delta Racing all into the pits. What a shame for them in this race, but yeah, the GT3's providing some great drama here. Now, I'm interested to keep my eyes on the Mermica car. They pitted with around about 42 minutes to go in this race. They will surely know how long a stint can be for them. Have they played that to absolute perfection in this one? Wait and see what happens for the Mermica team. There they are, P10, just behind this long train of GT3 cars. Currently a minute off of the LMP2 lead. But is this strategy a strategy that could see them maybe take a podium? As here goes Project 91, Fisher, looking to make a move, I believe, on the McLaren, excuse me. nothing can do at the moment. But Mermica have just got to be careful around these GT3s. They've gone for that pitch strategy. They've got to try and make it work.
Yeah, and hope everything goes for the best. Meanwhile, I see the Tri-State Racing LMP3 got a drive-through for full course yellow virtual safety car speed violation. So another one getting some penalties in for Samuel Hoff right there.
Indeed he did. There is Samuel Hoff, who will have a penalty to his name, and obviously the Paddock GG penalty that they just came in to serve. And sadly for Tri-State, a lap down in this race. They're going to come in, but they're going to score some points, and that's the main thing. Getting to the end of this race, getting that experience under the belt. Here is Roberto for Delta Racing in P4 with the two cars that you see on your screens right behind him for position. And this is for P4, 5 and 6 in this race at the moment. The Delta Racing car leads the 3 away. Alpine aren't a million miles off the back of this, only a couple of seconds if Alpine can gain, and they'll be right there on the back of this train of cars. There they are in the background with Impact. So not too far behind yet. This is the ADC by Pulsar of Jiao, the number 96 car. Looking to try and take P4 in this race with 35 minutes remaining in this one, Lorenzo. Pit stop still to come for the LMP2s and LMP3s. And I don't think we've seen the last of the drama just yet, if you ask me.
No, I think the drama is gonna be staying all the way till the end of the race, man. I think we're still gonna see a lot of unravel until the final minutes of this race. Who's gonna be good on strategy? Who's gonna be risky stuff at the very end? So this is what makes this kind of racing very good to watch, man.
Yeah.
As for example, turn 1 and NOP so close to each other. Rising Panda right down behind. Warning for the car number 23 of Tri-State Racing once again for incident responsibility. So everything's just starting to click. This final hour, like you said, is going to be a sprint. It's going to be a mad sprint. You're going to have mental fortitude to remain resistant all the way to the end. With so much pressure, you have to give or resist until the end of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. Who can do what in this race? There's a couple more warnings coming in on your screen at the moment. This is Alex Gonzalez Abad for the Team WOSR car. Looking for on the back of that P4 fight at the moment is Alex. It's the ADC by Pulsar car there. Just having a look on Delta Racing, but couldn't make the move into the hairpin. Great little fight at the front of LMP2 Pro Am. 0.2 of a second separating Impact and Rosso Esports. There they are. So a good little fight developing here between these two cars. Drive through for car 23, I believe that is, for a closed pit lane. And that is Delta Racing. Well, they was in that fight for P4, not anymore. Drive through penalty will put that one to bed.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. But actually, Zé Salinas putting in the number 23 is Tri-State Racing.
Yep. It's Rico Kohlmeier for Revolution. Remember, these guys got onto the lead lap with the wave around on the last safety car procedure. They've gained a place up into P6 and are on the back here of P5 of Gowin after the Gowin car was in the gravel trap earlier on, avoiding an incident. So let's see what happens for Rico Kohlmeier. They've kind of been given an extra lifeline now, haven't they, to come back into this race?
Yeah, and that's just how been crazy how the race has been progressed. So they got their main driver in the car, and Rico Kohlmeier, so trying to do his best to close down the gap on the remaining team drivers in the team. I know he's also a bronze, so he's trying to do his best to get closer to the car up ahead of him, which is Gowin Racing. So both Nicholas Gowin and Kohlmeier battling for position, but they're still far from the Tri-State Racing and also the top three who are following close to each other in this race, as we're still do pit stops on the whole field basically.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on this then as they come towards the end of this race. Half an hour just over to go. Van Luck is your race leader at the moment, as in LMGT3 should I say, and he's looked pretty good today. He fell behind due to the safety cars in that middle sort of part of the race, didn't he? Dropped down the order a little bit, but the Aston Martin for the Vortex team has looked really good in this first race of the season.
Yeah, it's looked great. It looked very pacey. Both Rising Panda before the incident, and Vortex have looked really good. Meanwhile, Impact takes the lead in LMP2 Pro Am, but he goes turn 1 and opens the door for Russell to go in over again, going back to the lead.
Yeah, so Impact take the lead from Rosso Esports, and they've got the W2E Pro Group, Pro GP, sorry, on the back of them as well. Look, 3 for the lead here in the LMP2 Pro Am, and this is what 3.5 hours racing has all come down to. The final half an hour, where we've got these kind of battles out there on the circuit. We'll see who will be the top dog in LMP2 Pro Am at the end of this race. Biggest margin for the leaders is Vortex from Project 91 in LMP3, 5.1 seconds. SRT laid over second place by 4.49 seconds. This gap is a second between the top 3. And in LMP2, Rising Panda are only just under 2 seconds off the lead. In that one with turn 1, just under a second off the lead as well. So some close fights out there at the moment. And this the closest of them all, with the top 3 in LMP2 Pro Am just trying to
top 4
now. No,
Pax is not a part of the problem.
Yeah, he's a lap down. Yeah, so top 3 here, really trying to give each other a little bit of a headache at the moment.
Yeah, as Paulo is going to come into the pit stop, basically 30 minutes to go. It's going to be 1 full tire. He's going to be a half a pit stop and tires. They still have 1 tire remaining. I try to held that into the eternal strategy, but I couldn't.
So there we go. So the W2E Pro GP are into the pits for their final stop of the race. Is Paolo going to stay in the car? That's the big question.
Yes.
Where is Zhao off to? They're well off the circuit. No wonder he's got the yellow flag to his name for a bit of a slowdown for an off track. And he's had to yield to the team WOS.
Oh,
he's nearly into the
Lord.
rear of him. Just outbraked himself into turn 4. And Zhao just getting a little impatient here, just trying to make the overtake from nothing. Got to settle into a rhythm. Look at the 2 GT3s behind, the Corvette and the BMW just leaning on each other out of turn 8. That's the Alpine trying to put a lap on them 2, coming through turn number 9. And the GT3s, the BMW gets ahead of the Corvette there then. I'm not sure if that was for position, but the BMW gets in front either way.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's. I honestly thought that he was going to hit the back of the car, and we would have an Iberian war of sorts. Because it's basically Portugal hitting, as now tries to Christian Compare, Baby Yoshi, no.
They was running 3rd place and only 2 seconds off the back of the lead in LMP2 Pro. So what has happened there for Christian? What a shame. As Alpine into the pits. So here he comes through to little slide on the exit of turn 4. Rear's going to give up, I reckon, on the end, mid-corner turn 5. There she goes. Yeah. What a shame for Christian.
Just that's a true shame, man. A guy that had so much pace into this race. Meanwhile, World Sim Racing, Alpine are some of the teams already blinking and coming into this final half hour of this race and doing their pit stops, and Alpine coming out already.
Yep, so pit stops being made in this final half an hour to see them till the end of this race. And what has been a fantastic race today. It really has been a brilliant season opener here at Barcelona. I don't think we could have asked for a better season opener.
Nope.
Here is the Bolt ESportsCar in the Audi. 4th place now for Audi. They've quietly gone around their business, haven't they, the Bolt Esports team? Not really seen a lot of them today. But a running P4, a little bit off the back of NOP. You know, look pretty good value for their money.
Yeah, looking really good. And who would have said that old dogs can run around in that Audi, as they really had a moment with the Tri-State LMP3. We nearly jinxed them.
Nearly did, but not just yet, as here comes Samuel Hoff, Tri-State. With that, is that the... it is, yeah, it's the Pulsar car, isn't it, who's just got ahead of them. So, P8 in the LMP3 category. There's NOP lapping its GT3 car with turn 1 right behind him. You know, turn 1 haven't, since they've been overtaken by NOP, they haven't fell off the back. Ryan McIntosh has driven brilliantly here to stick to the back of Beidfeld as this race is progressing on and on and on.
Yeah, just a really interesting racing from them, and like I said, I think this is still going on till the very end. It depends on the strategy they still have left. For example, I think Impact opened up that 2.5 gap because of better tires from Sexton's part, and I think Molina is saving tires until the very end. I don't know if he actually is going to double stint the tires. I'm not sure.
We'll keep our eyes on what happens as this race plays out. There's 27 minutes left to go. Turn 1 just held a little bit by the Porsche through turn 11 into 12 now. McIntosh just got to get closer to NOP once again. Track temperature is starting to come down a little bit here as well now. It's down to 38 degrees, so it has just got a little cooler at Barcelona. It's not going to drop off massively, but that temperature is just going to come down ever so slightly as this race goes on towards the end of its climax. A fantastic season opener. Once again, we're back on May 24th, I do believe. For the 23rd, there we go, for the second race of the season at Zandvoort. You're not going to want to miss that one. Then a month off. We're not here for June, as, well, in a way we are, because we're here for the Le Mans race. And then it's no normal season race there, because it's just the one-off Le Mans event. So we get June off for the European SportsCar Championship season. We'll be back in July for race number 3. Off in August, back for Spa, Silverstone, and then Portimão to end the season.
Yep, right on.
Yeehaw. As we come to the final 25 minutes of this race, this is Hermot in the Mermica car, who pitted about 42 minutes left to go on the clock. And what are they going to do here? Because for Petter, he wants to try and put the hammer down and come through the field. I don't think he's going to be able to. 1:05 off the lead. He's actually lost time to the leaders, so I don't think the Mermica strategy has worked out here as they wanted it to.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but it's a strong team. We're going to eventually see them bounce back in this race.
Of course. Of course. I have no doubt that they'll be back on the podium by the end of the season.
Yeah, I think so. But they are chasing the World Sim Racing team that is up ahead of them a little bit. As now we're focusing back to Simatalk and Bolt Esports, as Simatalk, after the incident they had, now back into a top 5 battle over here. So Anatoly Drano, so trying to do his best, grabbing the draft out of the Audi RA GT3 Evo from Nico Stoppel. He's going to go on the inside. Yeah, back to you. Cool.
Yeah, up the excuse me, no, sorry, I just had a little tickle in my throat there. Up the inside goes the Simatalk Porsche, and a lovely move at turn 1. And can the Audi fight back now in this final dying moments of this race? We know the GT3s are going to the very, very end here at Barcelona. It'll be interesting to see what the Audi can do. We've got Delta Racing some 9 seconds behind, so we've got a bit of time as the Audi team of Bolt Esports before the Delta Racing BMW gets onto the back of them. And a chance maybe to just keep in a rhythm here at the end, Lorenzo, to just get towards that checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Gowan coming back out of the pit lane, so I just saw them do their pit stop. So despite there are a few spots back, but it's going to be a battle for position in the LMP2 Pro M class. So
the later this race goes on, the more driver teams have got to come in and just do a splash and dash, because I think a lot of them have still got to pit here. I don't think it was under the safety car for them to have saved that much amount of fuel. Even if they're not taking tyres for the sake of 10 or 15 minutes, they've at least got to come in to put some fuel in the car. No doubt about that. As here's Piers Soundrup, having a look in the impact car on the back of Mermica. Mermica just not making that progression through the field. They've lost another 2 seconds since we last saw them to the leaders. So the leaders driving really well at the moment. A lot of support for the W2E Pro GP team in the virtual grandstand on the YouTube chat at the moment.
Yeah,
driving well.
I can say that if they didn't show support, I would cut their contracts. So I use a little bit. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Written into their contracts must be in all streams cheering us on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, here goes the impact car on the back of Mermica in the slipstream. Maybe just a little bit too far back to have a look down in towards turn number 1. There's only some 500ths of a second quicker. The CCR team, Paddock GG. Another penalty to their name, it says on the screen there. P5 in LMP3, CCR just, there we go. Incident responsibility. So into the pits comes Mollerin for Paddock GG. That really has put any chances of a podium to bed for them now.
Yeah, put a base. What I like to say, basically put beer, water in the beer.
Yeah.
In good old Portuguese for their chances.
Right, Nicholas Gowan, P6 at the moment, just ahead of the W2E Pro GP team. Penalty for car 29, I believe that says.
Yeah, it is correct. 29. Blue Racing by VR. The LMP2.
There we go. So the Corvette drive-through penalty, incident responsibility for them, and into the pits they come straight away. A little bit of a pit entry cut there, maybe.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right then, final 20 minutes of this race. This is the Gowan car with the W2E Pro Group, Pro GP team in the background. Somebody at the front of the train just went a little wide into the gravel. Now Mermica are going to pull out and have a look here. And I believe Gowan, in fact, no, it's the W2E Pro GP team who have lost out 2 places to the LMP2 Pro drivers. Oh, bit of side-to-side contact. Don't look, Lorenzo.
I am looking.
And they are now it's through. Now it's safe to look. You can look now as the LMP3, I believe, is going to try and just tuck underneath and pulls back in behind now. You can look now. It's all fine. All clear.
No, it's all right, but it is 2 pro teams. It is the Mermica and the Impact LMP2s that overtook Paulo in the racetrack. That's pretty much it. It's not for class position. I'll be very honest. I thought the pit stop was a little bit early. I know what the boys were trying to do, but I think this undercut is not working at all.
Well, we'll find out if it works, because Impact are now into the pits from the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. They pull into their pit box now. Bradley Sexton, will they change drivers? Is Bradley going to go to the end? I believe Bradley is going to the end. Change of tyres maybe. 20 minutes left in the race. Do you take tyres with 20 minutes left in the race as the Rising Panda team push their way through on the Team WOSR World of Sim Racing? Gonzalez stays in front now. So you take tyres with 20 minutes to go?
Absolutely. If you have one left in a race that demands tires, you go for it. I don't care about how much time you might lose on the exit of the pit lane, but you take it. You take all you can get.
Well, Impact came out P5 as the Rising Panda go right around the outside of the Team World of Sim Racing. And Christian there, Baby Yoshi, moves up another spot. There is Bradley Sexton running in P5. Coming back at them, the World of Sim Racing team on the back of Rising Panda. Rising Panda stays ahead with Christian on board that machine. So a good little fight here for what is P7 and 8 in the LMP2 Pro category. It has been a beautiful race here at Barcelona, but we're into the final 20 minutes and it just feels like the gloves are off as here goes Gonzalez Abad. Nearly contact again there, Lorenzo. They are leaving everything out there at the moment. Every driver is fighting really, really hard.
Yeah. Oh, what a save. What a save. What a save from Saxon right there at the exit of the corner.
Indeed it was. Here comes Gonzalez Abad once again on the back of Rising Panda. That's just got a little bit of traffic. They've got Ball State in the LMP3 just ahead of them. Then the Impact LMP2 Pro-Am car. as a tri-state in LMP2 Pro. I'm coming to the pits now. There's a good queue of cars just in front. I'm dipping the wheel into the gravel as here comes Gonzalez in the slipstream, trying to use as much as he can before pulling out. Moment. Oh, he's going to have a look up the inside. He's come from way back, has a look, goes a little deep, pushes the Rising Panda off the circuit a little bit. Bolt Esports, the Audi's got a penalty to their name. You can see the black flag there. And all of a sudden, Gonzalo Abad, who come from a way back, lunges up the inside, bit of contact, but gets the position done on the Rising Panda LMP2 car.
Not without a hint of drama, and now Murbic has into the wall.
Well, what has happened to them? They tried a strategy, it didn't work, and now they're in the wall. And could that be full course yellow?
Oh, it is going to be. I think this could be a full course yellow, and I'm not going to lie, this could be on my team.
Well, let's see what
We're going to look on the
They are
replay.
Getting going, yeah, we'll have a look at the replay. They are going to get going. Let's see what's happened here then. So there is a lot of traffic. Oh no, I don't think no.
It's because there was a late launch from Paulo into the corner.
Stand by for full course yellow.
But we're going to get a full course yellow.
Let's have a look here. It is a bit of a lunge. Yeah.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Possibly.
10,
Door was left
9,
open.
8,
I can see why he's gone for it.
7,
This could be
6,
virtual safety car.
5, 4,
This
3,
could be virtual safety
2,
car.
1.
Are we going to end the
Full course
race under
yellow
a safety
now.
car here, Lorenzo? Oh no. Full course yellow for the time being. But that Mermica car has not moved. This could be virtual safety car to get that towed back to the pits.
That's just insane. It will be up to the race control if they really want to bring out a full course yellow, a virtual safety car into this. If it is, it's going to be how this one progresses. For Rosso, for Revolution, in DSP, this is the best case scenario for them.
Well, let's see what happens. They've got the tow back to the pits. They must have got authority from race control to get the tow back to the pit lane. But all of a sudden, we could be under full course yellow going forward in this race. Let's wait and see what's going to happen here. Yeah, hard hit into the wall. Pretty much where Lewis Hamilton went off a few years ago in his Mercedes-Benz, but difficult to judge who's at fault there. Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting, I think, now. I think we're going to have to see what happens with that virtual safety car, because if they do throw that virtual safety car out, that could end this race, pretty much.
It's because they're on an area that it could be removed safely without triggering a virtual safety car. So that's where it goes. You can even see, I think, the Mermica car is already into the pit lane, if I see.
Yes, it got towed
correctly.
to the pit lane, yeah.
Yeah, so we're probably going to get green flag racing really shortly.
So let's see what happens here. Bolt Esports still have their penalty to serve. NOP lead by 2.6 seconds now. So NOP's actually extended their lead a little bit. So huge for the NOP team, moving further forward. But that really puts Mermica's strategy out of the window now. And does it stop any team from pitting in this race now? If they maybe had to save a bit of fuel with this full course yellow, could they possibly sneak one into the end? We have only got 13 minutes left.
It's a great question.
Thank you.
I'm looking at that top three and I'm frowning my head.
Because NOP haven't
Full
yet
course
pitted.
yellow ending in 10 seconds. 10, 9,
So let's wait and
8,
see. Race control
7,
message
6,
now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Well, we're back to green flag racing. Here goes NOP. When did NOP last make their pit stop. So they're on lap 115.
They pitted on
last pit on lap
90.
90. So I think he's got to make another pit stop. Or can he get to the end? Can he get to the end? This is going to be tight here.
I think it's going to be super tight. I don't even think they're going to be able to make it. I think they are due a pit stop anytime soon.
And if he gets to the end, can the Turn 1 car get to the end? That's going to be the biggest question. Bolt State in the pits from 4th place in LMP3. Bolt Esports have just done their drive-through penalty, and they come out, and there is the Alpine off. And are we going to get another caution here? He's got it spun back around nice and safely, so we should stay green for now. And the Alpine with a mistake there then, but Portimão to nearly go under caution once more there, but everything stays green. We've really just got to keep our eyes on them leaders. Here goes Malarin in the paddock GG car, 4P6. On the back then of Blue by PBM. Alistair Hamilton, who loses out there to paddock GG's 71 car. With a good little move around the outside, Lorenzo.
Sneaky move, but I managed to get it done. So, but this is still not off. It's still not off. Hamilton trying to look around on the inside on Malarin, but it's not going to be enough to get around the paddock car. And DSP Esports into the pit lane.
Yeah, into the pit lane. There you go. So let's see what's going to happen here for the the teams that pitted earlier on in this race. So they're going to W2E and Gowan have moved up to 4th and 5th. Still off the back of Impact a little bit. So can Rosso and Revolution hang on in this race without having to make another pit stop? That's going to be the biggest question to see what will happen there for them. And at the moment, we're watching this fight for P6 and 7 in LMP3. There's Alistair Hamilton in the 92 car, the blue and purple with a bit of white. Fighting it hard out there at the moment. Little moment there as the LMP2 driver, I believe, comes through to, I believe that's Delta Racing, isn't it? Who's coming through to put a lap on him.
Yep.
Indeed it is, yeah. Roberto. Let's see what he can do here in this one now for the LMP3s.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're still in the top 4, in the top 3 actually. Oh, the SB is off, but then again, it's Code Tires related as he goes out on Repsol. Going to lose a lot of time, Gianluca Porcoroba, so that's the problem. As looking over here, Beifeld, McIntosh, Garrido, and Walter. That top 4 has pitted on lap 90. So they are due a pit stop anytime soon. They're not going to be able to make it to the end. The question is, when do they come in, and what's the gap that's going to be between the 80, 90, and 11?
Oh, that's the Corvette. That is Vermeulen in the Corvette, and who's had a spin. Whereabouts is that on the circuit?
Turn.
Just turn 9. Turn 9. Or on the approach to turn 9, should I say. Yeah, what a shame for him. But so a few dramas for drivers now, but nothing serious enough to throw that yellow flag again. We stay green and racing. 9 minutes to go. This is your leader in LMGT3, the Vortex car of Van Luck, leading the way in what has been a fantastic day for the Aston Martin driver. He's led majority of the way. Oh, just bounced off that sausage curb a little bit there. Pit lane for P3 in LMP2 Pro. So they come into the pits. We'll see what happens for the leaders in this race.
Yeah, Garrido being the first one to blink. Meanwhile, right behind the World of Sim Racing on Delta. Sorry, yeah, it is on Delta. So good move from Gonzalez Abad to get into the top 5 and make the move on Roberto Salinas.
Good move indeed as they come through now in the final parts. These corners. 8 minutes left on the clock nearly. And what a race it's been here at Catalunya, Barcelona. P2 and LMP3 leads look pretty comfortable, 20 and 19 seconds respectively. Leading LMP2 Pro though is at 2.37. Leading LMGT3 is only 4.5, so not as comfortable in them. Maybe a chance here or there for others around to take a place or two.
Yeah.
But You've got to be in it to win it. And I think Rosso Esports, bar having to pit at the end of this race, should be sat in a comfortable position.
Yeah, pretty much. They're going to be comfy right there as we're looking into Daniel Molina, which is the LMP2 Pro M leader, and Ryan McIntosh, like I told you, they had to come in. Now, question is now on NOP. When did they come in, and how much of a splash they actually need to do?
So turn 1 into the pits. When will NOP come in? Like Lorenzo says, is going to be the biggest question. There's the yellow flag there for the World of Sim Racing. That is an off track somewhere. So back on now. Pit exit. They're out on track now, so they are going to be what, about 30 seconds behind the leaders. I think by the time they get up to speed, 28 seconds. Yeah, about 30 seconds. It might balance itself out at 28 seconds as they nearly make contact there with the. Is that the Rosso car? It is indeed. Yeah, with Molina.
I think they're P3 overall.
Fair enough. Good result for Rosso then. Again, making that statement.
Yep. Yeah, but they're still. I think they're due to a pit stop as well. They pitted on lap 87, so I think Danielle is going to come anytime soon for their final pit stop revolution as well. I am just wondering how much of a time loss that will be in comparison to the other guys, to Impact and everyone else, because that might bring Impact up fight with about 6 minutes ago.
Let's see what happens in this race. When will NOP decide to blink? Have they got enough fuel to go to the end? That's going to be the big question here. 6 minutes left. How's your nails now, Lorenzo?
I'm fine. I just got major nails because Paulo just made contact with Stavros on turn number 3.
There we go, coming
through. Spun around.
Coming through turn number 4 now. And Stavros has dropped back behind the Impact car. There's a W2E Pro GP car of Paulo. Just ahead, here is the Alpine team. Further down the road they go.
I feared as much.
They've got the GT3 car just in the way there. Paulo looks left, look right to try and put the lap on him. For some reason there, I thought the Alpine wasn't going to stop into the back of that BMW for a minute there. He manages to get turned in and get the job done to put the lap on him. Right, this is all for P8 and 9 between these two, because the Paulo's car is obviously P5 in Pro-Am. Rosso have pitted, leave the pit lane. Where are Impact? There they are, just coming down the start-finish line. Bradley Sexton versus Molina. Game on with 4.5 minutes to go here in the battle for LMP2 Pro-Am. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, the problem is that LMP3 and Molina has new. Wait, Molina has new tires?
Well, if Molina has new tyres, he's got to get them up to temperature quickly. Now, I'm very surprised he's taken tyres with 4 and a bit minutes left on the clock here. But he's lost the lead to Impact, and Bradley Sexton takes it. And all of a sudden, have Rosso threw this one away. He's come back at the Impact car there. Can't make the move, so Rosso have got to try and get something done in this one. They was in the driver's seat. If Molina's taken tyres there, that seems crazy to me.
I agree. But that's just how the car is working. And if he put tires, that probably would have been just tires on the front left of the car. He did put tires. He did put it was an odd pit stop.
Yeah, very odd pit stop. So really strange to see what choice he's made there. In all fairness, we'll see how that's going to play out for him, I suppose, in this race.
No, but there's a counterpoint. I'll do a counterpoint. You have about 2 to 3 laps to go. The problem is you have to mitigate the time loss, right? 1 second, 1.3 seconds. Now that his tires are starting to become up to speed, you can take that away. So the problem is you have to do quali laps every single time.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
And that is the big problem, isn't it? To try and get them quali laps in and get them done. So yeah, look, let's wait to see what happens in this race. And
There's the penalty.
Yeah, 421 for the
That's pro-
instant responsibility. NOP into the pits as well. So their pit stop has now been made. And let's see where they come out in this race. Where are the Turn 1 team? 29 seconds behind. There is Ryan McIntosh. Has he got enough time to get ahead of NOP, who's on the pit exit off the limiter? There you go. They've jumped Turn 1 by a bigger margin. I'm sure NOP wouldn't have taken tyres for 2 minutes worth of racing here.
He didn't.
No,
Just
I
fuel.
wouldn't have thought so, yeah. Has that won NOP this race? That's going to be the biggest question. 2 minutes left to go. Rosso are now 3.5 seconds behind Impact. That's really cost them in this race.
Yeah, just the.
into the
cars.
It's the Rising Panda P7 in LMP2. They've had a moment coming through turn number 11 there. They get that going now, so no need for a yellow flag. Delta V into the pits from LMP2 as well. Yeah, what a shame. W2E Pro GP could have had a good result for your team today, but not to be, sadly.
I mean, I don't blame Paulo on the dive. I think he just got caught off by the off speed coming in from both Impact and the Murmika car. And I think the only way he found the room to go on the inside, I think, was over there on the entry of turn 4. I'm sad, but the good thing is it's a good first learning experience for the boys. It's like we got P6 on a track that I thought we were going to be P1.
Yeah. Good race. You can't ask for much more than that. They've had a good race. They've tried their best. You know, nearly on the podium is a fantastic result for the pair of them.
Yeah, it's all right. But I know for a fact that I'm going to get on their heads later on and talk about the strategy to avoid this for Zandvoort, even if I have to drive Zandvoort myself. It's just that it is what it is. It's just a rough race, but that's how things are.
Yeah.
And Impact, what a race, man. What a crazy race it has been. Meanwhile, Pulsar and P1 Racing battling for top 3 in the class.
Yeah, they've just moved up into P4 as P1 Racing. Sorry, P1 Racing just moved up into P3. So nice little podium there. We're on to the final lap of the race. We're all the NOP car as the time has ticked over 4 hours. NOP on the back straight now, so it's as the leader crosses the line. Remember, the checkered flag will fall. This is where drivers have got to hope they've got enough fuel in, because you've not got to calculate for the 4 hour mark. You've got to calculate for a lap or two just after to make sure you have got the fuel in the car. And NOP just sat behind its sister GT3. 2 beautiful looking liveries. They're going to come across the line together here for a nice little photo finish, do you reckon? I've got a feeling they might, you know. Well, here comes Marcus Beidfeld, as that is Christopher Daniel off. They are going to come across for a lovely little photo finish. The NOP driver, Marcus Beidfeld, continues where he left off last season. They win in LMP2, turn 1, second place. NOP also third place and on the podium in LMGT3. Ball State on the podium in LMP3. We just await for the other winners to come through now. Here's Bradley Sexton. You can see the time to Rosso Esports, by the way, tumbling down since their tyres have probably turned on this lap. But sadly, too little, too late. P1 Racing round out the podium in P3 for LMP2. And here come your race winners. Bradley Sexton in the Impact car in LMP2 Pro-Am. They win here at Barcelona. Rosso Esports second place. Looks like Gowan will take that third place over the line. In LMP3, we're waiting for the SRT team to come to the line. Tarek will lead the car over. Car number 50, SRT, win here in LMP3. CCR will be second. Gowan do take third in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. We just have to wait for Vortex now in LMGT3. We're a little further back, but NOP pretty dominant today. Only bar that middle stint where they dropped behind turn 1 for a brief moment. Yeah. Did it look a little dodgy?
Yeah, because it was a very close battle between them, but NOP nearly on pace, showing why they are the team to beat once again, man. The Swedes are still on it, man. It's gonna take something else. Turn 1 got close, though. It's interesting as now they're gonna come into the pit lane and stop the car. But good race from everybody. Impact, great strategy, great race. I think the fact they were battling tooth and nail with Russell made a difference. They got it really good. They got it at the end, and with a little bit of luck, I think I still didn't understand Russell's choice to go for tires in there.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Maybe it might have done by accident. SRT basically dominant from the start of the race all the way to the end, and Vortex same thing, man. It's just insane how this race has gone by. Cool Camelama Racing with a good podium, man. And I'll tell you something about my team. I know this about this. I know the boys got 6th, but we did have a setup. We had to fetch one.
Wow.
We had to fetch
Fair
one.
enough.
So we had to fetch one, basically work something on it. And the boys got P6. It's okay. I'm not going to complain. It is what it is. It's a good race. They got a learning process. We're going to evolve through during the championship, dude. And everybody else, good race between everybody. I'm not going to pick any favorites in this championship. I think it's open for everybody. I think Pro-Am, I can see 4 or 5 teams that can get podiums in here. I think just the amount of safety cars that we've gotten in the full course yellows killed a little bit the tire strategy and made this last frantic. I think everybody had one set remaining until the end of the race, but still great first round of this championship.
Yeah, brilliant first round of this championship, and great to so many battles on the track, and it was really down to the last couple of moments of this race which decided this one. Yes, whether the strategies of the full course yellows, the safety cars and virtual safety cars played their part, and they did. But that's part of the endurance racing, isn't it? That's part of endurance racing. That's part of racing in multi-class. You've got to be there at the end, and there were several cars at the end that was really, really close.
Yeah, absolutely. You couldn't count anyone out until the end of the race, pretty much, until the final moments of the race. So this is why it's interesting race from everybody. I like what I saw from the start of the race until the very end. And looking forward for the remaining of these races. Now we go into Zandvoort. I think Zandvoort is the Joker race for everybody. If the new season doesn't come in and the track changes, I don't know, but Zandvoort, it's going to be crazy, man. To the results.
It is going to be crazy. To the results, and NOP win in LMP2 from turn 1. P1 Racing was P3, with ADC by Pulsar in 4th place. Team World of Sim Racing was P5 from Delta Racing P6. Impact in 7th, Rising Panda 8th. Alpine by XRL was P9. Delta V P10. Bravo Snow from the Mermica car. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it was a good result for the Impact team, who took the race win from Rosso Esports, possibly cost themselves the win at the end with the change of tyres. Gowan P3 from Revolution, Tri-State from the W2E Pro GP team, and then it was DSP Esports from PAX SimSport. LMP3 went the way of SRT, with CCR taking 2nd place. Bull State was P3 from Simcast. Then it was the team of PBM from Paddock GG. Blue by PBM was P7. Tri-State down in P8, and Sahara GT down in 9th. And then Vortex was your race winners after a bit of an up and down race for them in the LMGT3 category. Project 91, who had dramas early on the opening couple of laps, come back to finish 2nd place. NOP take a double podium for the team with the win in LMP2, the 3rd place in LMGT3 ahead of Simitok, Bolt Esports, Impact, Delta Racing. Delta Racing by Tri-State, Bravo Snow and Rising Panda rounded out your top 10. Kitsune with damage dropped down to 11. Fisher also in the wars a little bit, and then Blue by VR down in 13th place. We also had ATR and the XRL esports teams down in 14th and 15th. Lorenzo, who do you want to bring in for a first interview?
I think we should bring our Oliver Vollen. It's more than righteous bringing the overall winners in NOP. So I'm gonna bring Oliver into the booth. And first and foremost, Vollen, you guys pretty much haven't slacked off. Pretty much picking off from you guys left off in the last season, and coming up with a win once again. But this one was a little bit closer than usual.
It was indeed very close at the end, but Marcus did a fantastic job to take the win there at the end. And yeah, it was a good race overall. It was first time for me driving the series and in the race, so it was really fun. And yeah, it was teamwork. The whole team did a great job. So yeah.
Absolutely, and going into the topic of tire management, I think now that I know, I think I know the yellow flags changed the dynamic of this race, especially for you guys. I think it made the race easier to manage. Is my point of view correct? Because you guys had to do less effort to double stint the tires, or was it still a big effort double stinting the tires and making sure you guys got enough to the end, even with the spare set and on the final pit stop?
Yeah, all the safety cars in the middle there helped a lot. So it wasn't really a tire issue at the end. It was more fuel issue, and it was a bit tricky with all the safety cars, like how much fuel was going to be at the end. And yeah, everyone had to do a splash at the end as well. So no problem with tires. It was more of a fuel situation.
Oh, you guys were biting the nails with the fuel then. Okay. I see how it is. I thought tires would be a problem eventually on how the degradation works. But anyway, moving on. We're moving on from Barcelona. That is done and dusted for you guys. You guys win again. Now we're looking into Zandvoort, a track that is unknown for everybody. We had, of course, I'm not going to get into the team manager discussions and everything, but looking into Zandvoort as a race that is completely unknown for the LMP2s. I never seen LMP2s race around there. I don't know if you have raced in the Swedish championships around Zandvoort, but what do you expect from the Dutch track?
Well, this race was intense, so I cannot imagine how intense it's going to be in Zandvoort with the multi-class racing. So yeah, but it's going to be a fun challenge, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. But nevertheless, any final words before we let you go and celebrate with the rest of the team, man?
Very well driven by everyone on track today, keeping the lines in when lapping and so on. So was from our side at least very, very good racing from everyone, and also again thanks to the whole team of NOP for the win. It's not only the driving, it's setups and things as well. It always helps.
Absolutely. Well, again, thank you, Oliver, and go relax. We'll see you in about a month in Zandvoort.
Thank you very much.
I am going to bring in the Impact team, the winners of LMP2, Bradley Sexton and Henry Mantle. Gentlemen, congratulations, LMP2 race winners today. That must have been a very good feeling for yourself in what was a bit of a crazy race.
Yeah, absolutely. Our strategy ended up working out. We had some trials and tribulations through it, but Henry had a mega first double stint through the longer safety cars, and then we're able to finish it off nice and easy.
Yeah, finish it off nice and easy. You had to get past Rosso Esports, so at the end there, they looked like they took tyres in their final stop at the very end with only a few minutes left to go. Do you think you'd have been racing them a little bit harder had they not took tyres?
Oh yeah, I think that would have I think that would have been a really, really nice and entertaining fight to the end there. That would have been a lot of fun for sure. But yeah, they looked like they were struggling coming out of the pits on the cold tires.
And just talk us through your thoughts for Zandvoort. Obviously, going to be a very difficult track, tight, twisty, bit up and down everywhere you go. It's going to be hard with the traffic around there, isn't it? Especially the LMP3s and GT3s. You've got to lap several times. What's your thoughts on Zandvoort?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I don't know about Henry. I know he's going to be a great driver there, but yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. Henry, your thoughts?
I mean, Zandvoort is a track, but it's not just a it's not just a simple track where everything's nice and simple as banking turns. It's, as multi-class racing goes, I think it's going to be one of the more exciting races.
Yeah, you may as well have picked Alton Park, hadn't you? I suppose at the end of the day.
Oi!
Would have been as bad as picking Alton Park. Anybody you'd like to thank at the end of the day as well?
Yeah,
I think we definitely got a shout out to our race engineer.
Absolutely, Chad Peterson. He was incredible for that. Also want to thank the team at Impact Sim Sport, Quench Energy, Sims by Racers, Sim Science, all the guys there. XR Coaching, incredible work done. Henry?
Yeah, big shout out to Xander for his coaching session earlier in the week, Xander Reed. But helped me find a load of time that I didn't even think I had. But yeah, just a shout out to the team. I've only been with the team for about 3 or 4 months now, and to be already stood on the top step is a pretty nice feeling.
Well, enjoy that one, and we'll see you at Zandvoort.
Thanks.
Yeah, see you guys.
Lorenzo, anybody you'd like to bring in next?
Yeah, let me bring Tariq and Vigil Bo from Slowward Racing. So, gentlemen, a very interesting race from your guys' perspective. Didn't qualify on pole, but after basically, I would say lap 1, you guys pretty much were on the lead of the race, or not, if not close to the lead of the race, and you guys ran away in the LMP3. So how's that feel?
Yeah, it was a quite tough race. We started P2, and with luck we didn't get involved in the incident in the first lap, so we could build a gap. And yeah, my teammate Virgil had a lot of time spent into safety car, the VSC and everything, so he can talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, we started P2, we avoid crash turn 1, then Tariq did a very good stint at the start of the race. Then I got in the car, and yeah, obviously we had the safety car things and everything, but we made the right calls, pitting in just after the second half of the race, and which allowed us basically to just go into the end without boxing again. And yeah, car felt good, able to push and everything, so good race.
I imagine so. With that being said, you guys, one of the new teams basically coming into this. How has been the LMP3 class for you guys as a whole? You know, we were mentioning pretty much new teams. We are still trying to discover how the LMP3 will look like. How does that field? How's the field look for you guys, and how? Not going to say just the race, but how does it looking? Is it looking forward, for example, to Zandvoort?
I mean, personally, for me, it was my first race with the team and also my first race in the LMP3. So it's a really new car to learn, but I mean, overall, the car is really setup dependent. I think we found a good one and tried to really optimize it for the race. And for Zandvoort, I mean, the main difficulty will probably be traffic, and traffic management was already quite tough and quite sketchy at sometimes on this track, but I think Zandvoort is going to be another challenge for this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as Virgil said, yeah, we had a really good car. The setup was very well managed by our engineer Corwin. So thanks a lot to him. He helped us a lot to achieve this result today, and thanks for the team, Slowward Racing team. It was my first race here too, so yeah, quite happy to finish with a real result like this. And yet to Zandvoort, it will be a very tough track. Towards the managing of the traffic and a lot of turns that where the car is unstable, so it will be definitely a challenge.
Yeah, with that being said, again, congratulate you guys. Looking forward to see what you guys are going to do at Zandvoort. Any final words before we let you go and celebrate?
Thank you for the team, for accepting me in the team and letting me drive. And I think we're going to crush it in the next race also. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, as he said, thanks to the team, thanks to everyone, thanks to the race directors who were very responsive today, and looking forward to flash it into Zandvoort.
Absolutely. Oh, guys, thank you so much, and congratulations once again, and we'll see you in about a month.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's bring the final 3 drivers in, the winners in the LMGT3 category. Gentlemen, welcome in to the commentary box. First of all, what a fantastic drive from yourselves. It looked like you had it pretty much covered in that early stint, and them safety cars brought everybody else back into play a little bit.
Yeah, but it was not really the safety cars. We needed to come on our driver stints, and our bronze driver did 1 hour and 30 minutes, and then the safety car was there, and yeah, his job was actually done for Vic, so we could put Joran and myself in. So we made the call for after safety car that we were not really much in the traffic anymore, just to box. And then we fell back at the early stages, but we knew everyone ahead would box in front, so.
Obviously, you made the change from the Audi last season going into this Aston Martin. What was the thought behind that change, and how did the Aston Martin feel today? Because it looked pretty good from where we sat.
Yeah, the Aston was pretty good. Actually, it was a hard choice because the Audi is such a fan favorite. So yeah, it was hard to let him down. But yeah, the Aston is feeling good, and with Vic we did a 24-hour Daytona race because we want to prepare him for ESCC as much as possible because he's new to iRacing. And we did that with the Aston, so yeah, it was a logical choice that we maybe going in with the Aston for ESCC as well.
Yeah. And Vic, if you're there, how was that first race then for you at ESCC? Obviously new to iRacing. How did you find that one?
For me, it was an amazing experience. I'm really happy with the quali result. I had a quali lap that ends in P2, and then the race start was also really good. I took P1 immediately, and then I led the whole race for 2 hours. So I'm really happy with what I performed.
We go to Zandvoort next time out. Very tight and twisty circuit. What's your thoughts going to be on that one? Because the traffic is going to be quite horrendous.
Joran, it's yours.
Zandvoort. I still don't know what to expect actually with LMP2s, LMP3s. I think it will be very busy. It's a small track, so I think it will be very difficult. So staying out of trouble will help you reach top 5 or something.
And finally, anybody you'd like to thank tonight?
For sure, like always, the team, Vortex. Thanks to Derek for the setup. It felt amazing. And, all you guys make this possible. Finally, it was ESCC again. So, yeah, very thankful that we could be part of this.
Well, brilliant. Congratulations, the 3 of you on the race winning LMGT3. And we'll see you next time at Zandvoort.
Thank you very much.
See you.
Thank you. See you.
And Lorenzo, final thoughts from yourself today on what has been really a chaotic and brilliant Barcelona race.
Man, it was a great race to commentate on. Like you said, chaotic. We expected a little bit of that in Barcelona, but now we can finally breathe because we're gonna need all the breath we can actually muster in our lungs for Zandvoort. Regardless if you're driving or commentating, we're gonna need a lot of O2.
Indeed we are. There is the calendar. May 23rd for the 4 hours of Zandvoort before we take a month's break and come back on the 18th of July for the 4 hours of Imola. 5th of September for the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps before 4 hours of Silverstone on October 10th. And we head to Portimão for the 4 hours of that one on October 31st. What has been a great day here in the European SportsCar Championship. Thanks to Lorenzo and Samuli, our producer and director, who's been putting us all the great images and replays that you've seen on the circuit today. We'll see you in a month's time. But from all of us here at the European SportsCar Championship, have a great month. Goodbye.